Hey guys, howdy, I hope you are fine. As you seen in the thumbnail, in this video, we are gonna see, what if Harry created a magical guild and chose Hermione as his queen. Please leave a like and comment 5 blue emoji. Let's get into the video. Also check out Patreon for I have upload uncensored spicy version, link in description. Harry. Hermione whispered as she watched Ron and Harry playing some wizard chess by the fireplace. Now that they were 7th-year students, they could almost get the nice chairs with big fluffy chairs and good armrests by the fireplace. It was the end of fall and term exams were almost soon to be. They were all enjoying themselves before they would have to start cramming all about the uses of dragon blood, and what all. Everyone. But Hermione. She was reading a book called, The Warlock Conventions of the 15th Century. Put that book down, Hermione. Ron just beat me in wizard chess. We're going outside for a bit now. Come with us, Harry said with his interesting green eyes jumping up and down. It was also Sunday, a day to spend with your friends. Hermione jumped up eagerly. Any moment Harry spoke to her, her heartbeat would be up and going. Outside. But this book is really most informative on all the warlock conventions back from when Nicholas Flamel was but a child. It gives tons of background on why he became such a big influence to our present lives. Put the book down, Hermione. Come with us. Harry reckons that we can sneak into Hogsmeade later with the Marauder's map. What on earth would you want to sneak into Hogsmeade for? Get some candy, throw a party, Harry added mischievously. A party, what for? No reason, Ron replied grinning. You're an idiot, Ron. That's great. Now come on. Coming, Hermione said, folding the top right corner of a page in the book and bringing it outside, clutched to her chest. There were many people outside. There were plenty 7th years. About 25 of the total 40. Cho Chang from Ravenclaw saw Hermione, Harry, and Ron walking outside and offered a friendly smile. She ran up to them. Hey you guys. What's going on? Cho asked. Oh nothing. We just felt like coming outside, Harry answered, grinning back at the pretty girl who stood 5 feet 4 inches, just like Hermione. In life, she was actually nothing like Hermione. Hermione Granger had become one of the most beautiful girls in Hogwarts. Her bushy brown hair became thinner, curlier, with a $100 perm in neck length. Braces from her mother, who was a dentist, fixed her teeth, and she had a perfect smile matching shining brown eyes. She glanced timidly at Cho Chang. She was as popular as Ron, Harry, and Hermione. She had short-cut straight black hair, slanted black eyes, thin lips that were outlined with clear or frosty pink lip gloss, whatever mood she was in let her choose the shade. She was just as beautiful as Hermione, talented on the Quidditch field, and a good student. Although nowhere near Hermione, intelligence-wise. Now Cho was wearing a frosty pink lip gloss, a frosty pink tube top, black silk flares, and platform black leather clogs. Hermione was wearing a white baby tee and some faded denim flares. She was stylish, though not nearly as flashy as Cho. Of course, almost everyone liked the slim, sophisticated teen. Really? That's cool. I just made some banana bread, using this new spell I learned in cooking. It's banana sporoceus. Would you like some? Cho offered. Sure, Ron said, taking a large piece. Harry took a hearty piece and enjoyed it. This is great, Cho. I didn't even know Hogwarts had a cooking course. Well, they don't, but we all know that Professor Filtwick has a bunch of charms up his sleeves. I stay after sometimes, just to learn how to make these special treats. Do you like it, Hermione? Hermione nibbled at her piece. It's great, Cho. She thought to herself. Why must Cho be so elegant, perfect? And why is Harry attracted to her so much? Do you want to come with us, Cho? We're going to Hogsmeade, sneaking out, bringing some snacks back, Harry offered. Not fair, Hermione thought, burning with jealousy. That would be totally awesome. Great. You know guys, I don't feel too good. I think I'm going to go back to Gryffindor common room and finish reading my book, Swing by Madame Pomfrey. See if she has anything for a stomach ache, Hermione said. Stomach ache. Oh, I hope it wasn't my banana bread, Cho said, putting on an ever so sweet look, while linking hands with Harry. Hermione cringed. Oh, I'm sure it wasn't your banana bread. I'm just tired, I've been doing so much. I'll go take a nap. That's a good idea, Hermione. We'll let Harry and Cho bring back the goodies and we can stay and rest. I need a nap too. Ron, you idiot. Now Cho will have Harry, entirely all to herself. Could life get worse? The last thing I want is Cho and Harry sharing a butterbeer at the Three Broomsticks. With Cho's head rested on Harry's firm shoulder. Both captains of their house Quidditch teams, leaving nerdy old me to my book on the Warlock conventions. Sigh. Okay, are you sure you don't want to go? I mean, I don't feel like making you put yourself out on my behalf. Hey, what are friends for? Are you sure you'll be okay, Hermione? 'Cause me and Cho are going to head off then. It's best we go now. So we're back before too long. We'll try to make it by sundown, but it might be hard, Cho said giggling. They parted. Cho got on Harry's broom, sat in front of Harry while Harry put his arms around her slender hips and gripped the broom. They flew up in laughs. Ron and Hermione walked back to the Gryffindor common room. The trip to Madame Pomfrey's medicine cabinet was forgotten. Are you feeling okay now, Hermione? Ron asked timidly. Yeah, I'm better. I don't know what happened earlier. Let's go get some good chairs and we can rest by the fire. Thank you, Ron. You are the most thoughtful little dear at times. Thanks. Except for when you don't do your homework. Oh, Hermione. Just kidding, darling. You need to get out more. I mean, for the 7 years I've known you, you haven't changed a bit. Neither have you, Ron. Still the same old red-haired, freckle-faced, large-palmed, tall guy that scrambles to finish his homework. There isn't anything wrong with having. I wasn't finished, Ron. The only thing that has changed is that you've become a lot cuter. You're pretty now, Hermione. Sure you aren't kidding. No, really, Hermione. You're really pretty. Well, look at Harry. He's come back with some of that frosty pink lip gloss on his cheek, and some butterbeer for us. He looks like he's just had the time of his life. We've been sitting around, and he gets all the fun. Hermione muttered, looking at Harry. Yes, I love butterbeer, Ron exclaimed. You're another story. You can only think about food, Hermione said crossly, hiding giggles. Harry came running up to them. Look at this. I've got tons of food. Help yourself, Ron, not that you need me saying that. Me and Cho are going out now. She's really sweet, plus we're going to go to Philtwick's tomorrow after class and learn how to make a chocolate cake. It's a muggle type of food that's supposed to be really good. I've had it once or twice, but I hardly remember. The Dursleys never really ever fed me. Cho's so nice. We're going to look at some garden catalogs during dinner to find her a good flower arrangement for her grandma's birthday. Nice to know you had a good time, Hermione muttered. Don't be cross, Hermione. I'll still spend time with you guys. How can I forget my friends? Never, Harry. We're friends forever. You didn't get any acid pops, did you? They've burnt my tongue before. Awesome. You bought some of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Well, I'd better get some rest before dinner starts, Harry said. He walked into the 7th-year Gryffindor boys' dormitory, flopped down on his 4-poster bed and almost instantly began to snore. I remember our first years, second, and third years. Our 4th, 5th, 6th years. They sort of went blank, for some reason. Why did we stop talking? Or, rather, why did I stop talking to you? What was the stupid reason of madness for me to be mad at you? I'm such an idiot at times. Oh great God, why does it even matter? How could I not keep my eyes off your handsome green ones? You're the most amazing wizard of them all. I remember you were supposed to be in Slytherin. Well, I know, my dear Harry. You changed your path in life, only to discover that you wanted to be in Gryffindor. You changed the course of your life, all for the better. Here's a little secret of mine now. I was supposed to be in Ravenclaw. Surprise, surprise. I wanted to be in Gryffindor, told the Sorting Hat that as well. We were brought together by fate and nothing else. We were always and still are always meant to be together. Why can't I talk to you? Why must I keep petty thoughts to myself, in mind and sorrow? Life and love, two things I will always strive for. I love you, Harry, crazy am I. Of course. You like Cho Chang, that little angel, everyone thinks. I can see through the mini skirts, oh God no, that would be revolting, you know what I mean. But I know what's behind the makeup and bottles of frosty pink lip gloss. I'm not stupid. Don't play me as a fool. Don't you dare keep playing Harry as a fool. He doesn't deserve that. Well, he does, until he dumps you. Hermione, I need to talk to you. Harry's been acting pretty funny lately. All about Cho and stuff. He says stuff to me, you know, I really need to talk to you, Ron mumbled in the Great Hall at breakfast one day. Well, don't you think we should go somewhere a bit more private than the Great Hall? Hermione asked bewildered. Good idea, good idea. Let's meet up in the lunar observatory of the North Wing in the astronomy chambers. Nobody ever goes in there, Ron said. Okay. We'll go, after we finish eating, Hermione agreed. They left the Great Hall in anxious footsteps. After an endless amount of walking, they reached the lunar observatory of the North Wing in the astronomy chambers. Now, what was it that you wanted to tell me? Hermione asked after securing the lock on the door. Well, you know, Harry's going to be gone with Cho to Hogsmeade this weekend. It is a Hogsmeade weekend, but I don't want to be all alone. I was wondering if you'd spend some time with me when we went to Hogsmeade, Ron admitted. What? You can't possibly have any feelings. If that's what people still call them, for me, can you? Hermione asked. Well sure Hermione. How many times have I told you how beautiful I think you are? Ron replied. Once. A few days ago. Well, I'm only just letting my emotions down. But still, Harry likes Cho that much. Harry's dead gone on her. Though, I think I know why. Why don't you ever wear flashy red mini dresses, Hermione? Hermione shot Ron dagger eyes. Only kidding, Hermione. Let's walk back now. Harry will be looking for us. Won't he be too busy with Cho to care about us? Don't be ridiculous, friends forever. That's us. Hermione replied, wearing an awfully weak smile. Friends till the end, Ron exclaimed. As you wish, Ron. Tilda, 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 tilda. Harry was bored, deathly bored. Honestly. Under the looks and oh so sweetness, Cho was just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous, as Hermione would say. Hermione's laugh, her look, her smile, and her caring. Their friendship wasn't based on the fact that Harry had a lightning scar. Cho was by far one of the most beautiful girls Harry had ever met, but would he really fall for her? He wasn't that stupid. I hope Ron's plan works. He's a lifesaver, Harry thought as he let Cho pop a green grape into his mouth. They were sitting under a great oak tree. The shade covered Cho's pale skin. I need a tan, don't you think I need a tan? Cho asked. Don't you have a charm to give you a tan? Harry asked boredly. Well, yeah, but the natural way is so much better. But you made banana bread the unnatural way. So what? That makes no sense. Well, I can make mistakes too. Quote, you know Cho, I think it's best for me not to see anyone right now. I mean, I'm kind of not wanting a relationship. What's wrong? What have I done? Do you want a damp cloth? Maybe your scar is burning up, because you are acting crazy. What will Lydia and Cherie say if I get dumped? I've never been dumped. Well, Cho, maybe later, but I don't feel like going out. I'm sorry you're feeling so weird about this. We don't have to tell anyone, I don't want to tell anyone just yet. That's good, at least give me time to think out something dramatic, a reason for us. So we both won't be embarrassed. We can still be friends of course, right? Sure Cho. Friends till the end, but in his mind, Harry thought. That saying's going around too much. Friends. With her. Oh well. Did you hear? Lavender Brown cried as she jumped onto Hermione's four-poster bed covered in little frills. What? Hermione asked nonchalantly. Lavender made herself comfortable on Hermione's neat, pressed, and pink bed. Well, Cho and Harry have actually broke up, can you believe it? Great, Hermione muttered indifferently. Don't you care? Lavender screeched. Why would I? Hermione asked. Well, that means me or you have got a chance at the hottie. Hottie? What's a hottie? It's a word my half-cousin taught me. She lives in America and doesn't know any magic at all. Sure, whatever. Well, I've got to go. Oh, by the way, we're having a dance at Hogwarts this Friday. It's in 5 days. I think I'm going to find Neville. He's lost some weight, don't you think? Besides, I've heard that he wants to ask me. I can't wait. Well, I've got to go. See you. Lavender screamed before exiting their dorm. Hermione laid down on her bed. She heard a soft knock on the door. Come in, she mumbled, facing up towards the ceiling that insisted on changing colors often. Another magic part of her life. What happened if she was really Muggle? Well, never had any of this weird magical qualities. She would never meet pair of T, Lavender, silly Neville, Ron, or Harry. Wouldn't that be just extremely hilarious? Hermione was thinking to herself again. Ron walked in. Ron, what are you doing here? Hermione asked. I know I'm not supposed to be in the girls' dorm, but I just heard that Cho and Harry broke up, Ron explained. So, what's your point? I've already heard it from Lavender. Speaking of which, I hear Neville is completely crazy about Lavender. I think Lavender likes Harry. Everyone likes Harry. Well, I don't. Yep, you like me. Ron, get real. Well, I like you, I think. Actually, I need to talk to you, Ron added. About what? Your undying love for me. Don't be cross. I don't really like you. I've got my eyes on Parvati Patil. She's got the greatest eyes, don't you think? How would I know, Ron? Hermione asked exasperatedly. Good point. You only look at Harry's eyes, and his scar. Ron trailed off. What are you talking about? Harry told me something. He'll kill me if he knows I tell you. What did he say? He's loved you ever since our first year. He felt so sick to his stomach when you turned into a cat, and he was loose a bit in our second year when you were obsessed with Gilderoy Lockhart, that git, Ron said quickly. What type of joke are you trying to pull, Ron? Hermione asked, leaning closer to him. No joke. Harry's dead gone on you. He likes you, that's for sure. We're not kids anymore. You won't get his cooties. I know you like him. The best thing to do is tell him you like him. Would you ever do that? Well, I don't know, Hermione said. She let Ron put his arms around her in an ever so friendly way. Well, y'all need to decide what you will do, because I'm not supposed to tell you. I just figured you really had to know. I need to find Parvati. Do you know where she is? Ron asked. No, stay a bit longer, she'll show up, Hermione replied. Harry actually likes me. I can't believe this. Is it for real? Am I dreaming? How long have I waited for this moment? How much have I dreamed and wished to hear that Harry actually liked me? Harry was looking depressed. He was trying to stay away from Cho. He couldn't believe that he was once crazy about the girl, doing anything to be around her, and now avoiding her to all costs. In a few days she'll be okay, and I can be her friend again, maybe. Then a thought struck Harry. Since me and Cho aren't dating anymore, I suppose I could possibly sneak into, the girls' dorms and ask Hermione to go to the dance with me. I'll tell her it's just as friends. She doesn't even think I like her, and Ron would never tell her. Well, he would, but only at the right time. Harry walked into the peaceful girls' dorm quietly. She saw Ron playing a strand of Hermione's hair and looking serene. Ron, that traitor. He was supposed to be my best friend, and he knows that I like Hermione. What am I going to do? This is not fair at all. I thought that he would be working things out for us, eventually at least. Well, I'll go talk to pair of T now. We'll see how Ron feels about that. Ron looked behind him and saw Harry angrily slip off to the Gryffindor common room. Oh, no, what am I going to do? He thought. I can't tell Harry anything, or Hermione. I have to make something up to tell Harry. What am I going to do? Great wizards. Hey Hermione. I'm going to look for Parvati now. I'll see you later, Ron said. He walked off. Bye Ron, Hermione replied softly. Part 2. Ron saw Harry holding Parvati in his strong arms. They were giggling and talking. Well, he doesn't have to get all mad. I don't know what his problem is. Then again, he probably had no idea why I jumped on Hermione. Hey Harry. I need to talk to you for a bit, Ron said. Well, I'm a bit busy with Parvati here. I need to talk now. Okay, Harry muttered. He jumped up and they entered the boys' dorms. What's going on, Ron? You weren't supposed to be all over Hermione. I'm supposed to do that? Harry exclaimed. Don't be ridiculous, Harry. You know I like Parvati. Then why were you all over Hermione? Harry asked, annoyed. She was upset because you were dating Cho. She didn't know you stopped, so she was surprised when I told her, that's all, Ron explained. It was a half-truth, so he hoped it would work. Okay, well I'll go to Hermione and talk to her later. You do that. I'm asking Parvati to the dance, Ron replied. Bye Ron. Bye Harry. So you'll never guess what happened. Cho exclaimed. I've already heard. You and Harry broke up. How come? Lydia asked. I really think Dean Thomas is cute, so I figured I'd ask him to the dance. Harry can wait. Well, okay, that's cool. I think I'm going to ask Justin Fletchley. That Dumbo. Cho asked, stifling a giggle. He's pretty cool. Anyway, I think someone else is taking Seamus Finnegan, Lydia explained. Okay. Well, I've got to go ask Dean Thomas, Cho told Lydia. Bye then. See you. Hermione was reading the Warlock conventions of the 15th century by the fireplace one evening. It was a calm Wednesday. All the first years were playing wizard chess. They were holding some tournament. Hermione gave a loud sigh. No one had asked her to the dance yet. She saw Harry coming towards her. Now he's going to ask me to the dance. I can't wait. Hey Hermione, Harry said. Hey Harry. What's up? Hermione asked. Just don't bring up the topic of the dance. He'll think you're desperate. Oh, nothing, Harry replied. Just don't bring up the topic of the dance. She'll think you like her. Do you want to sit? Hermione asked. Okay, Harry said. Okay. Have you been asked to the dance yet? No. Oh, I really don't want to go though. Neither do I, Harry said, attempting to laugh. Well, quote. Do you want to go as friends or something? I feel like making Cho mad, Harry said. Okay. Harry got up and left. As friends? What a coward. Can't he just admit that he likes me? I can't believe he didn't say anything. Well, I didn't say anything either, so I supposed it's okay. It was Friday night and Hermione was getting ready for Hogwarts' first dance. Everyone was dressing up really fancy, ever since Dumbledore decided to call it a ball. It was the fall ball. Sort of like a welcoming ball to school. Nevertheless, Hermione pulled out her favorite dress that she saved for special occasions. It was a green spaghetti strap top with a matching silk skirt and sandals of the equally pale green color. She pulled her hair up into a bun and attached a green ribbon to it. I don't think I'm too fancy. After all, this is an important Hogwarts event, and I should be dressed up. Maybe I'll take along my green shawl, or my scarlet cloak. We'll see how chilly it is. After all, the Great Hall is often changing room temperatures. Hermione wrapped the shawl around her body and walked out to the common room. She was wearing pearly green earrings, light green eyeshadow, clear mascara, some powder, and clear lip gloss. The first years looked at the sophisticated 17-year-old and oohed. Some odd. She stepped down the stairs and saw Harry in a pressed tux. Harry grinned and flattened his always messy hair. Ready to go? Harry asked. You bet, she exclaimed. Ron and Parvati joined them on the short walk. Ron was wearing a tux equal to Harry's and Parvati was wearing a pale blue tube top dress that was puffy at the bottom and blue flat sandals. They stopped at the entrance where Dumbledore was wearing an enormous velvet cloak and a frail wizard hat. Welcome, welcome, he cried, ushering to the door. They entered, gazing around. The Great Hall was wallpapered a midnight blue with swirling silvery designs. There were silver stars moving around. And at the tip-top over the crystal chandelier, was a golden moon. All the teachers were sitting in their regular positions at the teachers' table in the north balcony. Evening was rising now, the sun was setting. Hermione walked to the center of the Great Hall and looked up to the crystal chandelier, past it and at the golden moon shining so bright, brighter than any silver design. Hermione herself was standing brighter than any Cho Chang, or lavender brown. Hey you guys, I think I forgot something. Now I know, I forgot the flowers I got for Lavender. They're back in common room, what will I do? Neville Longbottom cried to Harry and Hermione. It's okay Neville. Give them to Lavender when we head back, Hermione suggested. Okay, thanks Hermione. No problem. You're such a lifesaver Hermione. Harry joked. Funny, Hermione retorted. What is Seamus doing with my sister? Ron cried. What are you talking about? They're only dancing, Harry replied. Yeah, come on Ron. Your sister is 16 years old. And she's a 6th year. It's okay, Hermione insisted. No way. Seamus may be my friend, but he's way too old for my sister. Ron exclaimed. 1 year is not that big of a difference. Don't you think you are being a bit overprotective? Harry asked. Hardly. Ron exclaimed. Let's go dance Ron, Parvati cut in, sort of like a peacemaker. Look at them. They look so cute. Hermione said, giggling. Yep, Harry replied. Honestly Harry, you are the most blind person when it comes to love and life. This is where you're supposed to ask me to dance. Do you want to dance? Harry asked. Okay. I guess, Hermione replied, hardly keeping content. Let's go, Harry said. They walked up to the dance platform. Hermione imagined to herself that she was in the center of the stage with Harry. I'm dancing as light as a feather. We're back in the Muggle world, and it's a big prom. I'm the prom queen, and I'm dancing with Harry. Life couldn't be any more perfect. In the background a slow song was put on. Hermione listened as the speakers softly played, Dear Diary, by Britney Spears. Harry put his arms around Hermione's hips. Hermione put her arms around Harry's neck, reaching up. Luckily she had her platform shoes with her, the pale green ones with a wood-like base. Then the song ended. Do you want to get some iced pumpkin juice? Harry offered. Sure. Okay, you sit down and I'll get us some. Quote. Hermione walked over to the Gryffindor table that had dazzling lights shining over it and a velvety scarlet tablecloth. Harry returned with 2 cups of iced pumpkin juice. So, what do you want to do? Harry asked. Sit and watch those 2 lovebirds dance, Hermione replied. Oh, you mean Ron and Parvati, don't you? Of course. They do make a cute couple. I agree. Were you happy about me and Cho breaking up? I didn't mind. You should do what you want. Oh, not that I don't care about you. You're a good friend. That's all. Sure, if you want it to be. That's what I want, Harry replied. A large gap of silence overcame them. Suddenly Hermione spoke. I'm tired. I'll walk you back to Gryffindor common room. I wanted to go to bed too, Harry said. Okay, thanks. Hermione grabbed her shawl and they walked back to their dorms in complete silence. They entered the common room and Hermione walked into the girls' dorms. Harry followed. I can go to bed by myself, Hermione said nervously. I feel weird. How? Hermione asked. I don't know. Do you ever wonder about the Dark Lord coming back? Harry pondered. Once a week possibly, Hermione replied. Why? A reason. But I can't tell you now, Harry said. You really need to be this evasive, Hermione cried. For now. Okay. I accept your privacy, Hermione replied. Good night, Hermione, Harry said. Hermione sat down on her bed. Harry knelt down and took Hermione's face into his palms and kissed her forehead. He walked out of the room without another word. Hermione slept the night away. She touched her temple often, as a reminder of where Harry had last kissed her. Then again, he probably kisses any girl he flirts with. It was now morning and Hermione realized it was also Saturday. She wanted to use the Morator's map and sneak into Hogsmeade, buy some of the flavored floss for her parents, get some chocolate frogs for Ron and Harry, and do some fun stuff. Go wild. Hermione. You fell asleep with your makeup on. How come? Lavender asked. I was tired. Is my mascara in globs now? Hermione asked. Not quite. I had the most wonderful night with Ron, Parvati confided dreamily. You guys look cute together, that's for sure, Lavender commented. Thanks. So, how was Neville Longbottom? Parvati asked. Pretty awesome. He's so cute when he's forgetful. Hee hee, almost always, huh? Lavender replied. Not almost always. Just plain always, Hermione told them grinning. Well, what are we going to do today? Lavender asked. Forget Hogsmeade. I'll do something with the girls today. Why don't we all hang out? I can give us really cute makeovers and we can go show them off around school. I want to go talk to Professor McGonagall, Hermione suggested. Honestly, why are you so close to her? Parvati questioned. I don't know, she's a really nice person, once you get to know her, Hermione insisted. Nice teacher. Doesn't seem like it, if you see how much homework she gives us. Lavender retorted. I do see how much homework she gives us, and I finish it quickly without any trouble, Hermione replied. That's because you're Hermione, and we're not. Parvati said, hiding giggles. Don't be silly, Hermione snapped. Okay, so how about those makeovers? I want to look dazzling for Ron. Yes, Your Highness, but first you have to go pick out an outfit to wear. So I can decide how to dress you up, makeup-wise. What about me? Lavender asked. You just sit tight, it'll take me a while to finish Parvati, but in the meantime you can go pick something out to wear today. Okay, be back in a flash. Hermione could have taken a short nap in the time it took for both of them to pick clothes out. It's about time, she snapped. Well, sorry, but if you were going to go through all the trouble to make me look good, I wanted to put some thought into finding a good thing to wear, Parvati replied when she walked out. Okay, so what did you decide on? Hermione asked. This, Parvati exclaimed as she placed the clothes on her bed near her dresser. This was a very pretty ruffled greenish khaki tube top, with a plain khaki innie skirt and a pair of sandals that looked similar to Hermione's green ones, except they were a black canvas top. Sit, Hermione commanded, motioning to the dresser. Parvati took her seat. Hermione worked efficiently and well. She artfully applied tan eyeshadow, light blush, pale foundation, clear mascara, a light brown lipstick, and let Parvati borrow a pair of dark green earrings. It looks awesome. Thanks Hermione, Parvati said. I'm not done yet, Hermione replied giggling. Hermione lifted some of Parvati's hair and twisted it into a cute bun. Then she let the other part of her hair be let loose. Thanks Hermione, Parvati squealed. No problem. It's your turn Lavender, Hermione replied. Goody, Lavender exclaimed. What did you bring? Hermione asked her. I have a tube-top mini dress. Trying to look flashy, aren't we? Hermione pointed out to both of them. Well, tube tops can be appealing at times, and you know. Right. Okay, well your dress is wintergreen, so we'll use green-based colors on you. Wear my light green earrings from last night. And I'll put some green eyeshadow on you. Now, let's see. Some tan powder, there, and you need a light pink lipstick, there. You look so cute, Parvati told Lavender. What about you Hermione? Lavender asked after surveying herself many times beside the mirror. Her hair looked elegant in curls let loose hanging at her shoulders. Well, you can decide that for me. I want to wear my light blue 3/4 sleeve shirt and my black silk 3/4 skirt. And I'll make sure my hair gets clipped back. There is no way it's going to be falling all over my face like last week while we were trying to get the boggarts to jump into the cauldron in defense against dark arts class. Okay, Parvati, go and get your blue pearl necklace. That'll look cute, and I've got some light blue hair clips to put your hair up with. Yeah, no, out of your face, and all. Okay, that looks good, now. Okay, I'm going to use some pale powder. And light blusher, light blue eyeshadow, and you need some black mascara. You look really cute Hermione. Thanks Lavender. Now let's go to the fields where everyone else is, and show off our beautiful faces. Hermione said. They shoved all their makeup across their dressers, and headed off for the fat lady's portrait. Before they could even stick one leg into the hole, Professor McGonagall walked in. Hey Professor McGonagall, we were about to go talk to you, in a bit and stuff, Parvati said with a welcoming grin. And I come here to find you. There is so much I need to say to the three of you girls, in fact, you're three of the sweetest girls in Gryffindor, and after that other 7th year got leukemia and, well you know, we were short one 7th year Gryffindor girl. Great news. Lavender interrupted McGonagall. Who's that? She asked timidly pointing to a girl behind Professor McGonagall. That's our great news. We obviously needed a fill-in for the girl that left us. And a witchcraft and wizardry school in the Americas let this child come. Please meet Cassandra Nicole Taylor, Professor McGonagall presented. Hi you guys. Well, I just came here, you already know that. Hee hee. My full name is Cassandra Nicole Taylor, but you can call me Cassandra or Cassie. Whichever you prefer, the pixie-like creature said grinning a big grin. She had tresses of curly black hair pulled up into a high ponytail, and 1 or 2 strands let loose into curly little hairs flying in front of her face. Her complexion was smooth, and she stood at 5 foot, 5 inches. The first impression of her was over-friendly. According to Hermione anyways. Well, I can still be friends with her, maybe, since McGonagall will want me to be, Hermione thought. Hi, the 3 girls said cheerfully. Yes, well, I was wondering if you could get Cassandra Nicole introduced to everyone and shown around the school. I would be extremely appreciative of that, the professor mumbled along. Sure. Hi Cassandra. My name is Lavender. We'll show you around, no problem about that, Lavender replied enthusiastically. Thank you girls, Professor McGonagall said. Are you feeling okay Professor? You don't look very good, Hermione pointed out. Oh, I'm sure I am fine. It's just the long days of work. And preparing your semester's finals, Professor McGonagall tried to say with a laugh. But it was true. The professor's face had worried lines across it, and her throat seemed scratchy, not its usual sharp cutting tone. Okay, Hermione replied, still unsure of what LD possibly be happening to her beloved Transfiguration teacher. Well, I must take leave now. I've been notified that some Slytherin boys have been playing with mud in the corridors. I must fly at once. McGonagall said. Then she left. So, what would you like to do first, Cassandra? Parvati asked. Well, you see, when I was coming here, a lot of my schoolmates told me that the actual Harry Potter went to this school. So, I'm like no way, and they were telling me that I should get his autograph, and I was like telling them to hush up, because no, he probably doesn't like to be hassled. I sure would, but he's been through a lot and stuff. Well, could we meet him, if he really does come here? I just think he's the hottest thing in the world. Cassandra exclaimed. Hottest? Like stove oven, hot? Hermione asked. It's a term. No. Hottie. It means, really 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 cute. Which is definitely what Harry is. I mean, if I went to school with Harry Potter, well, that would just be way too amazing. So, who else is cute around here? Back at my old school, there were 1,000,001 cute guys. Never mind. I don't want you adorable chickas to think I'm some sort of guy crazy drab. So I'll just be getting along without dreaming about little lightning scar-headed guy. What a cute nickname. That is completely adorable. What's your names? I know Lavender's, but I don't believe I've been properly introduced to you guys. Cassandra said. I'm Parvati. And I'm Hermione, they both said, a little bit bewildered by Cassandra's energetic presence. That is so awesome. Are you guys always so pretty? I mean, I wear makeup and do the dress-up thing on formal occasions, but I never knew it was like a law or something here on just plain old normal days. Well, that is completely cool. I just want to get the hang of things. Oh, I do hope we can become awesome friends and stuff. Well, Hermione just had an idea to dress up for today and show our dues to the world. Parvati and myself did some touch-ups to Hermione, although she never needs it. She is absolutely beautiful. Lavender said. I know. You are absolutely gorgeous. Cassandra exclaimed. Thank you, but I'm not really all that pretty. Hermione replied, a bit shy. Sure you are. I would die not to have my blotchy face covered in pimples, Parvati incited. So, what about showing me around? Let's go. Let's go meet Harry. Cassandra said. Okay, let me get my shoes, Hermione said, grabbing a pair of black leather-heeled sandals. They walked to the fields where Harry and Ron were sitting with Dean Thomas, Seamus Finnegan, and sweet old Neville Longbottom. For real. It actually is the one and only Harry Potter. Nice to meet you. My name is Cassandra Nicole Taylor, but you can call me Cassandra or just plain Cassie. Well, I know everyone except for these 4 cute guys right in front of me. What are your names? Cassandra said, offering an enormous smile. They all answered politely with awe surrounding their voices. So, what are we going to do today? Blow up a toilet. Toilet paper the whole school. Just kidding, Hermione, I'm not that wild. You've got a look in your eyes, dear, are you okay? Cassie asked. I'm fine. Just mildly bewildered, Hermione replied hotly. I was just checking. We want everyone to be happy at Hogwarts. Isn't this like the best school in the world for witchcraft and wizardry? I always wanted to come here, and now I am here. This is totally unbelievable. But anyway, what do you guys want to do today? Cassandra asked yet again. Well, we could do something later. Right now I'm going to go find the guys on our Quidditch team to sort out game plays for the game against Slytherin in a few days, Harry said. He was the seeker for the Gryffindor Quidditch team, as well as an excellent team captain. He filled Oliver Wood's post rather well, everyone thought so, anyway. Okay, that's fine. We'll do something later. Hey, who is that cute guy with the blonde hair? Cassandra asked in an eager tone. She lost her balance while walking a pole and tumbled down. She brushed her pants and let Parvati talk to her. I don't see any cute blonde guys here, Cassandra, Parvati said. Over there, next to those 2 fat guys, Cassandra urged. You can't be thinking about Draco Malfoy, Hermione begged. What about Draco Malfoy? Ron asked. Draco, what a funny name. Is that who he is? Cassandra asked. What about Draco Malfoy? I don't get it, why would you guys be talking about him? Ron asked quizzically. Because that's who Cassandra has a crush on now, Lavender replied grimly. Cassandra, you like Draco? No way. He's a mean, nasty, rude, idiotic, no way. Harry spat out. I think he's pretty cute. And he's coming over here too. Let's talk to him, Cassandra said eagerly. No thanks. Hermione snapped back. Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle walked over to the popular 7th year group, where surprisingly, Cho was not around. They saw the new blonde and were curious to find out who it was. Who are you? Not any muggle dirt, I hope. Get off Hogwarts property, Draco said at once, silencing the group of their laughter. I just got exchanged from my old school. Nice to meet you too. Cassandra replied mischievously. I didn't say my greetings. You probably got the bum house, Gryffindor. Where they feel sorry for people is what the Gryffindor house is really all about. Look at Harry. He doesn't have any parents. Look at Neville. He doesn't have any brains. Look at Hermione. She doesn't have any blood in her. Not any good blood anyway, Malfoy muttered. Ron raised his wand. You're lucky Snape is around, or you'd be flat on the ground. Stop insulting the Gryffindors. Everyone knows that all Slytherin people are wackos. Salazar Slytherin himself was insane. You won't forget, I'm sure, that it was he who created the Chamber of Secrets and put a basilisk into it, hoping it would go unnoticed. And you, no, who wasn't from Gryffindor. He was from Slytherin. Ron replied angrily. That's why he was so amazing, great, unbelievable, and my dearly own role model. Next to my dad, of course, Draco said giggling. How can you laugh about these things, Draco? They aren't very funny, Hermione spat at him. What's wrong with my dad? Draco challenged Hermione. He's a creep, just like you, Ron cut in with dagger eyes. Draco, what a funny name, Cassandra said again. This time where Draco could clearly hear. What gives you the right to say that? What's your name? Draco asked. Cassandra Nicole Taylor, but you can call me Cassandra. She said, taking her hand from her side to let Draco shake it. Draco ignored it and went on talking. Cassandra's a dumb name. Thanks. I think, Cassandra replied laughing. Not that funny. I'll see you in class, if you're any good at all. Watch your back, Taylor, Draco muttered as he walked off with Crabbe and Goyle. I prefer Cassandra or Cassie, not Taylor, Cassandra hollered back sweetly. Everyone started laughing. Hermione couldn't help it. She laughed too. Hey Hermione, do you want to go to Hogsmeade sometime? Harry asked. Well, not now. Maybe later. I'm supposed to be showing Cassandra around. You probably wouldn't want to come along. Stay here. Spend time with your friends, and do stuff. I don't mind. You can just pretend that I don't exist, and, la-da-da, you can ignore me now. I don't know what I'm saying. Are you okay, Hermione? Ron asked. I'm perfectly fine, Ron, Hermione said. Hermione took Cassandra's arm and walked off before Ron could collapse into a fit of giggles. I love Quidditch, don't you? Cassie said to Harry on Sunday. You bet. It's awesome. I didn't know you played. What position are you? Harry asked with great enthusiasm. I'm a keeper. Maybe we can play some. I'd love to. We need a new keeper. We've never really had a really good one, ever since Oliver Wood left, and that was ages ago, before I became team captain. Well, we can go out on the field now and play some. That's an awesome idea, let's go. Harry exclaimed. Hermione rolled her eyes. Harry and Cassandra ran out to the open air on the Quidditch field and played for an hour. They came back into the Gryffindor common room and saw Hermione reading about the Warlock conventions, and Ron and Ginny were playing wizard chess. Hiya, Harry called, more to Ginny and Ron than Hermione, who was acting peculiar after finding out that Harry had been gone all this time with Cassandra. Harry spoke again. You won't believe it. Cassandra was a keeper at her old school, and now she will play for us. She's awesome, and can definitely hold the goalpost well. Now we'll beat Slytherin for sure. Harry exclaimed with a bright grin on his face. Well, I did play a bit at my old school. Starting my second year. It's a pity they don't let first years play. I know you played though, Harry. You must have been really good, weren't you? Cassie asked. Just a bit, Harry replied modestly. Cassie swung her arm around Harry's neck and said, Gryffindor will win for sure. Have you guys completed the potions homework? Hermione asked annoyingly to Harry and Ron. I have, Harry replied. The potions homework. Oh no, I completely forgot about it. Hermione, could you lend me the answers, just this once? Ron begged on his knees. Hermione closed her book and looked perplexed towards Ron. Ron, how will you ever learn if you continue to do this? Hermione asked. Skip the lecture. Just give me the answers. What poisonous flower do you use to make a weightless potion? On Monday morning the Gryffindor and Slytherin 7th year students went to potions together. It was Cassandra's very first class at Hogwarts. Cassandra and Hermione grabbed 2 seats pretty much near the middle and opened their spirals up and began to take notes of the chalkboard. Snape hadn't entered yet, but he had written all the uses of mandrakes down on the board. Underneath that, in his M.Sc scrawl, he had written the names of many different herbs and their definitions. Hermione and Cassandra had both finished copying it all into their spirals. Cassandra used her bubbly and cute eyes were dotted with little hearts when she remembered handwriting, while Hermione used her neatly and evenly spaced block letters. Draco finished his work too, and Snape had still not arrived. Hey Taylor, or is it Candace? Draco asked, snickering. It's Cassandra Nicole Taylor, and it'd be best if you called me Cassandra or Cassie. Sure, whatever. Snape's here, better watch your back now, Draco snapped. Cassandra rolled her pretty eyes at him before turning around and facing Snape's foul face. Who are you? Snape barked, looking directly at her. I'm Cassandra Nicole Taylor, Cassandra said, performing the normal routine of telling her the preferable names to call her. Yes, you're another brat that I get to teach. Let's see if you're as big a dunderbell as these other students I have to teach. Snape muttered as he shuffled through papers on his desk. What? I'm not a brat or a dunderbell. You have no right to call me that, you great big jerk. Cassandra shouted at Snape. Excuse me, what did you just call me? You heard me, a jerk. Class, remain seated. If I hear one word from any of you, and believe me, I can always tell if you speak, then you shall be severely punished. You, Cassandra, come with me at once to the headmaster's office. We will have a little talk immediately. I feel the need for you to brush up on your manners. I can see very clearly that you don't have any. And there is nothing in your head that is labeled common sense. You do not speak to Professor Severus Snape in that unorderly fashion, do you hear me? Up, get out of that seat. Cassandra didn't say anything. Her face turned bright red, but she marched out of the room and walked the long silent walk with Professor Severus Snape all the way to Professor Dumbledore's office. They walked into Dumbledore's office. Dumbledore let them make themselves comfortable in nice cushioned chairs. They discussed the matter thoroughly for many minutes behind closed doors. Finally Snape left the room so Dumbledore could talk to Cassandra alone. Many more minutes passed by behind closed doors. All the 7th year students in the classroom were worried about what happened to the new spirited chica from the Americas. Finally the curiosity got the better of Hermione, Lavender, and Parvati. They ran up to Dumbledore's room with Hermione's sense of direction. She had only been in there once in her 5th year. But she managed to guide the other 2 girls to it. They knocked the door twice and Dumbledore opened it with twinkling eyes through half-moon spectacles. What happened? Is Cassandra okay? We should have warned her about Snape. She can be a bit open-minded. Don't punish her. Hermione squealed. Nothing's going to happen. I've got to take my lunch now, so Cassandra will tell you what happened, Dumbledore replied. Then he slipped into his quarters and Cassandra walked out with the other 3 girls. What happened? Lavender asked. Snape blew off, that weirdo. Dumbledore said that Snape will apologize to me. And then I can apologize to him. That's all. Parvati asked in amazement. That's all. I don't know what the big deal was anyway. Advice from the friendly, Cassandra. Don't ever say anything about Snape, unless it's behind his back. He can get awfully nasty, Hermione said. I can handle it. So, what do you want to do now? Cassandra asked. We have to eat lunch and then go to Transfiguration and Herbology. Come on, Hermione said impatiently. Oh, I've got the rest of the day off. I forget you didn't. I'll eat lunch with you and then take it easy back in common room. I'll do a makeover like you guys did and stuff. I'll have loads of fun. Cassandra exclaimed. No fair. You do something bad, but you get rewarded instead of punished, Lavender squealed. Well, they said it would help me cool down, so I'll be cooling down under cucumber eyes and a mud face, Cassandra replied, giggling. You are so lucky, Cassie. It isn't fair, Parvati exclaimed. I don't think so. I don't want to get behind on my studies, Hermione admitted. You never would, Hermione. That should be the least of your worries, honey, Lavender told her. Well, let's go eat lunch. Come with us, Cassie. We need to get some grub. I'm starved, Parvati said. As usual, Lavender remarked. My figure is pretty good, I think, Parvati defended herself. Better than good, Cassie said. They gossiped all the while to the great hall where they ate hearty lunches and reviewed commands for transfiguration. The sun was beating down on anyone standing outside as it approached noon. They gathered bags and purses and left for the transfiguration chambers. I'll see you guys later, okay? Cassie said to them cheerfully and skipped back to Gryffindor common room in a hurry. That girl is absolutely insane, Hermione commented. Don't lie. She's growing on all of us, even you, Hermione, Lavender said. Hermione rolled her eyes and opened the chamber door. She haughtily walked in and Lavender and Parvati followed her grinning. Class went by boringly, yet efficiently. The Gryffindor students got to have transfiguration all alone, and it was a moderately quiet afternoon lesson with Professor McGonagall. After Professor McGonagall had reviewed commands with them, they performed transfigurations. There were 3 of them. First was the extremely simple transfiguration of turning a matchbox into a snuff box. Then they were allowed to turn a beetle into a button, and then transfigurate the button back to a beetle. The first 2 were both reviews, but the third one was a bit more complicated. They had to turn a wooden piccolo into a small music box that played the tune, Happy Birthday. Ron performed everything perfectly, until he got to the music box which he accident. Tally gave the tune to the old Hogwarts song, and it was being sung to the funeral march. That was easy, Hermione said delicately to Harry as he turned the piccolo into half of a music box. Easy for you, but not for me. I wish we had defense class today, Harry said grumbling. Harry, you know that block classes are on Tuesdays for advanced defense against dark arts. It's just one more day, keep your hat on, great wizards. You know, there are classes more important than defense class, Hermione replied. Yeah, Quidditch, only kidding, Harry added as he saw Hermione's face turn into a frown. She smiled again. Very funny Harry Houdini, she said ruffling his messy hair. I'm Harry Potter, the wizard, not Harry Houdini, the magician, he replied laughing. I'll trust you on that one, B. Ood, I've never really hear of Harry Potter, only kidding, Hermione said, this time watching Harry's face look quizzical. They walked out of Transfiguration together and went to Herbology with Professor R. Sprouts and the Hufflepuff 7th years. It was all the usual, digging your fingers into dirt and getting them all dirty. Harry was actually happy that they got to go back to dorms because he was dying to get under a cool shower. They left Greenhouse 3 and took long and cold showers. When Hermione came out of the shower she had slipped on a white spaghetti strap and some blue jean shorts. Her hair was let loose and she had light makeup on. It was the first time that she had noticed Cassie on the bed with cucumbers over her eyes. Cassie, I completely forgot about you. How did you make out? Weren't you bored to death? Hermione asked in her rapid-fire English. Cassie took the cucumbers off her eyes and threw them in the trash. She stood up and walked towards Hermione. Boy, did I have a fun time. I took a long shower. Then I brushed my hair for ages on, scrubbed my face with lemon juice, and I just took off the cucumbers. My skin will be perfect soon. I also did something else, make sure no one else is in here. Cassie added. Okay. The door's closed, tell me, Hermione begged. I made a love potion. No way. Yes way. I mean, potions has always been my worst subject, but I think I pulled this off. Who are you trying to get to like you? Probably Harry. No way, Hermione. He's nice, and cute, and stuff, but I know you're gaga over him. It's only so obvious. I think he likes you too. Don't act crazy, Cassie. He'll never like me. Don't change the subject. So who's the guy? Draco Malfoy. Ew. Draco Malfoy. But why? I don't know. I think it will be funny. You're most crazy person I have ever met, Cassandra Nicole. Let's go to common room and distract your mind from your silly ideas. They both collapsed into a fit of giggles. It was the middle of the night and everyone had fallen asleep. Hermione's eyes strayed in the darkness. She was still wide awake, constantly thinking about the love potion Cassie had made. If only she took the potion instead of Cassandra. Then Harry would be lovingly looking at her and holding her, and kissing her again. All at once Hermione didn't know what she was doing. She got out of her bed and spread her hands around Cassandra's dresser in the darkness, attempting to find the love potion. "Where is it?" Hermione muttered to herself. Then she placed her long beautiful fingers around the neck of the bottle and opened it quietly. She looked around the room to make sure that no one was awake and spying on her evil deed. No one. Then she swallowed a bit. Not being able to help herself, she emptied the entire thing. "Now Harry will love me, for sure," she thought. Hermione's entire body was shaking and she left the lid off and let the bottle fall to the ground. That way she could say it was the wind who did it, and not her. She shivered and shook some more as she crawled into her warm bed. A chill ran down her back as she gazed to her clock. It was past 3 in the morning. "I'll never pass Advanced Defense Against Dark Arts if I stay up this late," she thought. She turned and tossed for the remainder of the night, managing to sleep for maybe an hour. She was in a deep sleep when Cassandra was looking over her and saying, "Hermione, Hermione, get up. You don't want to be late for Advanced Defense, now do you?" "What?" Hermione replied groggily. Then she jumped up. "I'm going to be late, oh no," she exclaimed. "What were you doing all night? You look like you didn't get much sleep." Cassandra asked gently. "I don't know. I didn't sleep until about 5 in the morning." "Oh no. Would you look at that? My pee. Ocean fell and spilled all over the ground. That can't be good. Oh well, Draco will just have to wait one more day to be my love slave." "Pity, pity," Cassandra said teasingly. Hermione shifted nervously, carrying all her weight to one foot. "You drank it, didn't you?" Cassandra asked, hiding a giggle. "I didn't mean to take it all. I just wanted a little bit, and then I had the whole of it." "I'm really sorry, I don't know what happened," Hermione replied shakily. "Well, of course you finished the whole of it. Any love potion urges you to take it. One sip, and you'll finish the whole thing. What am I going to do? Make the best of it, I guess. That's all you can do, really." Hermione dressed nicely with greater shivers. She wanted to look good if Harry was going to be under a stupid love potion. "What have I gotten myself into? Are you ready, Hermione?" Cassandra asked. "Yes. Let me get my purse and defense books and parchment," Hermione replied. She gathered her books and parchment and dumped it into her backpack. Then she grabbed her cute purse that Cassandra had given her from a store in the Americas called Bath and Body Works. It was in England, but Hermione had stocked up once greatly, and hadn't been back since. Her face was lightly done, same pale powder, clear mascara, some silvery bronze lipstick from Bath and Body Works, and today she was wearing a 3/4 sleeve plain white polo shirt with the buttons going down the front. It was very appealing to her. Then she was wearing a plaid mini skirt, white knee socks and black leather shoes that looked extremely cute on her. She approached Cassandra, who was wearing long earrings, a mini dress, thick black mascara, powder, and a frosty blue lip gloss that made her lips shine silver. She already had her robe on, but it wasn't tied. "Get your robe, and let's go," Cassandra urged. Hermione took her robe out of her cedar chest and put it on. Then she followed Cassandra and left the room. Hermione walked into the Great Hall for breakfast. She grabbed a slice of toast and sat down with Harry, Ron, Ginny, Seamus, Dean, Neville, Lavender, Cassandra, and Parvati. They all greeted each other, but Harry didn't say anything really to Hermione. Well, he did say, "You look nice today, Hermione." Then Ron said, "Yeah, Hermione. Your identity is completely changed. I don't think I've ever seen you in a skirt so short. You look good." Hermione turned a deep crimson suddenly. Then Draco came up to their table, not paying any attention to Cassandra. His face wasn't in the usual scowl, but he was looking straight at Hermione with his steely gray eyes. "Hermione," he said. Then nothing else. Hermione was surprised that he even spoke her name. She thought he only knew how to say mudblood and other insults, and had never heard him actually say Hermione. She looked up and then turned down. "Hermione, you look so beautiful today," Draco said. This time Hermione really looked up, shocked. "Leave us alone, Draco. We don't go over to the Slytherin table and bug you guys," Harry said angrily. "We'll let the beautiful Hermione decide if I should stay or leave." Draco replied angrily. Then he turned to face Hermione again and turned peaceful. "Should I, darling? Tell me if I should leave this place," he begged, gazing up at her from one knee. I don't know, Hermione stammered quizzically. Leave her alone, Draco, Harry said angrily, yet again. What do you know, Potter? You had so many chances with this young thing, and you never took them. It's your own fault you missed out on something as great as this, Draco insisted. Harry turned as red as Hermione in an instant and Ron stopped laughing. Tell me, darling, what you want. Should I leave? Draco asked again. It's okay. I'll leave, Hermione said confused. She threw the crusts from her bread into the trash and ran off. Cassandra quickly caught up with her. You drank the potion, and you had no idea what was in it. Hermione, I thought you were smarter. The potion is just like the polyjuice. You have to add a bit of whoever you want to like you into it. In this case, it was bubbling with Draco. So now Draco is in love with you. Cassandra exclaimed. What am I going to do, Cassie? Hermione asked. Well, he'll be like this for the rest of the day. You can't tell anybody about what happened, and you have to be nice to him, otherwise you can both get hurt. Someone under a potion like this doesn't get it, and if you push him away you can really hurt him emotionally, and he'll start doing crazy things. Just great, Hermione muttered. She walked off in anger. Hermione took Cassandra's advice up to potions again the next day. They were with Slytherin again. Draco was looking into space with his arm around Hermione. There was nothing she could do about it, not a single thing. She didn't want for Draco to get mad and do something crazy. Harry and Ron kept looking at Hermione. Most of the time Ron was laughing, but Harry was looking hurt. Hermione did all she could to restrain herself from pulling away from Draco and running to Harry. But then she remembered how she had felt when Harry and Cho were lovebirds in heaven. We all must hurt at times. Harry will live, she thought. Snape walked into the room looking sullen, as usual. He was pacing the room throughout the class and spitting out notes at them. Then he notices that Draco wasn't paying much attention. Draco, what are you doing? He bellowed. Writing. What are you writing? A love poem. And I don't suppose you would care to read this love poem to the entire class. Snape asked, sneering. Okay. Draco said, standing up and clearing his throat. Hermione, oh Hermione. You are so unboring. I love looking at you. That is all I can do. Snickers arose from the Gryffindor side of the classroom. Is that what he calls poetry? Harry whispered to Ron before Snape could catch them. Really, Mr. Malfoy? I expected that you were better than the rest of this class. Instead, you're a blithering idiot. Snape pulled him out of the room and Hermione sunk into her chair as Draco left blowing kisses her way. It's probably about the Quidditch game tonight, when we play Slytherin. That's why he's doing this. I can't believe that he would stoop so low. Harry said angrily. It was night and Harry was putting on his scarlet and gold Quidditch robes with Cassandra and the rest of the Quidditch team. He saw Draco running up the Gryffindor team quarters. What are you doing in here? You're not allowed to be in here. Harry said angrily. Where is Hermione? Where is my love? Draco asked in horror. Not in here. She doesn't play Quidditch, you idiot, Harry replied, shouting. I haven't seen her since potions. My love has been hidden. You are hiding her from me. How dare you? Draco yelled. Then Hermione walked through the doors. Her timing was horrible. Harry rolled his eyes. Hey guys, I brought you some milk and cookies before the game starts. Let's beat Slytherin today, Hermione said. Then she glanced at Draco. See, you have been hiding her from me. How dare you? Draco yelled. We have not been hiding her. I didn't even know where she was until now. Harry replied, completely annoyed. Draco ran to Hermione. He kissed her madly on the lips. Well, you're here with me now. Will you watch the game tonight? Draco asked. Well, yes, I supposed I will, Hermione said. You will. You must. You must watch me beat the foolhardy Gryffindor team, Draco said. Okay, Hermione replied, unsure of what to say. I think I'll go get a good seat now. Hermione said, edging to the back of the room. She turned the knob and ran away. Lee Jordan's brother was doing commentary. His name was Kenneth Jordan, and he was a third-year student. The night was dark, but all the spirits were up. Everyone in the crowd was tense and excited. The game proceeded normally. It was Cassandra's time to shine. She floated in the air patiently when she saw the 3 Slytherin chasers coming at her at once. She flew around and blocked the quaffle from entering. Awesome, Cassie! Harry shouted. Cassandra grinned and flew a bit lower and threw the quaffle back out to tea. He fielded and let one of the Gryffindor chasers pick it up and shoot. No points had been scored. Then all at once Harry and Draco both spotted the gold snitch. They raced faster than the speed of light. Harry urged his firebolt to go faster. The time was running out. It was either for the Slytherin or the Gryffindor. Draco was inching closer. Then Harry was. And then suddenly, Harry grabbed the snitch with his fingers and fell to the ground happily. Hermione jumped up and ran out to the field. She put her arms around Harry. Harry cradled her. "Congratulations, Mr. Houdini. How does it feel to beat the Slytherin?" Hermione asked, giggling in the darkness. "I don't know. You'll have to ask Mr. Potter. He's the star, you know," Harry replied in a low voice. Hermione saw out of the corner of her eye that Draco was sitting on a bench looking depressed. "I'll be back, Harry," she whispered softly and walked to Draco. "You did awesome, Draco. It was so close. Well, why don't you eat the rest of these cookies and go to bed? We'll do something tomorrow." "Okay," Draco said quietly and then left the stadium. Hermione thought happily to herself that everything would be back to normal by tomorrow. Owen wouldn't have to do anything with Draco, though she pitied him for that small moment. She ran back to Harry and he threw his arms out as she fit into them. Then the Gryffindor group walked arm in arm all the way back to the fat lady's portrait. Hermione felt as light as a feather, and she was in Harry's arms. The Quidditch game was now days ago. Gryffindor played Ravenclaw and beat them just barely. Yet it was Harry that caught the snitch right before Cho Chang could spot it amongst the rain. It had been storming the night of the Quidditch game. So now they had to play Hufflepuff. Why? All the Gryffindors thought they could easily beat. Now that Cedric Diggory was gone, there was hardly any competition from Hufflepuff. It was a peaceful Saturday as time was drawing closer to Christmas, and everyone was getting excited about who was getting what, and who would get a new owl or perhaps even a good wizard chess set. All the first years would sit around and play gobstones, like the children they were. "Remember when we used to be first years?" Hermione asked Harry one day. "Yeah," Harry replied weakly, laughing. Although Christmas was coming, there was one bad thing. Exams for the semester's ending were coming up too. Hermione finished the Book of Warlock Conventions and insisted that almost every minute of her free time went devoted to studying all the mood charms, and memorizing everything in 1,000 magical herbs and fungi. Ron would study as much as he could, which was not very much. Then he would run around the fields and count the weekdays till the weekends, when all the 7th-year Gryffindors would travel off to Hogsmeade for the whole of Saturday. So now it was Saturday. Hermione slipped on a plain light pink t-shirt and a pink 3/4 skirt. She tied her hair into one quick and doable French braid. Then she applied light lip gloss, the usual, and secured her cloak tightly. Cassandra tied her hair back with clips and put on a long black skirt and a matching woolen black polo sweater shirt. She had her cloak loose around her neck and flying behind her as she ran to catch the train that would take the group straight to Hogsmeade. "Hurry up, Cassandra," Hermione called as the train gates were closing. Cassandra flew in and closed the compartment door shut. Then she took of her cloak and pushed up her sleeves. "It's ridiculously hot in here," she muttered. "Well, I chose logic. Wear light clothes under, and you don't have to worry," Hermione teased. "Almost all wizards are horrible with logic." "Count me in with them," Cassandra replied helplessly. "Oh Cassie. You will never learn. You're just as bad as Ron, if not worse," Hermione insisted. Harry scooped her up and she squealed to be put down. "What are you saying about my best friend Ronald Weasley?" he asked. "That he's as sweet as you are. Now put me down," Hermione exclaimed, giggling. "I think she's lying," Harry exclaimed back at her. Cassandra and Ron began to laugh instantly. "What's going on?" Seamus Finnegan asked with his arms wrapped around Ginny, who snuck in, as usual. Ron stopped laughing at once. "Nothing," he retorted shortly. Ron couldn't help but be an overprotective brother. Once again, he was going on and on about how Seamus was too old for Ginny, and would only be taking advantage of her. Hermione, Harry, and now of course Cassandra would always go about him, telling him that 1 year would hardly make much of a difference. "You used to like Madame Rosmerta at the Three Broomsticks," Hermione pointed out. "Well, that's different. She was a lot older. And it only went on in my dreams," Ron defended. "What went on in your dreams?" Harry asked teasingly. "Oh, you know what I mean. Ginny is just too young for Seamus. I can't believe she's being so ridiculous. Ron exclaimed with fury. I think it's cute, Hermione insisted. Now you're being ridiculous, Ron told her. Calm down Ron, Cassandra intervened. Yeah you guys. We're here to have fun. Besides, I can't find Trevor. Neville said unamused. He was once again looking for his toad, Trevor. Why don't you ditch that thing? Ron asked, his mind now shifting from his sister to Neville's countless problems. Well, my relatives gave it to me, and I couldn't just throw it away. That wouldn't be good, I don't think. Well, I'm not so sure, Neville went on mumbling. I remember the first time I heard about that dumb toad. You came waltzing in with Neville and bugging us, Ron said to Hermione. What is this? Flashback Central. I remember when, is all that's going on, Hermione replied. I like remembering the good old carefree days, Harry admitted. Who doesn't? Cassandra asked. She was having fun listening to all their stories. I guess you're right, Hermione said. Remember the basilisk in our second year? I was so excited when I found out that it was the basilisk that was traveling through the pipes. It all fit in, which was why you could hear what it was saying. I was extremely thrilled. And then I got petrified after all that, Hermione continued. But you're all better now, Ron said. Great wizards. Of course I'm better, Hermione replied haughtily. They rode the rest of the way quickly and got dropped off at the great entrance of Hogsmeade. All at once Harry and Ron made a dash for Honeydukes. Cassandra insisted on running off with them, and Hermione could do nothing but follow. They stayed in Honeydukes for what seemed like ages. Ron and Harry stocked up on chocolate frogs. Cassandra and Hermione decided to sample the every flavor beans. How weird. I've never had any of these things. Cassandra exclaimed, biting into a raspberry-flavored bean. You haven't? Ron exclaimed. No, they didn't have these things back at my old school, I guess, Cassandra replied. I could stay here for ages, Harry groaned. Well, you better let your ages hurry up, because I want to show Cassandra around to the three broomsticks. It's a pity Draco couldn't come, or else he'd show you around. Well, I don't want him to come, but I know how you guys feel for each other, Hermione said hesitantly. Then Hermione and Cassandra shifted off to a corner of Honeydukes. Well, we're not love birds completely yet, like you and Harry, Cassandra told Hermione under her breath. Oh, stop. There isn't anything between us, and there never will be. He doesn't like me. Not true. And how would you know? Hermione asked Cassandra with her hands on her hips. I was eavesdropping on Ron and Harry one day and Harry was telling Ron all these things about you. What kind of things? Good things. Well, does he like me? Yep, Cassandra said with a grin creeping out of her mouth. Why doesn't he tell me that then? Hermione asked frustrated. Why don't you tell him you like him? Cassandra shot back. I can't. He can't. You're siding with him, aren't you? Hermione asked. I'm not siding with anyone. I'm just facing the facts, Cassandra replied. Why'd you tell me anyway? If you're not going to side with me, Hermione said pouting. I'm not siding with anyone. I already said that, Cassandra told her. Obviously, there would be no more talking about that subject. Hermione turned to Harry and Ron and scolded them. You guys. We need to get back and I still want to go to the three broomsticks, she said. Okay, Harry and Ron mumbled. Why all paid for their sweets and then left. The three broomsticks was filling up with warlocks and witches. Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Cassandra got a table in one of the corners. They drank warm butte. Our beer and their insides became heated at once. After paying Madame Rosmerta, the group left and headed back for the train. Cassandra jumped in last and heaved the compartment door closed. They rode back in silence, all tired. Hermione couldn't look Harry in the eye. Honestly. He's the biggest coward. They climbed off the train and went back to the Gryffindor common room to goof around for a little bit. And then go to the Great Hall for dinner. They ate very little, all slightly ill on their pig out of junk food from Honeydukes. Harry was looking at Hermione, but Hermione didn't bother to glance back. He rolled his eyes, wondering what the matter was, and then they all went back to sleep. Sunday was boring. They didn't do much and Hermione stayed up in her bed and studied for finals. On Monday, Potions class was first, and they would be taking practice finals that would count 1/5 of their midterm. Hermione got ready calmly. She didn't seem to be fighting with Harry, but nobody could really tell. as they were ignoring each other. Harry was spending time with Lavender, who all in all preferred Harry 10 times to Neville, and Hermione was staying up in the 7th-year girl quarters. She lifted the earrings that used to be her grandmother's from her dresser and pinned them to her ears. Then she put on a yellow full-sleeved shirt with tiny pockets above the elbows, and a pair of short white overalls. She grabbed a bright yellow robe that she normally detested for the attention it would attract, and left it loose and untied. Then she slipped on a pair of see-through beach sandals. She grabbed one of her many purses. This one was yellow and clear like her shoes. Then she grabbed her backpack, and started listening to her portable CD player, that a cousin had given her. She was humming the tune of, "I Wanna Be With You," by Mandy Moore as she walked into the Great Hall for breakfast. She grabbed the usual slice of toast, ate it quickly, and popped a piece of gum into her mouth and began to chew it. Then the bell rang loudly and she walked off for the biggest potions dungeon in the whole school. The Hogwarts 7th-year students mostly took all their potions classes in this one. She wanted to get into class before everyone else so she could review the draft of Living Death potion once again in peace and quiet. Just as the bell rang, Ron and Harry came walking in. Snape wasn't in the room yet, and the class was going wild. Harry swung his arms around Hermione's shoulders. She irritatedly shook the off. "Oh Harry, I've got some work to do." "Are you okay, Hermione? Are you sure you aren't mad at me?" he asked. "Of course not, Harry. I've just got to study for this test," Hermione said, being relieved of her anger as Harry's eyes looked straight into hers. "Oh yeah, I guess the test sort of slipped my mind. Mind if I borrow your notes?" Harry asked softly, kissing Hermione's forehead. "You're already looking at them," Hermione replied gently as Harry's lips found hers. They released each other, only just in time. Snape came bustling into the room, and he wasn't in a very good mood. "My last class of idiotic first years blew up the first cell. Not one of you had better have anything to say. Well, if it isn't famous Potter. Get to your seat at once. 20 points from Gryffindor. You should know better than to be reading notes, last minute." Snape barked across the room at Harry. Harry's mouth fell, but he knew better than to argue. He went to his own seat and collapsed. Draco Malfoy snickered, but Cassandra put her hand over his and he was magically silenced. "How do you do that?" Hermione asked, whispering softly to her. "I'm just me. That's all I can say," Cassandra replied gingerly. "I hope I didn't fail," Ron exclaimed as they walked out of the dungeon. "Well Ron, I hope this teaches you a lesson. Start studying before the day of the exam," Hermione replied. "I don't need any lectures. It wouldn't have helped. I hate this stuff. I want to drop potions," Ron shouted. "You can't now. Just cheer up Ron. I hate potions too," Cassandra replied. "Too true," Harry replied glumly. "Who doesn't? Anyway, the main thing is that we get our grades back in 2 days, and I want to do good." Hermione replied. "You'll do good. Don't worry about that," Ron replied bitterly. "Well, I've got to run now. Draco probably wants to drool all over me," Cassandra said giggling. Then she ran off. "I'm going to Parvati and breaking up with her. She's getting old," Ron said. Then he left too. Parvati and Lavender were now running into Cho's little clique. Especially since they saw Harry and Hermione together. It was almost as if they formed some sort of Harry Potter fan club. Ron wasn't interested in Parvati anymore. He would be contented to himself for a while. Suddenly Harry and Hermione found themselves to be alone, together, in the middle of the hallway. "Harry, what's wrong? You look like you haven't slept in ages," Hermione whispered in the silent hall. "Dumbledore's been keeping me up. Lupin's come back as well. They keep talking to me about dark arts and stuff," Harry replied softly. He rubbed his forehead. Why do you need to be talking about dark arts?" Hermione asked, frightened. "Well, Dumbledore and Lupin think something. I can't talk about it, not yet anyway," Harry replied, annoyed at the two respected elders. "Well, when you can. Do tell, will you?" Hermione asked quizzically. "I will. I hope that I can tell," Harry said mystically. Then he walked away silently, leaving Hermione mixed up in her feelings. Hermione stood for a while. Then she walked back up to the Gryffindor common room in confusion. "So, why is Harry hiding everything from me?" she wondered. Cassandra crawled through the portrait of the fat lady. And she walked into the common room and found a seat next to Hermione near the fireplace. What's up? Cassandra asked. Nothing. Which also stands for, a whole bunch, but I'm not about to tell you. Cassandra told her with a grin. Right, so, Hermione said, trying to change the topic. I get the point. Well, what do you want to do now? Cassandra asked. We just finished our potions mock exam. So I guess we could play some wizard chess, Hermione offered. Wizard chess? What the muggle is that? Cassandra replied with her eyebrows arching up. It's just like muggle chess. Except that the pieces move by themselves, and have actual lives and stuff. It's real simple. Don't you know how to play chess? Hermione asked her, waving a hand out. Of course I do. It should be simple, shouldn't it? Come on, let's play. Get a board, Cassandra said. Ron let Cassandra borrow his chess pieces and Hermione used her own. She took out her board and laid it out on one of the tables in the common room. Okay Cassandra, you can make the first move if you want. Of course, you have to, you're white, Hermione explained. Of course. Now, I'm moving my pawn to e4. Your turn, Cassandra replied sweetly. Wow, that's a good move. I didn't think you were good, Hermione said. No offense, she added quickly. None taken. Hermione, there are a lot of things you don't know about me. Cassandra replied mystically. Like what? Hermione challenged. I'll tell you when the time comes, darling, Cassandra told her mischievously. Right, whatever. Come on, let's play. Hermione said, determined to win. But she lost. What? Hermione cried. But how? It's very simple. Once you get your own king blocked into a position, such as this, there is no possible way for you to remove it. And I can easily block you into a quick checkmate. Now, if you had freed your pawns out from that area, you could have possibly had a few more moves before I said checkmate, do you understand? Cassandra asked eagerly. Forget I asked, Hermione said. Dean Thomas walked up and said in disbelief, Hermione, ask someone something, and then tell him or her to forget about it. This is a first. Oh Dean, don't make a scene, Hermione muttered. Right, that rhymes. Well, see you guys around, Dean replied laughing. Right, see you, Hermione said weakly. Bye Dean, Cassandra exclaimed. Dean shook his head laughing as he walked away. Well, you played good Cassie. I'm going to go take a walk. Don't mind me, Hermione said, drifting off. She got out of the Gryffindor dorms and walked out into the open hallways. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Lavender and Parvati. Where's Harry? Lavender asked in a very snotty voice. I wouldn't know, Hermione replied. Really? At the Quidditch match, and other places. You seem to be extremely friendly with him. Now you don't know where he is. Parvati asked in a mock-shocked voice. We're just friends. I'm sorry if you have a problem with that, Hermione replied shortly. She walked past them hurriedly and pushed her hair behind her face elegantly. She continued walking around the school. She almost circled it once. Then she saw Professor McGonagall coming up to her with lines of worry covering her face. What's wrong, Professor? Hermione asked, terrified. My dear Hermione, have you seen Harry? The thin professor asked her quickly. Well, I did a couple of hours ago, Hermione replied. Why does everything revolve around Harry? She wondered. Would you know where he went by chance? Professor McGonagall asked. No, he just left in a hurry, Hermione replied. Has Harry mentioned anything ever to you? He said stuff to me. What do you mean by anything? Hermione asked. I'm just worried about what Harry is doing. Professor McGonagall replied secretively. Well, I don't think I was much help, Hermione said, rolling her eyes. Don't you worry. It's for your safety. It's not anything important, Professor McGonagall replied, smiling feebly. Then she patted Hermione quietly on the head and walked off. What is going on? Everyone is acting like there is some huge secret. Why aren't people letting me in on whatever is going on? This is making me so mad. Then Hermione bumped into Harry. Harry laughed and put his arms around Hermione's waist. Hermione pulled away instantly. What's the matter? Harry asked, confused. Nothing, absolutely nothing. I don't know why everyone is simply drooling all over you. Professor McGonagall is looking for you. Parvati and Lavender are mad at me because you spend time with me. Now that I'm not all over you too. You're asking me what the matter is. Well, here's the real deal. Something's going on around here and nobody's telling me what's up. That's what the matter is. Hermione exclaimed furiously. Harry waved one hand aside and a crazed look crossed his face. What did McGonagall tell you? He suddenly asked. Nothing. Only that she was looking for you. Then she asked me if you told me anything. She also said something about my safety. So, tell me Prince Potter, what is going on? Hermione screeched. A bit louder, Hermione. Harry snapped shortly. Hermione drew back. Harry never spoke in any tone other than the sweet one he always used when he was talking to her. Then he snapped. Okay, fine. I'm sorry, Hermione replied shortly. She wasn't about to give up. Quote, let's go up to one of the astronomy towers, quickly. I guess it's time we talked, Harry admitted. Hermione looked baffled, but she ran after Harry as he quickly climbed the stairs to one of the astronomy towers. She was out of breath as they reached the top. Harry was looking very peaceful. He took a telescope and looked at the moonlight through it. He placed the telescope back onto the stand and back on the dusty old table. Dumbledore and Lupin have been talking to me about dark arts, Harry began. Hermione didn't dare interrupt. She knew he was about to say something serious. Dumbledore been hearing about a lot of different things lately, concerning Voldemort, don't flinch, and dark arts. So, he went through a lot of trouble to find a dark arts newspaper or any type of information on it. So, he finally. Harry couldn't finish as Ron suddenly burst through the door. Harry, Hermione, I was looking for you guys. Cassandra's pretty worried too. We didn't know where you guys went. You had gone off for ages. Dinner finished and you still never showed up. Ron exclaimed horrified. Hermione swore under her breath, something she would never ever do, and then looked up at Ron. Is it that late already? Harry asked. I couldn't notice, Hermione added sweetly. Well, come on down. We've got a stash of Honeyduke stuff back at Gryffindor. You can eat something then, Ron offered. They walked down and through many doors. Finally they were back in Gryffindor common room. Hermione snuck into Harry's bedroom and began to eat some of the sweets with him on his bed. Ron left to play wizard chess with Cassandra. I can't tell you anything today, Harry whispered as he put his arms around Hermione. Why not? Hermione asked looking at him. It's not safe. I'll talk to you later, but I can't say anything now. Please tell me you understand how difficult this is for me. They told me not to tell you anything. They told me not to do anything with you. How can I be perfect messy-haired Harry Potter in a time like this? It won't work. I'll tell you when the time is right. I'm sorry Hermione, Harry replied softly behind her ear. He looked at her suddenly with begging green eyes. They looked so innocent and helpless that Hermione melted in his arms instantly. You don't have to be sorry. Just hold me for now, Hermione replied. So he never let her go. Tilda*. I heard you had a late night talk with Harry. What did he tell you? McGonagall asked Hermione sharply. It was after classes on Wednesday, and Professor McGonagall had called Hermione to her office. Now Hermione was sitting in a cold chair. The window was open. It was blowing wind through Hermione's hair. She sat up straight and replied to Professor McGonagall. Nothing. He didn't get a chance, really, Hermione replied cautiously. Well Hermione, I do think it's time that you know. You see, Harry was the only wizard to ever stop, almost defeat, the Dark Lord. I know that already. And don't say Dark Lord. Just say Voldemort. It doesn't matter anymore, Hermione said strongly. All right, Voldemort. Well, Voldemort is regaining strength now, and it's been heard of, that in Romania and northern England, many wizards have been killed. They all die with Voldemort's lightning scar. You could say that's his symbol. Professor McGonagall paused for a breath. What does this have to do with Harry though? Hermione asked. Well, Voldemort knows himself, that he will never be what he once was. And either, he kills Harry and gets all his power back, or he has another choice. What's the other choice? Hermione asked flatly. Harry has to go join Voldemort, the professor said quietly. What? Hermione exclaimed. She gasped loudly. Professor McGonagall looked towards the ground. Yes, we couldn't tell anyone. It's much too risky. Having everyone find out. It does seem that our best students always turn evil, Professor McGonagall said with a bitter laugh. She stood up, began pacing the room, and looked Hermione straight in the eye for a long time. This is where you come in. I must ask that you spend no more time with Harry, McGonagall said with forceful eyes, but a broken heart. What? Why though? Hermione cried out. We will try to keep Harry alive. Most likely he will turn into a dark arts wizard. But, if he has the smallest chance of using dark arts to conquer Voldemort, then he might survive. You see, Harry learns dark arts stuff now. I must show you something, Professor McGonagall said. She pulled out a piece of parchment from her bag and laid it on her table. Hermione read it to herself. The Netherworld. Now our Lord Voldemort is regaining strength. He has conquered many in Romania and England. It is known that he is killing dark wizards, mostly, to get their power. Once he has gained enough power, we know he will strike the Potter boy. Then, once again, Voldemort will triumph over our world. Life will be good again, as it once was. Now we must simply sit and wait. Written by Goris Galdo. But this is a dark arts newspaper. Hermione exclaimed in shock. Yes, it is. The headmaster had to go to great lengths to find one. He finally got hold of one. Now we know for sure that this is Voldemort's, I dare say, eventual plan. He was once such a nice boy, and now he has turned evil. The most evil person in the world. Now Harry has 3 choices. The first one is for Voldemort to kill him, and then take over the rest of the world. Or, he can join Voldemort as they kill the world together. The last choice is very confusing. He will either kill Voldemort and survive. This will bring the world to good again. Otherwise, he will kill Voldemort and die. The last choice is the one we're all hoping for, McGonagall said. What? You're using Harry. Don't you see? Either have both of them killed or Harry killed or join Voldemort. What type of a choice is that? Great wizards. Hermione muttered. I shouldn't have involved you. You wouldn't understand, I knew it, Professor McGonagall mumbled. Hermione stood up and the professor instantly sat down. No, I want to know. I will understand. Just tell me the rest of whatever you have to tell me, Hermione shouted. Voldemort eventually killed many of his friends. Hermione, when one practices dark arts, nothing else much appeals to him. Soon he cares of nothing but taking over the world. That's what will happen to Harry. But Harry doesn't practice dark arts. He will, Hermione. He has started already. Why? Albus and Remus have been helping him. Helping him to do what? Take over the world or die trying. That's not it, Hermione. He's the only one powerful enough to destroy Voldemort. Then why does he have to use dark arts? That's awful. Dark arts is simply another form of the art of wizardry. It is stronger. And it eats up your soul. Can't Harry use his advanced defense lessons to conquer Voldemort? Well, he could possibly, but it probably wouldn't be powerful enough. Possibly, probably. You're not even sure about this whole ordeal, Hermione muttered. This whole ordeal is very hard on everyone. I didn't think you would understand. Okay, fine, I understand. So, why can't I spend time with Harry? Hermione asked, bewildered. Harry could put you in danger. The prophecy states that any Dark Lord can kill the ones they love. He doesn't love me. We're only friends, Hermione exclaimed. Well, he could even hurt Ron, if that's the case. Love is love in more than one way. You wouldn't know, Hermione. Know what? I used to go to school with Harry's father, James. You did, but you never told me. I know. In our 3rd year, Dumbledore told me that James was a powerful wizard. That he would become a dark wizard and die one day. He said that if I went along with him, then I would die too. He told me that it would never suit for us to have a life together. I never spoke to him after that. You never spoke to him. That's crazy. But, James Potter was never a dark wizard. Unless there's something you haven't told me. True. James never was a dark wizard. But, if I had married him, Harry would have been a dark wizard from the start, a horrible person. You know who I was like when I was your age. Me, of course, Hermione replied, attempting a feeble smile. Yes. James was a powerful wizard, a good one, but a powerful one. I was top of my classes. Intelligent, and all the teachers favored me. If we would have had a child, it would have been smart, daring, intelligent, powerful, and it would one day rule the world. So you and Harry can never have a life together. We're only friends. We're not having children, Hermione replied harshly. You may think that, but I know for a fact that Harry had other plans in mind. He never told me though. You think he would? Dumbledore's been ratting his brain about all this stuff since the 5th year. I'm shocked. But the prophecy's been wrong once. It could be wrong again, couldn't it? Hermione asked. There is a very slim possibility. Well, Dumbledore needs to see me now. You better get off to the Gryffindor common room, or people will start asking questions." Hermione bowed and then left. She walked slowly and bumped into Harry. She attempted to laugh. Harry looked awful. "What happened to you?" Hermione asked. "What did McGonagall tell you?" Harry asked, ignoring her question. "Everything, well, I think everything." "Did she tell you about the prophecy?" "Did she tell you everything about me?" Harry asked. "I think she told me everything she knew," Hermione replied gently. "What did they want from me? First they turned me into a dark wizard. Now they're not going to let you live in peace. Well, I'll tell you, before they tell you anything else, I want to be with you for the rest of my life. I want to have a good normal wizard life, as normal as they get. I love you, Hermione." "There, I said it," Harry exclaimed, gasping for air. He fell into Hermione's arms and she smelt his cinnamon soft breath. He kissed her forehead. "Forget about the prophecy. It's been wrong once. It can be wrong again, can't it, Harry?" Hermione begged. "I don't know. You can't ask me that. They told me what would happen if I was with you. I can't let you take that risk. I love you too much." Harry exclaimed. "If you love me as much as you say you do, then you'd obey my wishes, wouldn't you? I want you to hold me. And forget about the prophecy. Who cares? It won't stand in our way, will it? I won't let it. I absolutely won't let it. No way. I'm standing up for my rights now. I won't be a little study girl. Wherever you go, Harry, I'll be with you every step of the way. And you can't make me change my mind," Hermione exclaimed. "Then say the words, Hermione," Harry said, lifting his face up. "I love you, Harry." "There, I said it too. Now we both know. Now we aren't cowards anymore. No, we'll tell each other everything from now on. We won't keep anything away. It'll hurt us both, if we do. I'm scared, Harry. I'm absolutely frightened. I don't know what we'll have to do, but either way, we're going to get through this. I'm positive we will. I know you can do it." "Hermione, I don't know if I can really do it. Everyone expects me to, but I'm not even an adult. Everyone gives me orders, and lets me learn how to become Voldemort Jr., but I don't get to choose. I hate Dumbledore and Lupin for doing this to me." "Not Lupin. He's only doing it for your own good." "All right. You're right. Lupin was my father's friend, one of his closest. And Lupin told me that he didn't want to do this, but Dumbledore was forcing him. Can you believe it though? After all we've been through with Dumbledore. He just changes completely. He's old and a fool now. I don't like him any more than you do, Harry. But do you think it's right for you to say stuff about him like that? Do you think it's right for me to become a dark wizard? Do you think it's right for them to keep you away from me? They don't even know what right or wrong is, and neither do I. Dumbledore only wants to save his sorry self from Voldemort. He doesn't even care about anything anymore. He should die now because he's too old to run the school. McGonagall's gone crazy too. You can see it in her eyes. She was my favorite teacher. It's come to this now, hasn't it? Snape's quiet now. He doesn't hate me as much as he normally does. He doesn't say Potter and Weasel. He's gone crazy too. The whole school has. All the students are too blind to see anything. They're crazy. Even Ron. They're all crazy. And we're the only ones that aren't going to be allowed to do what we want. And that will make me crazy. I'm going crazy. Vinvandicious. Harry shouted the last words and pointed his wand to a glass window. It broke into millions of tiny pieces. See what dark arts have made me. I'm becoming a raging monster like Voldemort. It's making me scared too. You'll see. This is only the beginning. I am Voldemort. I've been Voldemort ever since he got some of his blood and soul into me. Ever since I became famous. Ever since I was the boy who lived. I'm absolutely insane, and I don't know how I can indulge it. I'm crazy. I'm absolutely mad. They want me to go find Voldemort and fight him. I don't even know where Voldemort is. I'm mad. I haven't said it enough times. It will never be enough. I've gone crazy. I'll be crazy forever. Or at least until Dumbledore is removed from his post. So there isn't anything we can do now. We'll have to put a smile on our faces and go to Gryffindor common room and pretend like nothing happened or will happen. That's what I've been doing for a long time now. 3 years, okay. It's been a long time. I can handle it. Well, everyone expects me to handle it. Isn't that the way it is? Everyone expects me to be able to do anything. The only reason I lived was because my mother died for me. There isn't anything special about me anymore. Don't say that, Harry. You're special. You pulled Godric Gryffindor's sword out of the hat. You are truly an amazing person. You're Quidditch captain, the youngest seeker to play in 100 years. You're amazing, Hermione said. Harry turned a deep crimson and smiled. Let's go back to Gryffindor common room. Those words just made me feel a whole lot better, Harry said. He grabbed Hermione's hand and walked into the common room. Y'all are always missing, Cassandra said looking up. Doing anything, she added grinning. Cassandra Nicole Taylor. We're not like you and Draco, really now, Hermione replied putting her hands to her hips and calling Cassandra by her long name. Cassandra stood up from her cushioned chair and said, well, fine then, be that way, sniff, sniff, just kidding. Come on, sit down. Grab some chocolate frogs. Sit by the fire. We'll all talk. I know we haven't done that in a long time, Cassandra said laughing. How could Hermione refuse? She grabbed many pillows, piled them up in a corner and Harry and she sat in the corner. Cassandra moved her chair over. Ron came over too. It was their special little group. Aside from them, Dean, Seamus, Ginny, and Neville would sometimes join them, but it was best when those four were all to themselves. Harry leaned back and sat his legs out in front of him. Hermione tucked her knees towards her and laid on Harry's shoulder. Cassandra and Ron jumped off their chairs. Grabbed some pillows too and sat on the warm ground. Are you okay, Ron? I mean, about you and Parvati breaking up and stuff. Hermione asked softly. Yeah, I'm happy. She gets awfully annoying sometimes, Ron admitted. You and Cassandra would make a good couple, Harry said laughing. I love Ron. He's the sweetest, but I have too much fun torturing Draco, Cassandra said sweetly. She wrapped her arms around Ron and gave him a tight hug. We're the most awesome friends though, she added with a huge smile. I guess we're all we've got now, Hermione admitted. I mean, Lavender and Parvati hate us both. Me for being with Harry. You for smooching Draco 24/7. I guess it's okay though. I don't care what they think anymore, Hermione added. I never did care what they thought. Why should we? They're idiots. Forget about them, Cassandra exclaimed with a wave from her hand. That's hilarious because you were so nice and sweet to them in the beginning, Hermione pointed out laughing. Yeah, I know. But they were dunderbells, as Snape says, Cassandra replied. They all burst into laughter. What was the real reason you came to Hogwarts, Cassandra? Hermione suddenly asked. Well, it's a bit embarrassing. But the school couldn't really take any more of me. I accidentally blew up 3 or 4 of the potions dungeons. I told you I've always hated potions. Then, one day, I got really mad and blew up one of the girls' restrooms. I think that was the last straw. So, McGonagall was happy to take me. She couldn't stand not having exactly 280 students at her school. You know McGonagall. She insists on everything being perfect, Cassandra explained. Harry and Hermione exchanged looks. Well, I'm glad you got, well basically, kicked out of your old school. It's fun having you here, Ron said. Yep, Hermione chirped up. You know what? Harry instantly asked. What? The other three asked, replying to Harry's perked-up voice. Why don't we sneak out to Hogsmeade now? Just go to the 3 broomsticks for some butterbeer and stuff. I sure could use it, and I know Cassandra's bursting to break some rules, Harry said. Too true, Cassandra remarked. Yeah, I love butterbeer, Ron exclaimed. Ron, you idiot. Oh fine, I'll go get my cloak. That was Hermione. We'll give you some time. Ron and I need to freshen up too. Wear something besides those jeans. Meet you back down here in half an hour, Harry said. Then he ran up to his room. What is Harry up to? Hermione wondered, shaking her head. Well, if they're freshening up, then I'm putting on my new skirt. Cassandra exclaimed happily. Hermione rolled her eyes and followed Cassandra into the room that they shared. Cassandra put on a light pink skirt with prints on the bottom. It went down to her knees. She put a full-sleeved plain white shirt on the top and a pink bandana with the same prints in her hair, which she let loose for the most part. Then she grabbed a pink jeweled necklace and some clogs. You look good, Hermione said. Still in her jeans. I know I do. Now you need to get dressed. Why don't you borrow something from me? How about a tube top? Cassandra dared Hermione. No way. I'll settle for something a bit more subtle. But if you insist, I will borrow something, Hermione added smiling. I do insist. Come on. Oh wait, one of my favorite tracks is on this CD, The Real Slim Shady. Cassandra exclaimed, turning the volume up. Slim Shady? As in Eminem? Hermione asked, bewildered. Sure. He's pretty, in the USA. Don't you listen to him? Cassandra asked. I guess, sometimes, well, not that much really. Hermione admitted. Well, you should. He's a pretty okay singer, I guess. I listen to almost everything. Have you heard of Faith Hill? I love that song. What is it called? Breathe. That's one awesome song. Cassandra said. That's cool and all, but we're a bit off track here. We were deciding what I was going to wear, Hermione reminded Cassandra with another roll of her pretty brown eyes. Right. Okay. I've got a blue skirt just like this pink one, only it's blue. Do you want to wear it? Cassandra offered. Sure. I've got a white shirt just like that. Let me get it out, Hermione said. So she got a blue jeweled necklace out, her white shirt, and clogs identical to Cassandra's. She brushed her hair back and put blue clips in it. You look perfect. Cassandra squealed. Thanks, I think. Hermione replied. They ran back into the common room where Ron and Harry were already standing. Hey Harry. How are you? What are you doing now? Parvati said, batting her eyes. I'm going somewhere with Hermione, Cassandra, and Ron, he replied shortly. Then Hermione and Cassandra came into view. Oh, well, I guess I'll be, talking to Dean now. I think he's absolutely crazy about me. Hee hee. Well, au revoir Harry, Parvati said with a toss of her hair. Cassandra rolled her eyes. What's up with her? I think he's absolutely crazy about me. Hee hee. Well, au revoir Harry, Cassandra mocked. Ron laughed. I know. She totally ignored me. Oh well, it's not like I care, he said. Let's go, Harry said. They climbed aboard the train to Hogsmeade after walking nearly half a mile of the Hogwarts campus. We can't stay out too late. It's a school night, Hermione said, reminding them all. Who cares? Friends first. School last. Cassandra exclaimed. The train stopped at the entrance of Hogsmeade, as usual. They got down and walked straight to the Three Broomsticks. What would you like, Harry? Out late again on a school night? Madame Rosmerta asked with jewelry clinking hard and making noise. You bet. We want 4 warm butterbeer mugs, thank you. Could you please serve them to us at our tables? Harry asked. Sure Harry. Anything for you, madam. Rosmerta replied and began filling up the mugs. Harry, Ron, Cassandra, and Hermione went and got some seats. Madame Rosmerta came up to them and dropped the butterbeer by. They drank the warm butterbeer sip by sip. Harry, you've got foam all over your lip, Hermione said, laughing. She took a handful of napkins and began wiping the foam off of Harry's lip. So do you, he replied, giving her a kiss on her mouth. Now it's gone, he said, grinning. And you've got more, Hermione said, laughing. She took the napkins and took the foam off again. Aw, look at that. How cute, Cassandra exclaimed. I think I'm going to be sick. Ron replied. Hermione gave Ron a playful slap. Oh you, she exclaimed, still bursting in laughter. Me, he replied. Him, Harry and Cassandra said together. They began to laugh all over again. It's getting late, Hermione said. You can tell time? Harry asked. Of course I can, Hermione replied. I'm not so sure, Ron said. Oh you guys. Stop goofing. We really need to get back to Hogwarts. If anyone finds out we've snuck out, we'll be dead. Hermione exclaimed. Okay, fine, let's go. Hermione's spoiled all the fun, Cassandra said, putting on a sad face. Ione glared at her and then began to laugh. They climbed aboard the train quickly. Hermione almost fell asleep in Harry's lap. We can still have fun, she whispered. Sure we can, Harry replied in a hushed voice. I love you Harry. I love you Hermione. Go to sleep. It's okay. I'll wake you. Then he kissed her forehead and put her cloak over her body. On Wednesday, Hermione and Cassandra finished their term papers for history. Professor Binns considered that their midterm exam, as he was too tired to make them actual exams. Hermione was glad she had read the extra book on warlock conventions. It came awfully handy, knowing all that information for the term paper. She helped Cassandra finish hers. Then Ron and Harry came asking for help. This is the last time, Hermione exclaimed. Harry whispered to Ron under his breath. Yeah right. They cracked up. Very funny, Hermione replied, shaking her head. She gave them tons of facts and then let them close the papers on their own. Know what today is? Harry asked. Yeah, it's the Halloween feast. I can't wait. I'm starved. It's only in about 30 minutes too, Ron replied automatically. Do we dress up in costumes and stuff? Cassandra asked. We're already monsters. The wizards. Hermione said giggling. Oh well, thanks. My family has been wizards since forever. They're pure bloods, and I'm sure they'd be hurt if they heard that. Hermione, Ron pouted. You know I'd never say anything rude to them, Ron, Hermione replied instantly. They walked down to the Great Hall, which was painted black, filled with burning candles, and black cats were crawling around. Shoo! McGonagall exclaimed. Who's that good-looking warlock? Cassandra asked, pointing to a guy full of wavy blonde hair. Where? Oh no. That's Gilderoy Lockhart. What the muggle is he doing here? He hasn't worked here in 5 years. Ron exclaimed. Professor Lockhart is here. No way. I've still kept the get-well card he gave me, Hermione said, jumping up. That idiot. What's he doing here? Harry asked angrily. That cute guy is an idiot. But why? Cassandra asked. He made one of our years wasted, completely in defense class. Ever read any of his books? Ron asked. Oh, that Gilderoy Lockhart. Yeah, he's done some pretty cool things, Cassandra said. Cool nothing. He's a fake. Many years ago, he told me and Harry about everything he didn't do. He's a fake, trust me. Ron exclaimed. I guess you're right. I should probably throw away the card, Hermione replied. Wow. Okay, I'll take your word. Then, what is he doing here? Cassandra asked. That's what I want to know, Harry said. Shoo! McGonagall exclaimed, this time to Lockhart. That was hilarious. When has she treated an adult like that? Ron asked, laughing loudly. Beats me. At least he's gone. Why'd he even show up? I thought he went mental after that memory charm backfired, Harry replied. It doesn't matter. Even I'm hungry. Pass me some turkey, Hermione said. Harry slipped a few slices of turkey onto Hermione's plate from the gold platter. Thank you, Hermione told him. Sure, Harry replied. Then it was time for dessert. All the tables were cleared. Large goblets, filled with sweets, were brought out. Then, at every table, a large cake was brought out. There was a larger one at the professor's table. Dumbledore clinked at his wine glass to silence everyone. Please eat your fill. Enjoy the celebration. For today is the anniversary of the Dark Lord left us. Dumbledore shouted. Hermione and Harry started a little conversation as Cassandra and Ron plunged towards the cake. Everyone thinks he's the greatest thing, but he's putting me through torture. This was also the day my parents were killed. It stinks. Harry cried. It's okay, Harry. I know, and you know. Sue. And enough. Cassandra and Ron will figure out the truth. And that's all that matters, Hermione said, soothing Harry. He says he isn't afraid of Voldemort. He didn't even say the name just now, Harry replied angrily. He probably just didn't want to say Voldemort's name in front of everybody else, because a lot of people are afraid of him and all. You know Dumbledore looks out for everyone's best interest. Hermione said, feeling the need to defend the old headmaster. Everyone, including him and excluding me, Harry replied. Just enjoy the feast. We can't change what he says, Hermione replied. Harry shook his head and got a large slice of raspberry royal cake. Hermione helped herself to some tarts. You're just getting dessert. I've already finished mine, Cassandra exclaimed. I want to get back to the common room and watch a movie. I brought a bunch with me. Do you want to see Can't Hardly Wait, or Sixth Sense? Haley Joel Osment is a really good actor in Sixth Sense. We'll see. Harry and Ron can help us choose. I'm almost done eating anyway, Hermione replied. Okay, well, hurry up, Cassandra exclaimed. Hermione took one last bite of all her food and waited for Harry to finish. He finally did, and they raced into the common room where Cassandra had snuck in a television set and VCR. She stuck in Sixth Sense first, mostly because she thought Haley Joel Osment was the cutest little thing. Hermione agreed, so she didn't protest. All the protesting came from Ron and Harry. Especially Ron. Cassandra promised that they would watch Can't Hardly Wait after. Okay, fine. Not that that movie is any better. Ron replied to Cassandra. Cassandra laughed. She turned the volume down so the other Gryffindor students wouldn't find out. They watched both movies and went to bed. Another late night. This isn't good for us, Hermione said to Cassandra, yawning loudly before she got under her covers. But hey, the movies were good, weren't they? I can't object. I'm surprised, Hermione. You didn't say anything about me sneaking in that VCR and TV. Why not? Aren't you going to scold me for everything I do? Believe it or not, I'm getting tired of it. I'm also getting used to you, Hermione replied. Cassandra threw a pillow at Hermione's face. Hermione threw it back at her. Cassandra grabbed all the pillows on her bed and threw them at Hermione, who fell down laughing. Cassandra pulled Hermione up from the ground and began to laugh. Shish, you'll wake up Parvati, and them in the next rooms, Hermione said. Well, you started laughing first, Cassandra defended. Only because you threw a pillow at me. Hermione replied. I'm not even going to argue, Cassandra told her. Why? Hermione asked. I'm about to fall asleep standing up. Good night, Hermione. Good night, Cassandra. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Good night, Hermione. Shut up. Good night, Cassandra. Sleep tight. Here we go again. It was the longest week of Hermione's life. It was only Thursday. And it should have been Saturday. She was glad there was only 2 more days left till the weekend, when they would go to Hogsmeade again. We're supposed to have a dance this Friday, Cassandra said as Hermione was getting ready. What? We had one just a while ago. Hogwarts never has dances, and this year they're just piling up. What am I going to wear, anyway? Hermione groaned. Beats me. But we're supposed to ask the guy to the dance. Fortunate for Draco, he never would ask a Gryffindor girl. I wonder who Ron would go with though. Poor him. I'll set him up with someone, or I'll try to. We're supposed to ask the guy. Great. I'm no good at asking Harry for anything, Hermione replied. You're asking Harry? No. I was thinking of Crabbe or Goyle. They're more my type. Hermione, you're so funny. They're too dumb for you. I know. Hermione exclaimed. Why are we having this conversation? Beats me. Let's go. Breakfast is almost over and I want to get a bite to eat, Cassandra said. After breakfast, Cassandra popped a piece of bubble gum into her mouth. She was chewing another piece after lunch. They had potions first. Ms. Taylor, spit that gum out now. You should know that I don't allow gum in any of the dungeons. Snape bellowed loudly. Well, you never told me. But if it's going to bug you, then I'll spit it out, Cassandra replied. She walked up to T. He front of the classroom and took the gum out of her mouth and threw it in the trash. Snape was grading papers at his desk. He couldn't see that Cassandra was making faces at him. A few snickers rose from both sides of the classroom. Slytherin and Gryffindor. Silence. You're supposed to be reviewing the uses of mandrakes. Snape yelled. We just did that in Herbology, Cassandra remarked. Well, then I expect you to get full marks on this assignment, Snape said snottily back at her. She rolled her eyes. What did you just do? Snape asked with an ugly sneer. Nothing, Cassandra said instantly. That's 10 points from Gryffindor. Be grateful it isn't more. The class silenced and Cassandra went back to her seat frowning. Watch it, Cassandra. You've been around long enough to know how nasty Snape can turn. Better get quiet quick, unless you want to lose our chances in getting House Cup for sure. Hermione whispered to Cassandra. Snape had his back turned to them as he was writing their test on the chalkboard. He spun around as he heard Hermione whispering. I don't care who that was. If I hear another peep then you will all be in detention for the next 2 weeks. He turned around to the chalkboard. And turned to the front in a few short minutes. This is your test. You've got 15 minutes. Finished or not, you'll be turning it in at the end of 15 minutes. Your time starts now. They started working furiously. Hermione took up 3 pages worth with extra essays underneath every answer, explaining the theories. Cassandra wrote answers quickly, not even in complete sentences. Ron's usual habit was growing on her. Harry did manage to write complete sentences, but he didn't do the essay thing like Hermione. No one did the essay thing like Hermione. She turned in her test to Snape before anyone else did. Snape reviewed it quickly and slopped down a perfect mark angrily, handed it back to her, and then Hermione took her seat proudly. When he graded Cassandra's test he kept smirking. Didn't Herbology teach you to put anything in complete sentences? Or are you growing to be like Weasley? Both of you are getting 20 marks taken away from your test. Don't ever let me see you write this messily again. Cassandra was blowing off steam the minute class was let out. I got a 70, even though all my answers were right. What a creep. Us lucky people have had him for 7 years. Ron replied snidely. Well, I think that I did fairly well, Hermione replied. What did you get? Ron asked, snatching her paper from her hand. What? I don't believe it. Snape gave her full marks. And our answers are the same. He said angrily. Not true. I followed up each answer with a short essay and wrote complete sentences. Furthermore, my handwriting is legible, Hermione replied. Perfect, Hermione. Perfect in every way. Head girl, teacher's pet, perfect homework, Ron grumbled. You make it sound like a bad thing, Hermione replied, slightly hurt. Don't start arguing. I got 10 points taken off for writing my name in the center and not right-hand corner, Harry said. I'm not going to sit around and be sad over dumb old Snape. I'm going to go find Draco. And ask him to the dance tomorrow night. Don't worry, Ron, I know I'll find someone for you. Cassandra ran off and Ron said he wanted to go practice before the Quidditch game against Ravenclaw. He played as a chaser. Once again, Hermione and Harry were standing alone in the hallways. Well, Hermione trailed off. Yeah, Harry said, sighing. Would the Quidditch captain or head boy like to go to the dance with me tomorrow night? Hermione asked, heaving a deep sigh. I don't know. That all depends. Will she be wearing this? Harry asked, pulling out a silver chain bracelet with a girl and boy figure on it. Oh, it's beautiful. Where'd you get it? Hermione asked, slipping on the delicate jewelry. I've got my ways. So, will you wear it tomorrow night? Harry asked. Only if you go to the dance with me, Hermione replied. Consider yourself a deal, Harry. Should we shake on it? Hermione asked. I think we'll kiss on it, Harry said, tipping Hermione's chin up and kissing her quickly. Thanks. I've got to go practice some with Ron. He's right. The game's coming up soon. I'd better go, Harry told her. Okay, see you later then. Hermione stood on her tiptoes and watched Harry run off. Well, I've got to decide what I'm going to wear then, Hermione said, laughing and shaking her head. She raced to her closet and began surveying her wardrobe. Tilde. Friday night came quicker than anything. Perhaps it was because Hermione couldn't think about anything else. After herbology, Hermione ran to her bed. She laid her evening outfit on it. One by one, she slipped on every article of clothing. She had a colorful and printed 3/4 skirt. It went down to her knees. The colors were all variations and designs on blue. It was made of pure silk, and cost her a fortune during a shopping spree in Paris. She wore skin-colored pantyhose underneath it. Then she put on a full-sleeved cotton white shirt. She took the hair she had and let Cassandra braid it into an elegant French braid. Then she put on very light makeup and her black high sandals. Cassandra put on a black silk skirt that went all the way down to her knees and a white tube top. She gathered all the strands of her gorgeous blonde hair and made another French braid. She tied it artfully with a black ribbon. Then she slipped on a pair of Dr. Martens sandals, grabbed her leather jacket, and ran off after Hermione. Cassandra followed Hermione into the common room. They both looked at the first years. They looked so cute, trying to dress up like adults. Neville's little brother, Marcus Longbottom, was wearing a tuxedo. He had a white shirt on underneath, and the tuxedo part of it was black. Then, he had a bright red bow tie near his neck and way too much gel in his hair. Finally, Ron and Harry emerged from the boys' dorms. They were both in black tuxedos, and black ties. Why are we wearing these? Ron groaned. Because, tonight's a big night, Harry replied, rolling his eyes quickly. What are you guys waiting for? Let's go. Maybe they'll play the thong song, Cassandra begged. You think I have nothing better to do than listen to some silly thong song? You've got to be out of your mind, Hermione scolded. Okay, I'm sorry. Your Majesty, Cassandra replied, hiding giggles. They climbed out of the fat lady's portrait and walked to the Great Hall. This time the Great Hall was colorfully painted in a great array of spring colors and rainbows. It's not even winter, Harry mumbled. You know Dumbledore. He always likes to spice things up, Ron replied, laughing. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances again. Right, anyway. Hermione trailed off. She attempted to change the subject, but nothing came to mind. Cassandra skipped around impatiently. I need to find, there he is. Look how stupid he looks. Hey Draco. Yeah, I'm talking to you. You look stupid. Cassandra shouted in Draco's direction. What do you want, Taylor? Draco asked. I want you to come here. Draco slowly walked over, dragging his feet. Why'd you hang out with the dregs of society? He asked Cassandra. Cassandra rolled her eyes. Why do you hang out with those two pigs? Cassandra asked before smooching him on the lips loudly. Crab and Goyle are better than Scarboy and Weasel any day. Not to mention Granger, who should be Beaver, on account of her teeth, Draco defended. I think not, Cassandra replied haughtily. I'm with Cassie. Hermione said automatically. What do you know, Mudblood? Draco sneered. More than you, Hermione replied in a monotone. Let's go dance, Draco, Cassandra said, pulling him up to the center of the Great Hall. I don't wanna, Draco mumbled. Well, I do, so too bad. Cassandra exclaimed. Draco groaned and let Cassandra take his hand and do the tango. Cassandra was leading most of the time. Crab and Goyle were standing in the background pretending to do the tango and mocking Cassandra and Draco. Draco began to cuss at them. Let's keep this PG, shall we? Professor Dumbledore suggested pleasantly. Yes, please. Professor McGonagall said crossly, with her eyes narrowing together. Don't mind Draco, Professor. He's a bit mental in the head, Cassandra said sweetly. Hermione rolled her eyes. Harry and Ron fell over in their chairs, laughing. Draco put a mean scowl all over his face. Crab and Goyle looked at each other and started scratching their heads. Hermione rolled her eyes again. That's Hermione for you, Ron said. I don't know what you're talking about. Everyone's acting so silly. Can't people be serious for once? Hermione defended. Can't you go up there and tango like Cassandra for once? Harry asked, his face softening. Then he voiced a low whisper. Nobody knows about what's going on. They don't see the point in being serious. They're too blind, at any rate. Let's just forget about it all. We can do that, can't we? He asked. Well, you know as well as I do that it won't do any good to forget about it. You're right though. They're too blind. Let's just hang out. I'm not much up for dancing, Hermione replied. Okay. If that's what you want, Harry said, shrugging his shoulders. Hermione nodded with her hair bobbing up and down. He laid her head on Harry's firm shoulder, and let her soft curls be gently brushed with Harry's breath, for the rest of the night. Saturday morning, Cassandra threw a pillow at Hermione and awoke her. What did you do that for? Hermione asked grumpily. McGonagall told me to wake anyone who was still asleep, and I decided to throw a pillow at you. Why would McGonagall wake us up at 5 in the morning on a Saturday? I'd like to know, Hermione said. Well, whatever it is, it must be something important, Cassandra told her. Why on earth were you already up? Hermione asked. I never went to bed, I don't think I did, anyway. Draco and me had a gay time, yesterday night, after the party, that is. Luckily the fat lady was playing cards with Violet from another painting, so she let me in, Cassandra explained. I don't believe it. You get away with everything. Hermione exclaimed. It takes skill, I'll tell you that much, Cassandra replied. Well, let me shower, and put something on. Then we can walk to the Great Hall for whatever this big thing is, Hermione said grumpily. She took a quick shower and blow-dried her hair. She put butterfly clips all around her hair, a white ruffled tube top with a polo tee over it, unbuttoned. Then she put on a pair of blue jean shorts, Doc Martens, and a silver chain around her neck. Which robe should I wear? Cassandra said out loud. I'm wearing my navy blue silk one, Hermione said. I'll wear my green one, Cassandra decided. Not your parrot green one, I hope, Hermione said, narrowing her eyes. Nope, my forest green one. I save that parrot green one for days we have potions. Cassandra exclaimed. Hermione rolled her eyes quickly and slipped on her robe, keeping it untied, and left with Cassandra for the Great Hall. She was late. Almost the whole school was already in the Great Hall. They were all groggy-eyed, but still up. Marcus Longbottom was still in his pajamas, and Ron kept falling asleep on Harry's shoulder. Cassandra and Hermione joined them. Hey you guys, Cassandra whispered. What's this about? Hermione asked. Harry and Ron waved and then Harry spoke in a half-awake tone. Oh, Hagrid give me message to come early, tell people to. So, I do, then come here, Harry said. Oh gosh Harry. It's not that early. Hermione scolded. Harry leaned on Hermione's shoulder. Yes it is, he said, leaning even closer. Even though it was morning, Hermione could still smell his soft, cinnamon, and ice-cool breath. Harry, stop, McGonagall is just a few feet away, Hermione whispered. Harry straightened. Ed up and Ron and Cassandra burst into giggles. Dumbledore took his place at the high table and put a spoon to a glass, silencing everyone. His twinkling eyes looked out to them, from the half-moon spectacles. I know most of you are probably wondering why I have called you at such an early time. It is a very important matter, that most of you will not know about. Some of you, I'm sure will know exactly what I'm talking about. Dumbledore said, glancing at Harry with another twinkle of his eyes. Harry decided to forget about what was going on, completely, and like Dumbledore while he gave the speech. A few years ago, 3 to be precise, Hogwarts held a tournament. It was called the Triwizard Tournament. In this competition, 3 students from 3 different schools participated. It was hosted at our very own school. Now, last year there were many complications, which I do not wish to speak about, at this moment anyway. Many of you will find out eventually, I dare say. Back to the main point, yes. One of the men who thought up the idea for this is growing old now. He wants to have it every year from now on, and normally it is only held every 5 years, Dumbledore went on. Harry, Ron, and Hermione all looked at each other. They suddenly remembered all the events of their strange 4th year. The year when there were no Quidditch games, except that there was this Triwizard Tournament. This tournament in which Harry did play a very important part. Readers, please do not continue if you have not read the 4th book. I don't want to give anything away from it, so please read the book before you read the rest of this story, and my other stories from now on, because I will be using many facts and other material from the 4th book, and other books as well. I only say this, so that you do not have the 4th chapter spoiled for you. That is my only intention, and also, if you were to go on reading, I do not want you to think that I spoiled it for you. Get the 4th book today and start reading so that you can read the rest of my stories. Thanks. Suddenly Harry remembered everything from his year before. How his new defense teacher pretended to help him, but was really trying to get the Dark Lord's attention. He remembered also, that Dumbledore was so nice to him. Then he remembered how the Goblet of Fire spit out his name, and that the fake Mad Eye Moody had put his name in there. Under a different school, and everything was flashing back so quick, he could hardly believe that he would, just possible, be participating in this event again. This time he was of proper age to enter. So he would gladly do so, but last time, he wasn't allowed to, and somehow, he got in, somehow, from the fake Mad Eye Moody. Harry remembered everything and began to listen with rapt attention. He put his arm around Hermione who was trembling with fear, remembering everything, just as well as Harry did. Her summer romance with Crumb was good, but right now she knew that she loved Harry. And that Harry loved her back. Students, as I was saying, from now on, we are to have it every year, and students that are in their 6th or 7th year are allowed to enter. That means that anyone in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, so 4th years will have their chance in upcoming years, Dumbledore said to groans and catcalls. Dennis Creevey, Colin Creevey's brother, was looking upset. Colin on the other hand was smiling brightly. Dennis was only a 4th year, but in 2 more years, as his brother reminded him, he would get to enter his name. Now, the other 2 schools that will be in the competition are Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. They will be arriving soon, tonight in fact, and I would like all of you to make a very good impression. There will be a new headmaster at Durmstrang. Not the one that many of you, I'm sure, will remember. Anyone who wishes to enter will write their name onto a slip of paper and slip it into the Goblet of Fire, the impartial elector of who our school champion will be to compete against the other 2 students. I warn you, if you try and get in, you will be punished, and also, I have put age barriers surrounding the Goblet of Fire. If you try to get in, something horrible will happen to you. I must warn you again, that if you take age-increasing potions, it will be able to tell, please do not. Now I will be giving a further explanation of the tournament. I hope those of you that already know all about it already will forgive me for giving a short explanation, very short. Now, the Triwizard Tournament was first established some 700 years ago. It was as a friendly competition between the three largest European schools of wizardry. They are Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. A champion was selected from each school. They competed in 3 magical tasks. The schools took it in turns to host the tournament once every 5 years, and it was generally agreed to be a most excellent way of establishing tied between the young with chess and wizards from different nationalities. Then the death toll increased to such a number that we could no longer continue. Death toll, Cassandra whispered, looking excited. There have been several attempts over the centuries to reinstate the tournament. None have been successful. However, our very own departments of international magical cooperation and magical games and sports have decided that we shall try again. Like 3 years ago, many preparations have been taken, and we will try hard to make sure that no champion will find himself or herself in mortal danger. The heads of the schools, along with their students, should be arriving tonight. In fact, the Goblet of Fire is our impartial judge that will decide who the champion is for each school. The winner will earn the Triwizard Cup, the glory of their school, and 1,000 galleons as prize money. That is all. You are dismissed to the rest of your Saturday, Dumbledore finished with a wave of his hand. He woke us up that early to say that. He could have waited. Ron exclaimed. What's it matter? Are you guys going to enter your name in this goblet? Cassandra asked eagerly. What's the point? We know who will win, Ron said. I didn't mean that in a snotty way, Ron added looking at Harry's eyes. Oh yeah, I forgot. Might as well forget about me then, hee, silly me, Cassandra said laughing. Well, I want to do something important. And I think I know what I'll do, Cassandra added. She marched off. I wonder what she's up to, Hermione said looking after Cassandra until she was a speck of something running around the fields. Who knows? With Cassie, it can be anything, Harry said. He sat down under a large oak tree. Hermione and Ron got next to him, Hermione obviously closer than Ron would ever get. I want to know what Cassie's doing. She's been gone for ages now, Hermione said. She'll be here soon enough, Ron said. Yep, there she is right now, Harry replied. They all looked up and saw Cassandra running breathlessly towards them. What did you do, Cassie? Hermione asked worriedly. Oh, I ran all over the school trying to find Draco, so I could dump him. I felt like doing something, Cassandra said laughing, once she caught her breath. Good for you. Don't you want to take a shower or something? Hermione asked. Sure, in a bit. But I've got to ask Ron something first, Cassandra said pushing up her sleeves. Okay, Hermione said. Cassandra walked over to Ron who was suddenly very interested in Hermione's Warlock's book that she still took outside. As blushing brightly as Cassandra began to whisper things into his ear. Hermione nudged Harry to look at the two of them. He turned around just in time to see Cassandra kiss Ron on the forehead, which was now as red as a beet. Hermione began to applaud quietly. Oh you, Cassandra said. So, are you guys going out now? Hermione asked. Of course, Cassandra replied. How do you do that? Hermione asked. Do what? Cassandra asked. Walk up to a guy, kiss them, ask them out, you know, Hermione told her. It's simple, and it takes skill, Cassandra added. They laughed loudly and sat down with Harry and Ron. You know, the thong song is getting a bit old. I think I'm switching to Faith Hill's Breathe now, Cassandra said. Okay, that's cool, Hermione said happily. It's much better than someone saying thong, thong, thong. Thong, thong. Well, I guess it can be song number 2 on the list, Cassandra said, fake sighing. She grabbed Ron's long arm and made him put his arm around her shoulder. Suddenly Malfoy came up. So, the weasel gets Cassandra now, huh? It seems like you get everything second-hand, clothes, books, and now you've got Cassandra, and she's been used before too, Draco said laughing. He quickly ran off. What did that mean? Hermione asked angrily. He's an idiot. We did nothing. He's just mad because I told him that he should dye his hair red to look more like Ron. Cassandra replied nonchalantly. Bet he didn't like that, Hermione said. Not one bit, Cassandra replied as a smile broke her face. Hermione grinned back. I guess he was cute enough, but if he keeps bullying my friends, well. That's no fun, Cassandra insisted. Now I can really say friends forever, Hermione replied. Am I missing something? Cassandra asked. Only something that started before you arrived. Hermione told her. Hermione looked at Harry and played with his messy hair. Want to go enter your name in the goblet now? Hermione asked him softly. Yeah, I guess. I'd better do it soon. The Goblet of Fire tells us tomorrow who gets picked. The other students will have arrived by then, Harry replied. He stood up and brushed his robe down. He grabbed Hermione, pulled her close, and walked to the Great Hall. Once inside, Harry took a piece of parchment from his bags, borrowed a quill from Hermione, and put his name down on a slip of paper. He threw the parchment into the Goblet of Fire. Then he saw Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle coming up from behind them. That was a rude thing to say to Ron, Hermione suddenly told Malfoy. What do you know, Granger? You'll never be used anyway, he replied sharply. I'm glad Cassandra finally saw you for the piece of scum that you are. Hermione exclaimed. Harry put his hand over hers, calming her quickly. Now your little boy friend's here to save you. But whenever you're alone, you'll be sorry, Mudblood. Malfoy exclaimed. He threw his parchment in and stalked off. Harry and Hermione were standing in the lonely Great Hall. Do you want to go talk to Dobby or something? Harry offered. Yeah, why not? I think that might cheer me up, Hermione replied. Harry grabbed her hand and walked to the fruit portrait. He tickled the pear and then the portrait hole opened. He climbed inside and let Hermione follow after him. A loud squeak came, followed by, Dobby. Dobby, see sir. Hey Dobby. Harry said cheerfully. Dobby, see sir. Dobby has not talked to sir for many days, Dobby said. Well, you see, we've been very busy. They're doing another Triwizard tournament, do you know? Hermione asked. No, Dobby did not know that, sir. May Dobby ask when the other schools are coming? Dobby asked. They're coming tonight, actually, Harry replied. Dobby was the house elf that Harry had freed many years ago. Now he was working at Hogwarts. Very good, sir. The house elves will cook up something very good, sir. I can't wait to eat it, Harry told him. Hermione rolled her eyes, but finally decided that SPEW had gone on long enough. Yeah, Dobby. Anything you make will be great, I'm sure. Hermione exclaimed, to soothe the house elf's feelings. Look, sir. I is wearing the socks you gave me for Christmas. I know that they are the same color. Very wrong, sir, but still, I would hate to hurt your feelings, sir. Harry laughed. Good, Dobby. I'm glad you like them. Dobby's favorite piece of clothing was the sock. He liked wearing his socks differently though, a green one and a red one, for example. According to Dobby, the shopkeeper had made a mistake when Harry gave Dobby socks of the same color for Christmas. Is Winky still here? Hermione asked. Yes, sir. She is still here. Very quiet now, sir. Cries sometimes, sir. Harry and Hermione looked at each other and laughed at the thought of Hermione being a sir. They didn't want to mention it to Dobby though, they knew he'd start banging his head against the brick fireplace. Well, I'm proud of you, Dobby. You have a real job. Dumbledore's a good man, that he's paying you and all. We've got to go now though, Hermione said. Yeah, Dobby, we'll see you around. We promise to come back again, Harry said. They walked back to Gryffindor common room. I think I'm going to go take a shower now. Or something, Harry said. Okay. I want to hang around with Cassandra for a while anyway, Hermione replied. Harry kissed her on the forehead and walked off before Hermione could whisper a dazed, bye. Harry went to the prefect bathroom that he had only used once before. That was to crack open the secrets of the golden egg in the last Triwizard tournament. He thought it would be okay to use it again, since he was head boy and all. The head boys were allowed to use the prefect bathroom, but he had never gone in, with the exception of when Cedric Diggory passed him that clue. He took off his bathrobes and slid into the swimming pool-sized bath. Instantly he began playing with all the knobs covered in jewels. Out of one a luscious tutti-frutti bubble bath started pouring out. Another one was the sweet smell of the forest. One was as soft as Harry's breath that Hermione was so fond of. He began relaxing in the pool. Then, from behind the bath he heard some noises. It sounded like muffled laughing. Who's there? He called out. It was moaning Myrtle. Myrtle, what are you doing here again? Harry groaned. Same thing I always do, she croaked. What? Looking at the prefects take their baths. You've got a sick mind for someone so young. Harry exclaimed angrily. He sunk beneath the bath so that Myrtle couldn't see anything except for his shoulders and head. You haven't been visiting me anymore, you've made me awfully lonely, Myrtle crooned. Well, I've been really busy. There's another one of those Triwizard tournaments coming up, the guests are arriving tonight. And I was just getting back in the gear of it all. Then out of nowhere, you come back and start gaping at me. You really shouldn't do that, Myrtle, Harry scolded, pointing a finger annoyingly at her. I've been so lonely though. It's almost as if you forgot about me. Then again, everyone forgets about me, Myrtle said, breaking into tears. Oh, I'm sorry, Myrtle. Look, don't cry. I'll go visit you, someday. I just was really busy, honest, Harry told her, lying quickly. So you haven't forgotten about me? Myrtle said anxiously. No, not quite, Harry replied queasily. Okay, Myrtle said depressingly. Harry turned off all the knobs and then looked at Myrtle. Close your eyes. I'm getting out now, Harry commanded. She shut them tight. Myrtle, don't come in here anymore, okay? You shouldn't. It's not a good thing to do. It's a nasty, horrid idea. What do the others say? Harry asked, slipping into his robes. I don't talk to them. I hide from them. You're the only one I talk to. Myrtle crooned again. Well, don't be looking at them. Don't be looking at me either. Go back to your toilet, Myrtle. I'm going back to Gryffindor common room, Harry said. Well, don't leave yet. I think you're awfully special. I was hoping you had died in your second year, you could have joined me at my toilet. Although I don't think ghosts could really have kids. I've got to go, Myrtle. Go back to your toilet. I might try to visit you, but I've been told off for going in there, and I figured I'd better stop, and well, I've got to go now. So he left. What took you so long, Harry? Hermione asked. I was busy, taking a long bath, Harry replied. Oh, I'm getting ready. Do you know that Victor Crumb and Fleur Delacour are coming today as well? Hermione asked. Why's that? Harry asked. Well, they were the champions from last year, you're entering again, so you weren't told about it, and Cedric, well, we all know what happened to Cedric. Hermione said the last part very quietly. Harry groaned. Cedric died in his 4th year. When they were trying to win the Triwizard Cup together, they ended up fighting Voldemort, but Cedric died. Voldemort killed him. Yeah, we all know what happened to Cedric, like we'd ever forget, Harry replied. Are you still mad about the Cho thing? Not the recent one, but you know, in our 4th year. Hermione asked. No, I don't like Cho, Harry replied. Okay, sorry, I didn't think. Well, I've got to go change, Hermione said. She stood up from her cozy chair and headed for the girls' dorms. She flopped down on her bed and turned to one side. Seeing Cassandra lying down. What are you doing? She asked Cassandra. Nothing much. I was just really tired, that's all, Cassandra replied. Me too. Something is bugging Harry. He seems all worried about the tournament, Hermione admitted. Why? Cassandra asked. Of course she didn't know. She wasn't at Hogwarts when everything else happened. Well, it's a long story, Hermione said. I've got time, Cassandra replied. Hermione walked over to Cassandra's bed. Then she sat down and told Cassandra all about her 4th year. You didn't have Quidditch. That must have been horrible. Cassandra exclaimed after listening to the whole story. That's all you can think about, Hermione replied, laughing. No, I can also, hey, I've got other interests, Cassandra said. Oh really? Hermione asked. Yeah, like what I'm going to be when I grow up, Cassandra replied. Oh, and what is that? Hermione asked, smiling. Well, I was majoring in divination in the USA, but I know you don't like it. Just in case I really didn't want to do divination, I got a second choice behind it. I want to teach here, I want to be a charms teacher, Cassandra admitted. Divination. That's so yuck. Sorry. I think divination is a bunch of guesswork, don't mind me, but really, do you want to teach here? Hermione asked. Yes, more than anything. Cassandra exclaimed. But what about your family in the Americas? Hermione asked. My family, what are you playing with? I hate my family. My dad's in jail, of course he's doing real good right now, minimum security, my mom's dad. Ing a million different guys at the same time, and she could care less about me knowing magic. She's a muggle, go figure. I don't have any siblings. Oh yeah, I've got a huge dog, a street Brennard. That's my family. Hermione was shocked. She had a good family. She was an only child, with a pet cat, Crookshanks, and had a lot of family. Both of her parents were dentists, and they were respected people. Still, Hermione knew better than to judge Cassandra, now she knew why Cassandra acted so weird. It didn't matter. Cassandra was a good friend. Wow. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. This is a good year. Like I said, Dad's only got minimum security. He didn't do anything horrible. Just went insane and tried to steal from his own apartment. It's not too big of a deal. Mom's always partying till hours. In the morning that even I don't know too often. I think she's dating my best friend's dad right now. My best friend in New York that is. His name is Donovan. His dad's a bit of a player, just like my mom. I think they've gone out and broken up again 6 different times. They won't be going out for long though. I'll make sure that my mom doesn't end up marrying Donovan's dad. I wouldn't want to be Donovan's stepsister. No way. That would be too weird. I haven't seen Donovan in ages anyway. I probably won't ever see him again, since I'll be living here from now on. My parents wouldn't care, just like I said. Oh, my original career idea was to be the Minister of Magic, which I'm sure I could pull off. Lately though, I think that I've wanted to be the Transfiguration teacher at Hogwarts, more than anything, really. Hermione was thinking about everything that had been going on with Harry and Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore, Lupin, the whole crew. It was then that she realized how important Hogwarts was to her. And she really wanted to live on with the school. That sounds like fun. You sure do dream big, Hermione. The Minister of Magic, Cassandra exclaimed. Well, I must admit that the role is a hard one. Everyone wanted Dumbledore for the job, but he's getting old right now. So is Cornelius Fudge. I'd like to take over his post. But if that isn't going to work, then I'd want to teach Transfiguration like Professor McGonagall. Transfiguration is definitely my favorite subject. I thought you'd want to go join Ron's brothers and run a joke shop or something. Ron has brothers. More than you'd want to believe. You already know about Ginny. Then he's got 2 twin brothers, and 3 others after that. Wow, that's a lot compared to me. Yeah, I've known most of Ron's family forever. He's so sweet. I'm going to get him something awesome for Christmas. What are you getting Harry? Hermione gasped. She hadn't even thought about it. Christmas was coming up pretty quick. She always got him something silly, but this year she just had to get him something good. I don't know. I have to get him something nice. Well, I got him something awesome once, yeah, that Brooke servicing kit. But what can I get him this time? Oh no. Don't worry. Why don't you give him earrings? Cassie. Harry doesn't have his ears pierced, thank goodness for that. Does Ron? No way. That can't be good. Well, I've got to think of something new to get him now. I know what I'm getting Ron, as he isn't my boyfriend or anything. I'll get him a large supply of chocolate frogs and Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. I'll throw in mince pies and cockroach clusters. Whatever I feel like adding. I guess I could get a picture taken of myself and Harry, and then, I've got it. I'll buy a really nice frame and give it to him. Quote, sounds like a great idea. Mind if I use it too? Well, don't you think they'd like it if we did different things, Cassie? Good point. And then, I know what I'll get Ron. A broom servicing kit. You've already given Harry one. Then I'll give him tons of stuff from Honeydukes and bottles of butter beer from the 3 broomsticks. Good plan. Don't tell them though. Hermione stood up. Now I need to get changed, Hermione said. So do I, Cassandra agreed. They both slipped on blue jean shorts. Then Cassandra put a baby blue shirt on. There was a silvery star to one side. And to another it said Old Navy trademark. Hermione put on a Tommy shirt that had 4 small pictures across her chest, and then under it, Tommy was written with lines under it. They both put on Doc Martens. And left the room. Ginny was sitting on a fluffy chair, right next to Seamus Finnegan, and Ron Weasley was completely out of their sight. Yes, Ginny told herself excitedly. Finally she could spend some time with the 7th-year hottie, without having her brother tell her off. Maybe if Ron had a girl that he really would like, he wouldn't mind as much. Ginny thought to herself. She didn't know that Cassandra and Ron were a couple now. Seamus grabbed Ginny's hand and moved her over to him so they would be quite cozy in one chair. They didn't talk very much, but Ginny kept her head towards the back of the chair and tilted to where it rested peacefully on Seamus' shoulder. Seamus put his arm around her and kissed her forehead, but his timing was horrible. Ron came waltzing into the common room that very second. Ginny put her head in her arms and tried to hide herself. Seamus and Ginny, both, were waiting for Ron to start yelling at them. Having fun? He simply asked. Ginny's eyes bulged out and she exchanged shocked glances with Seamus. Was that a trick question? She asked stupidly. Good, good. Glad, I'm so happy for you, Ron said. Then he walked into his dorm. What just happened? Seamus asked. I have no idea, but as long as it isn't bugging him. Ginny trailed off. Seamus got the point. He kissed her again. Hermione and Cassandra had just entered the room and saw everything. Wow, that was amazing, Hermione exclaimed. Yeah, it's almost as if Ron finally found a girlfriend, Ginny replied in awe. He did, Hermione told her. Really? Who? Ginny asked. Me, Cassandra said simply. Wow. Well, good luck. And stay with him. I like it like this. Ginny exclaimed, sending Cassandra and Hermione into a fit of giggles. Are they okay? Seamus asked, unsure of what to do next. Yeah, they're fine, Ginny replied laughing. Suddenly McGonagall burst into their room. They're here. They're already here. Both schools showed up early, and we never got to, oh no. Get in the Great Hall now. She exclaimed. The Gryffindor students quickly rushed forward. They formed straight lines and walked into the Great Hall with their hair out of their faces, teeth brushed. Good breath, gum spat out, and shoes tied. Their robes were tied neatly with only their shirts showing, and that was just hardly. They entered the Great Hall and took their seats at the table. I wondered what they traveled in this time, Cassandra whispered to Hermione, who smiled. Hermione had told Cassandra everything about the Triwizard Tournament, including how the schools got here. We'll see in a bit. Whatever it is, it's big enough to see once we get outside, Hermione replied. Dumbledore was sitting at the top with Madame Maxine and a man. The man was very tiny and frail. He reminded Harry of Professor Quirrell. The size anyway. This peculiar man sitting next to Dumbledore had a cap of blonde and gray hair. He had beady gray eyes hiding behind a large nose. Underneath that he had thin lips. His ears looked something like an elf's, large and pointy. He was wearing a midnight blue robe made of wool, and he had dragonhide boots on. On the other side of Dumbledore, a giant of a woman was wearing heavy opals all around her neck and a long satin pink dress with a flamingo pink robe. Around her neck was a pink feathered shawl and her hair was done in a high bun with tresses falling down by her ears. This was Madame Maxine. Next to Madame Maxine was a beautiful girl with long golden tresses. She was wearing a silvery blue robe and a lot of jewelry. That was Fleur Delacour. On the tiny man's other side was a tall moody-looking guy. Everyone instantly recognized him as Viktor Krum, an extremely talented Quidditch player for the Bulgarian team. He was a seeker, just like Harry. And many loved Krum, although his appearance wasn't all too showy. Welcome, welcome, welcome everyone, mostly our wonderful guests. I'd like to welcome everyone to the Triwizard Tournament. Once again being hosted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I trust that you will find your stay here quite comfortable and enjoyable. Mr. Crouch was unable to attend. For reasons, and neither was former headmaster Karkaroff from Durmstrang. Our new magical cooperation head will be arriving shortly. In the meantime, I'd like to introduce the two headmasters sitting beside me. Might I introduce you to Madame Maxine? Many of you remember her, I'm sure, and her former student, Fleur Delacour. Fleur Delacour competed in the Triwizard Tournament, the last time it took place, and she finished fourth. Madame Maxine stood up and waved her hand around. Fleur stood up and batted her eyes rapidly. They both took their seats again and waited for Dumbledore to continue. To the other side of me, I'd like to welcome a new face. This is Headmaster Timid. Next to him is another Triwizard former champion. Welcome Viktor Krum. He finished third. A wild applause broke out and millions of girls started screaming crazily. Obviously it was not for Headmaster Timid, but indeed for Viktor Krum. Both males stood without much extravagance and took their places again. Finally the applause went down so Dumbledore could continue again. Students from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons can enter their names into the Goblet of Fire, the drawing will be tomorrow. Then Dumbledore broke off into explaining all about the Triwizard Tournament, rules, regulations, and of course the age limit. That was so boring, Harry said. Well, of course it was for us. The others need to hear the rules though. Hermione told him. I can't wait until the drawing. What are you going to do with the money, Harry? Cassandra asked. I haven't even been picked as the champion, or even won. I don't need that much pressure. Harry said, feeling a bit excited and overwhelmed. Okay, sure, whatever. We know who's going to be picked as the champion. Cassandra exclaimed. Yeah, want to go to Hogsmeade? Ron asked. Oh yes, let's go. Cassandra exclaimed. Okay, but let's go back to our dorms so I can grab my cloak first, Hermione insisted. They hurried to their dorms, and secured cloaks around their necks. Then snuck out for the Hogsmeade train. Where do you want to go first? Hermione asked as soon as they landed in Hogsmeade. The three broomsticks. Ron and Harry exclaimed together. Okay, Hermione agreed. They went quickly over to Madame Rosmerta's joint and took seats. I can go order, Ron said queasily. Don't take too long, Ron. Cassandra trailed off. Ron turned Cr. Imson and went to go order 4 butter beers. Hermione looked at Cassandra quizzically. Well, Madame Rosmerta is pretty well built, and I don't want Ron gaping while my butter beer gets cold, Cassandra defended. Harry spit out his gum and began to laugh hysterically, and Hermione started giggling uncontrollably. What is so funny? Cassandra asked with her hands on her hips. Nothing. Hermione trailed off. Okay, whatever. Cassandra said with a grin meeting her eyes. I'm back, Ron said, showing up with 4 bubbling butter beers. Great, the other 3 exclaimed. Ron sat down next to Cassandra in the booth. On the other side, Hermione scooted closer to Harry. They sipped warm butter beer silently for a while. Ron looked a bit troubled, he kept rubbing his forehead. What's wrong, Ron? Hermione asked. What do you mean? Ron asked. Something's the matter. I can tell, Hermione replied. So, what's wrong? Oh, nothing really. Percy is having his wedding over Christmas break, that's all, Ron muttered. Percy's getting married, Hermione screeched. Wow, somebody likes him, Harry asked. A wedding, cool, Cassandra exclaimed. Yes, he's getting married. I know, wow. I can't believe someone likes him either, but it's Penelope Clearwater. A wedding, hardly my idea of cool, but okay, Ron replied quickly. Penelope? Harry asked. Yeah, I can't believe it either, Ron admitted. Why didn't you tell us sooner? Hermione asked. I found out before we left for Hogsmeade. There was an owl on my bed. Well, tell Percy that I'm happy for him, Hermione said. Oh, you guys can come to the wedding if you want. Mom would be glad to have you guys. I know she hasn't seen you all in a long time. I don't think Mom will mind if I tell her that you're coming too, Cassandra. You could share rooms with Hermione and Ginny. Ginny, that little sweetie, I wouldn't mind one bit. Thanks so much for inviting me. You are super. Can't wait for the wedding. Cassandra exclaimed. It's getting late, you guys. Why don't we go back, before we're caught, Hermione suggested. Fine, my treat, Harry said. He paid Madame Rosmerta and then left with the group. Back in common room, Gin. Y was playing wizard chess with Cassandra. My god, Cassie. You are good, Ginny exclaimed as she twirled her hair trying to decide which move to make next. So are you. I've just got skill, she trailed off. Yeah right, Hermione said, who was watching from a pillow next to them. Cassandra stuck her tongue out at Hermione, who just rolled her eyes and watched Ginny take Cassandra's knight with her bishop. Good move, but I don't think you saw my queen. Checkmate, Cassandra squealed happily. What? Not fair, Ginny exclaimed. You could make a lot of money playing chess, Cassie. You could start your own. Hermione started to say. Cassandra quickly cut her off. Great idea, Granger. I'll start making bets with people in common room. If I win, I'd make a bunch of money. Cassandra exclaimed. Wait, that's not what I had in. Never mind, Hermione mumbled. She watched Cassandra climb onto a chair and say loudly, anyone who knows how to play chess can come up here and challenge me to a game. I'll be taking bets. Parvati arched an eyebrow up. She walked forward and let Cassandra get off the chair. I'll be a taker. Let's play, she muttered. Fine, why not? Cassandra asked. She pulled her bag from the ground and dropped 2 galleons down on the table that the board was perched on. Parvati took 10 galleons out of her bag. Oh, 10, Cassandra asked, cocking her head to a side. I didn't know you played in the big league. She placed more galleons on the table. She gave Parvati a smile of satisfaction. Cassandra, if you get found out, we'll get in so much trouble. Hermione exclaimed. I can fix that, Cassandra said. She looked up and saw everyone hovering around the chess match. Is anyone going to squeal? She asked. There was a loud murmur of, no way. And, not in this life. Problem solved, Cassandra said, arching her eyebrow like Parvati. Ready? Cassandra asked Parvati. I know I am, I'm just worried about you, Parvati replied, sneering. Oh, don't worry about me. I'm as ready as can be. Cassandra made the first move. Parvati tutted with her tongue. She made the same move with her set of black pieces. Cassandra moved her knight to the center of the chess set. Then her bishop right after Parvati took a pawn out. They made a few more moves, and then Cassandra cornered Parvati's king into a hole. Suddenly Parvati took Cassandra's queen. Oh, you're good Patal. Just not good enough. Checkmate, Cassandra said with satisfaction. She took her second bishop and moved it across the board to put the king in check, but so it could move nowhere else. Cassandra stuck her hand out for Parvati to shake it. Parvati didn't move a muscle. Don't be a spoiled sport, Patal. Let's shake, that's how they play, in the Muggle world at least. Parvati shook quickly and pushed her money into Cassandra's bag. Any other takers? Cassandra asked, swinging her bag around. I think I'll give it a try, Lavender said, coming out of the shadows. Really, Brown? I didn't know you had skill. Cassandra said, looking deviously at Lavender. Try me, Lavender replied sharply. Okay, what's it going to be? What are you going to place? Cassandra asked. How about 50? Lavender asked. Sickles. Cassandra asked, hiding a smile. Not in your life. I'm talking galleons, Lavender said, spilling out 50 shining galleons. Wow. Mommy doesn't see what a big girl her Lavender is, Cassandra said. She poured 50 of her galleons onto the table. Oh yes, touch move, she added. I beg your pardon, Lavender asked. Don't tell me you haven't heard of the simple term, touch move. It's when if you touch a piece, you have to move it, unless you don't want to play like a big girl. Oh, believe me, I want to play like a big girl, Lavender said, sneering. Great. Cassandra let Lavender play white and take the opening move. She quickly shifted it around and Lavender made a silly move and Cassandra was moves ahead of her. Lavender sacrificed pieces to castle. She quickly cornered her king. Cassandra took the rook next to the king with her queen. She placed her bishop in a place where the king couldn't capture the queen or he'd make an illegal move. He couldn't move anywhere else because all his pawns were blocking him towards any legal move. Lavender looked down. She shook hands with Cassandra and stalked off to Parvati. Cassandra stood up again. She waved her hand around. Anyone else? She asked. Ron came forward. Hey boyfriend, Cassandra said, smiling. Let's play, Ron said. Ron took 30 galleons out of his bag. He wouldn't do this unless he was absolutely confident that he would win. He knew he wasn't Prince Moneybags. Cassandra counted 30 galleons out of her coins. Ron made quick moves. He sacrificed a few pieces in order to keep center structure. Cassandra even thought she was winning, until she heard words that she never thought would be spoken to her. Checkmate, Ron said swiftly. Cassandra hung her head. Good game, boyfriend, she said softly. She forked over the 30 galleons. Harry slapped Ron on the back. Awesome man, he exclaimed. Ron just made 30 galleons in 2 minutes. He had a huge grin on his face, all over his face. It even reached his eyes. His eyes were sparkling and laughing at the same time. I think I'm tired, Cassandra said, yawning. I'm not surprised. It's 2 in the morning, Hermione said, folding her arms. Let's go. Come on everybody, she continued. Do you know what time it is? McGonagall's going to be after me if you guys stay up so late. Cassandra kissed Ron on the forehead and skipped off. Ron went up to bed. Before she knew it, Hermione and Harry were the only people left in the common room. Except for Marcus Longbottom. Get up there, Hermione exclaimed. Hermione slowly walked into her dorm. But before she entered, she heard Harry whisper, "Sweet dreams." Hermione woke up before anyone else. She went to the common room. Something pulled her towards the common room. She put on her robe and walked into the common room quietly. She saw a figure in one of the chairs. All she could make out was black hair. A smile reached her eyes. At once she knew that Harry was sitting in his robe. Worrying about the tournament. Well Harry, you're up early, she whispered. Harry turned around and smiled. Yeah, I'm thinking about the tournament. I want to compete, but you know. It feels weird. I'll probably be the only person to compete in it twice. Well, not anymore since they'll be doing it every year now, but still. It's just weird, you know what I mean. Yes, of course I do. Just stop worrying about it. You've already put your parchment in the goblet. Now all we have to do is wait for Dumbledore to announce the names. Come here, Hermione. Sit down, Harry urged. Harry, I'm worried about something else. What? You know what I'm talking about. Do we have to? Yes. Stop acting like a baby. We haven't been talking about it for ages. Well, at least don't call it, it. Okay. We know Voldemort's coming back into power. He's killed millions of people and that his target is you. We also know that if you don't stop him, that he could take over the world. You might die when you defeat him, if you defeat him at all, but it doesn't matter because everyone else will be free from Lord Voldemort. Well, if you're going to have to go against him, then I'll go with you. Don't be crazy, Hermione. You can't go with me. I'll be a dark arts monster by the time I'm ready to go fight. Dumbledore knows a bunch of dark arts, doesn't he? That didn't make him turn into a dark arts monster. I'm having horrible visions of dark arts monsters, and I can't picture you like that. Well, you'll see the real thing in a few days. Now you're being crazy. I'm going with you, okay. There is no way you're going to wherever you're going to have to go without someone to take care of you. Hermione, wouldn't it be amazing if I was just some normal wizard? Wouldn't it be great if someone else was in my place, and we met, and we got out of Hogwarts and took up good jobs and… This is no time to be fantasizing. Harry, don't you see how serious this is? Get off of it, Hermione. You of all people should know that I know that this is serious. That doesn't mean that I can make it go away for a while. Till when? Till dark arts takes over our world and kills us all. Not to mention all muggles. I don't know. Well, I know that I'm not going to let that happen. There are two things I care about. House elf rights, and you. And if you're going to be almost killed and go to a dangerous place and fight Voldemort, well, I'll go with you. It's too dangerous. Dangerous for me, but not for you. Don't you think you're being a bit prejudiced? Dang. Urus for weak little Hermione who's all books and learning, but not for Quidditch captain and Mr. I defeated the Dark Lord when I was a baby. That's not what I'm saying. Then what are you saying? Hermione cried miserably. Quiet. You'll wake everyone up. All right, I'm sorry. I just can't help it. All I want to do is help you, Hermione cried. Tears burst into her eyes and she finally sat down. Come here, Harry said. She reluctantly fell down in his lap. It's okay. Stop crying. Wow, you sure are sensitive. Aren't I though? There's nothing we can do, Hermione. Don't make me start crying. Okay, well, let's see who Dumbledore picks then, okay. Okay. We got nowhere. I see. Harry, shut up. And then Harry kissed her. Everyone was seated in the Great Hall. Hermione, Cassandra, Harry, and Ron were all sitting together. They seemed relaxed, they all thought that Harry was going to win, but there was the smallest chance that he wouldn't. What if he didn't? Dumbledore. He silenced everyone with a wave of his hands and began to speak. Now everyone, the Goblet of Fire is ready to announce the champions. I'll call out the names. Now, when a champion's name is called, I would ask him or her please to come up to the top of the hall, walk along the staff table, and go through into the next chamber. Here they will be receiving their first directions, he said. The goblet of fire bubbled and shook every second. It started getting louder and louder. Mr. Bagman looked eagerly at the goblet. He rubbed his hands together. Talking arose and everyone began to whisper loudly to each other. Dumbledore silenced everyone again with a larger wave of his hands. All the whispering stopped. Hermione slapped Cassandra hard to stop her from fidgeting. Then, Dumbledore took the first piece of parchment that came floating out of the Goblet of Fire and read it. The champion from Beauxbatons is Marcy Desere. He shouted. A delicate female with long, curly golden blonde hair stood up. She had clear purple eyes. It was not the work of contacts. They were crystal purple. Her face was powdered and she had purple eyeshadow on. There was glitter by her eyes and she looked very done up. Her hair was floating loose under her silvery purple cloak. She walked to high table and entered the same door Harry walked through years ago. Dumbledore took the second piece parchment that came floating out of the Goblet of Fire and read it. The champion from Durmstrang is Nigel Bastel. He shouted. A dark-featured male walked into the door. He had thick eyebrows and a sharp chin. Dumbledore took the third piece of parchment that came floating out of the Goblet of Fire and read it. The champion from Hogwarts is Harry Potter. He boomed. Hermione screamed and Lynn had hands with Cassandra, who screamed as well. There was a loud applause and many boos coming from the Slytherin side. Harry walked forward. He went through the door happily. Then the Goblet of Fire started bubbling loudly and fiercely. It popped out another piece of parchment. The loud crowd went silent. Even the Slytherin table stopped booing. It seems that, once again, Hogwarts has two students competing. Although, I can't imagine why. Well, the fourth student to compete is Draco Malfoy, Dumbledore mumbled quizzically. Draco stood up quickly. He stuck his chest out and began walking around acting like a king. He walked through the door. What are you doing here, Malfoy? Harry asked as soon as he saw him in there. I got picked, he said nastily. What are you talking about? I got picked. Right after you got called up. Why would the Goblet of Fire pick scum like you? Did you put your name under a different school? No, I didn't. You don't need to be such an idiot. I think the Goblet saw a lot of good things in me. Quote, the only thing it would see in you is power, that's all. It's all bad power anyway. Maybe it saw that your father's a Death Eater or something, who knows? Just because I got picked doesn't mean you don't have to keep your mouth shut. Dumbledore let me come up here, okay. So, just shut up. Make me. If I wasn't in this room right now, and if I wasn't the school champion. You're not the champion. There are two of us, for now at least. Yeah, when they have to pick between the two of us, you'll be thrown out. You idiot. They're probably going to have both of us competing. And then I'll win. Not in my life. I guess we'll just see, won't we? Yeah, we'll see you lose. As soon as we get out of this dumb school, I'm going to make sure. You regret everything you've ever said to me. Your threats are about as empty as your brain. Just shut up. Just because you're Harry Potter, you think you're all special. I'm more than you'll ever meet. Draco never got to say anything. Dumbledore walked in, along with Madame Maxine and Headmaster Timid. Dumbledore quickly asked Draco the questions that he had asked Harry in his fourth year. Madame Maxine's face was suddenly looking like a prune. Well, I guess Hogwarts will have two champions, Dumbledore finally said. What are you saying, Dumbledore? Again, tell me, Dumbledore, why is that Z Hogwarts must always have Z2 contestants? Did I not read Z rules properly or something? Madame Maxine asked. I don't know what happened. Apparently the Goblet of Fire thought that they were equally talented, Mr. Bagman said, coming into the room. Harry and Draco glared at each other. Equal talent. Huh, Mr. Bagman, and Dumbledore calmly explained all the rules to them. Now, the first task will be in 1 week. We need to hurry things up, so that the second task is completed before Christmas. We also want to have the Yule Ball before Christmas break. So, the important this is that you get your rest. Preparations will start tomorrow. You may leave. Madame Maxine walked over to Dumbledore with wrinkles in her forehead. Dumbledore, what is Z meaning of Z's? Are you going to let both Z students participate? She asked haughtily. Madame Maxine, it's out of my hands. The Goblet picked both the names, so I'm afraid this is how it will be, Dumbledore said strongly. Very well, Dumbledore, she said. Come, Marcy. Come, she called. The beautiful girl left her seat and walked out of the room with Madame Maxine. Timid, you've been awfully quiet. Is anything bothering you? Are you okay with this? Dumbledore asked after Madame Maxine left. Oh yes, I'm perfect, okay, sure. Nigel, you can come back to the ship with me, Headmaster Timid said, leaving the room with Nigel. Harry made a mental note to tell Hermione and Cassandra that the students from Durmstrang had indeed come in the same ship. You two are dismissed, Dumbledore said. Harry and Draco walked out together. But in silence, up until they entered the Great Hall. You thought they were going to keep you and throw me out, I bet. Draco shouted. What are you talking about? I'm not as big-headed as you are. Of course. Scarhead is so much better than Draco, isn't that what everyone says? Why don't you go bug someone else, Harry said. He walked off before Draco would retaliate. Hermione stood up the minute Harry reached their table. Cassandra and Ron followed as Hermione ran towards Harry. What? Can you believe it? Are they letting him enter? Hermione asked. Yeah, I guess it's better this way. I get to prove to Draco, once and for all, that I'm better than he is. I know you'll do awesome, Harry, Cassandra said, cheering him up. Yeah, Harry. You'll do okay, Ron agreed. Well, of course you will. Harry, you'll do just fine, Hermione insisted. Right. I've got a week to worry about it, let's go, Harry said. Just wait. Didn't they ask Draco if he rigged it or anything? Ron asked suddenly. No. Dumbledore didn't bother. I guess he just didn't want to go through the trouble, Harry replied. Okay, whatever, Hermione said, playing with Harry's hair. Aren't you excited? Cassandra asked. Yeah, can't wait, Harry said, mimicking a 3-year-old excited for ice cream. Oh, you, Cassandra exclaimed. Me, okay, let's go to common room. I'm starved, and I know they got some chocolate frogs stashed somewhere up in the dorms, Harry said. Wouldn't they be all melted and gross by now? Hermione asked. Probably, Harry replied. Oh, great, Hermione said. Yes, they taste so much better that way, Harry said. Yuck, Hermione exclaimed. Everyone started laughing, and they walked back to common room. Monday morning was double potions. Cassandra groaned as he slid into her seat and opened her bag. Professor Snape entered the room with a foul look on his face. He looked like he had just smelt a bowl full of tuna. Sit down, he barked at Seamus Finnegan, who came in right after Snape walked through the door. Sorry, Seamus mumbled before sliding into his chair behind Ron. Cassandra rolled her eyes and folded her arms, waiting for Snape to start a boring lecture. Today we will make a swelling solution. Then I will take one of your solutions and try it on Neville's toad. If you have made it correctly, then Neville's toad will be able to go back to its normal size after I pour the antidote on it. If you have made it incorrectly, chances are that Neville's toad will be as plump as Neville himself. I will choose whose solution I use once we get into the dungeon. Follow me, now, he shouted. The class grabbed their pewter cauldrons and followed Snape into a moderately sized dungeon. Cassandra set up her station with Hermione. Ron and Harry too. Okay, their seats across the table and set their stuff out. You may begin, Snape barked. They began working. What a creep, Cassandra exclaimed. She tossed her hair and started looking at the needed ingredients. Yeah, well, give me that list. I'll go to the cupboard and get the ingredients we need, Hermione mumbled. Could you get ours too? Harry asked. Sure, Hermione replied. Hermione grabbed the parchment and strolled off to the cupboards. I mean, no one has ever stood up to Snape. I think someone should, Cassandra continued. If anyone ever does, it will be you, Cassandra, Ron said quickly. Snape was heading their way. He reached their table and started yelling at them. Why aren't you working? He demanded. Hermione's getting our ingredients, Harry mumbled. Oh, is Prince Pot too weak to get the ingredients himself, or is he just resting himself before the first task? He asked, sneering. Neither. Hermione's getting them because she's nice. Here she is now. We better get to work on our swelling solution now. Oh, please don't bother us, I wouldn't want to get my solution all over you now, would I? Harry said sharply. 20 points from Gryffindor, Potter. Watch your tongue. Next volunteered comment I hear from you will get you detention for the rest of the week, Snape said before shifting off to bully Neville. Hermione placed all the ingredients on the table and split them up in half, giving one half to Harry and Ron. Okay, Cassandra, you slice up the leeches while I grind the clovers, Hermione instructed. Cassandra grabbed the leeches and took a knife out of her cauldron. Then she pulled all her stuff out of the cauldron and finished slicing the leeches. She threw them into the cauldron and waited for Hermione to give her next order. You've got 10 minutes left, Snape bellowed. I'll be using Neville's solution at the end of the class. Figures. He always uses Neville's this and Neville's that. He knows that Neville has the greatest chance of messing up, Ron muttered. I don't think Neville has that much to worry about. Seamus and Dean are helping him out. They're seated at the same table, Hermione pointed out. Yeah, let's just hope that Trevor the Toad doesn't swell up like a balloon and stay that way, Ron said. What have we got next? Harry asked suddenly. Divination, Cassandra supplied. I've got arithmancy, Hermione said smiling. Lucky you, Ron replied. Divination, great, Harry groaned. What's Trelawney going to say this time? She'll probably predict that you're dying, Hermione said. You must be kidding. That's a new one. She's only said it about every day, Harry replied. Yeah, I can see it now. Harry, you'll die soon, she'll say. That's just a little bit old. Maybe if she didn't say it so much, we would think it's scary every now and then. Ron muttered. Silence. I will take Neville's solution now and use it on his toad. Gather around class, and we'll see if Neville failed, Snape said snorting. Hi's hair was looking especially greasy today. The morbid smell of the swelling solutions filled the dungeon and Cassandra was fanning the air she was breathing. Professor Snape took Neville's toad and grabbed it in front of Neville's cauldron. He took an eyedropper and squeezed some of the solution from the cauldron and squeezed it onto Trevor's warty skin. At once Trevor swelled up and his beady eyes were inside his skin that looked like a balloon. Snape took another eyedropper and squeezed the antidote onto Neville's toad. Almost at once, Trevor shrunk back to his normal size and all the Gryffindor students let go of their breath. As you can see, Neville has somehow made a proper swelling solution. The toad inflated and then with the antidote, deflated. Seamus and Dean have both helped Neville obviously. That's 10 points away from Gryffindor. What? Seamus cried. Dean shrugged. That was the most unfair thing. Cassandra exclaimed as they exited the dungeon with all their stuff. Yeah, well, it's not new. Snape's a pretty unfair person, Ron replied slamming the door shut. Well, I've got to go. Professor Vector isn't the nicest person if you're late. Hermione exclaimed running off. I don't think Professor Trelawney would care less. She'd just look at me all sad and tell me I'm about to die, Harry muttered. Oh come on. Divination's fun, Cassandra exclaimed. Which planet is she from? Ron asked. I have no clue, Harry replied shaking his head. They walked into Professor Trelawney's classroom and put their stuff down. I'd like you to create charts of the planets today. Write down all your predictions and have it finished by the end of this class, Professor Trelawney said waving her hand in the air dreamily. This'll be fun, Cassandra exclaimed. Oh, really? Ron asked arching an eyebrow. Cassandra began humming to herself. Tonight Harry's going to do something that he isn't supposed to do. Cassandra trailed off filling in her chart. Because Neptune will become aligned with Venus. Harry looked at Cassandra for 2 seconds with a strange expression on his face. What are you majoring in, Cassandra? Harry asked. Divination, although charms is pretty fun. Cassandra said happily. Ron's going to do his transfiguration homework during potions next week. Divination. Yuck. Ron exclaimed. Oh, and what are you majoring in? Cassandra asked, hands on hips. History of magic, only kidding Harry. I'm majoring in transfiguration, Ron said. I'm majoring in defense against dark arts, Harry said. Of course, Cassandra replied with a grin. Ron's going to mess up his potion in double potions next week also. Why do you make it that all the bad stuff happens to me? Ron asked annoyed. I'm not making it like that. That's just what I'm predicting, Cassandra replied. Ron exchanged glances with Harry. Right, Ron said shaking his head. He went back to filling in his planet chart. Harry looked around the room and decided to work on his too. How was divination? Hermione asked with a stack of flying arithmancy papers. It wasn't too bad. She looked at me a few times with those sad eyes and shook her head a bunch, but other than that, she was okay, Harry said. Explaining about Trelawney. Good, good. So do you have any homework? Hermione asked. Tons of it. I see you have some too, Ron said, gloating at the heavy stack of papers. Oh, not at all. I've got some spare time so I offered to grade these papers for Professor Vector. He's also paying me 5 galleons for it, Hermione replied triumphantly. 5 galleons? Just to grade papers. Where's his class? I'm going to go see if he needs a haircut or something. Too bad he isn't a girl. Then I could give him a great makeover or something, Cassandra said. He's a middle-aged man, good luck. Hermione said laughing. Cassandra ran off to find Professor Vector. Cassandra was making pretty weird predictions in class today, Harry said. Yeah, there was only one bad one about Harry. The rest were all about me, Ron said groaning. Well, she is majoring in divination. Who knows? She just might be correct, Hermione replied. Ron shrugged. Cassandra better show up soon. Lunch is in the Great Hall in a few minutes, Ron said. Just then Cassandra came flying towards them. I'm going to give Professor Vector an awesome haircut. He's going to give me 5 galleons too. He must have really needed those papers graded. He had wrinkles all over his forehead. Cassandra exclaimed. It comes with aging. Soon you get wrinkles all over the place. But I'll admit that he's looking weaker than ever. Hermione confided sadly. Can we go now? I'm starving. Ron exclaimed. Okay, fine, Cassandra said. They walked to the Great Hall and got amazingly large roast beef sandwiches and iced pumpkin juice. That was good, Ron said. Everything's good to you, Hermione said. Then she turned to Cassandra. How do you eat so much, Cassie? Hermione asked. I don't eat a lot. You just eat very little. Cassandra replied. No thanks. If I ate as much as you did I'd be as big as a horse, Hermione admitted. You're prettier than any horse, Harry said. What a compliment, Hermione said, rolling her eyes. Okay, what have we got next? Ron asked impatiently. Herbology with Hufflepuff, Hermione said. And then we've got Advanced Defense Against Dark Arts with Lupin, Harry said. Is it just me or do we only remember the classes we want to remember? Ron asked. Probably. That's why you never remember anything, Hermione replied. I'm going to pretend you never said that, Ron said. Go ahead. Pretend, even though I think you're a bit young for that, Hermione said. I'm going to pretend you didn't say that either, Ron said. Stop arguing. Don't worry, be happy. Cassandra exclaimed. Why are you always so perky? Hermione asked. I dunno. It takes skill, Cassandra said. Let's go to Herbology, Harry said, tugging the 3 of them out of the Great Hall. But in Herbology Harry got pulled out of class for the weighing of the wands. Professor Sprout, Dumbledore asked me to get Harry. It's for the weighing of the wands, Dennis Creevy squeaked. Very well. Harry, you may go. Professor Sprout said. Harry ran out of Greenhouse 3. He entered the room where Draco, Nigel Bastel, and Marcy Dessery were all sitting. Come Harry. We have no time to waste. Dumbledore said with a twinkle in his eyes. Harry looked up and gave a feeble smile. From the corner of his eye he saw Mr. Ollivander from Ollivander's Wands. Mr. Ollivander entered the room quickly. Mr. Bagman walked in behind him. This is Mr. Ollivander. He's going to make sure your wands are all in prime condition for the 3 tasks, he said, straightening his hair with a wave of his left hand. Thank you, Mr. Bagman. Let's see. This is a good wand, Mr. Ollivander said, examining Nigel Bastel's wand. It's obviously very good for charms, he continued. Rissumpta. Ollivander chanted. Sparks of red light came out and suddenly the chair that Ollivander was to sit in shrunk by 2 sizes. Very well, it seems in order. Now, may I see your wand? Ollivander asked to Marcy Dessery. Marcy took her wand that she held at her chest, and gave it to Mr. Ollivander. A nice wand also. I did not sell this wand, but it's quite a good one. Let me make sure it's working all right now, He wove it around and shouted, Alametres. Suddenly a wave of purple light enlightened the whole room. Suddenly purple smoke covered the entire room and everyone was coughing. Very much in order, thank you. Here you go, Ollivander said. Merci, Marcy replied, clutching the wand again. Mr. Malfoy, you're next, Ollivander said. He grabbed Malfoy's wand and started looking at it. Now this one was from my store. I remember it now. I remember every wand I make and sell. This one's very powerful. It liked you a lot, I can see, Ollivander mumbled as he ran his fingers around the wand. Surrumpta, he shouted. A bouquet of flowers fell at Draco's feet. He sniggered. Very much in order, Ollivander said, straightening himself before checking Harry's wand. Mr. Potter. Your wand. Thank you. Yes. Your wand had that phoenix feather whose brother feather was on the Dark Lord's wand. Ollivander trailed off. It's a very powerful wand, Ollivander decided. Chalandabra. Ollivander boomed. A large white spark of light erupted from the end of the wand and all the candles in the room were blown out. Quickly Ollivander shouted the counter curse and the candles were all lit at once. Excellent. They are all in order. Ollivander exclaimed. Good. You all are dismissed, Dumbledore said. Harry left before Malfoy could bother him. He ran to Herbology, which was packing up. He walked back to the common room with Ron, Cassandra, and Hermione. Then he let Cassandra take Ron away somewhere. He needed to talk to Hermione. Once Cassandra and Ron had finally left, he grabbed Hermione's hand and pulled her into the hallway. Hermione, go change, put something nice on, Harry urged. What? I'm not wearing anything nice. Hermione asked. No, I mean, put that BLUE skirt on that you were wearing the night of the dance, Harry urged again. What? Why? Hermione asked laughing. Just wearing something nice, I'll be waiting in the common room. Hermione looked hard at Harry and then went up to change. She came back in 15 minutes. What are we doing, Harry? She asked. We're going to Hogsmeade. In this? Are you kidding? We're going to a more upscale part of Hogsmeade. Oh, really? Let's use the Morator's map, okay. Okay. Hermione followed Harry until they finally reached the entrance of Hogsmeade. They walked in and Hermione followed Harry until they had walked for a long time. What are we up to? Just a few more minutes, we're almost there. Where is there? Hermione asked. Somewhere. Harry pulled Hermione's arm a bit further, and they finally stood in front of a decorated building. Harry walked inside and Hermione followed him curiously. The place turned out to be a restaurant. There were fancy waiters and waitresses standing around. A waiter greeted Hermione and Harry. May I take your cloaks? He asked. It's okay, Harry mumbled. The waiter took them to a small table and let them decide what they would have to drink. I see you are underage. What would you like? The snotty waiter asked. Do you have any pumpkin juice? Harry asked. No. This is a top-quality restaurant. We serve the best wines. We don't carry pumpkin juice. We'll just have water. Hermione said bewildered. What are we doing here, Harry? Hermione asked. I'm taking you out on a date. Oh really? I didn't bring that much money. How are we going to be able to pay? This place looks expensive. I brought money. Don't worry about it. Okay. Hermione trailed off. Great wizards. Look over there. Professor McGonagall is having dinner with Snape. Hermione exclaimed. Hide. Duck under your menu, Harry commanded. We'll get in so much trouble. Hermione shrieked. What's McGonagall doing with Snape? Harry asked. I have no clue. Great wizards again. Professor Sprouts is hitting it off with Professor Filtwick. Hermione exclaimed again. That's funny, Harry replied. Well, they do look sort of funny, but we really should be saying that about. What do you want to eat? Harry asked. I don't mind, Hermione replied self-consciously. I'll get a steak. Do you want to try a salmon fillet? Harry asked. Okay, Hermione replied. Wouldn't it be amazing if I wasn't Harry Potter? Harry asked suddenly. Stop saying that, Harry. I'm glad you're Harry Potter, Hermione insisted. Harry brushed those words away and started a new topic. Lupin has given me an update on Voldemort. Apparently, he's hiding out in the forests of Romania. He's conquered most of Romania already. The Aurors aren't doing anything, they're too afraid. Well, I guess Moody's staying here to protect us. I think I should do something about it, Harry said. Well, yeah, you'll do something about it. But, don't you think you need to worry about the tournament? Hermione asked meekly. No, saving the world from Voldemort is more important than any tournament. Right. So, what are you going to do? I don't know yet. They ate their food and left quickly. Hermione resumed conversation. Would Lupin come with us? Where? You know. When we go searching for Voldemort. Hermione asked. I don't think so. He's so sick now. He looks so sick. Turning into a werewolf all the time doesn't help him either. Okay. Have you heard from Sirius? Hermione asked. Not in a while. Actually, I haven't heard from him in a really long time. I wonder what he's up to, Harry said. I hope he's okay. I really miss him, Hermione admitted. You're not the only one. He's my only relation that I'm proud of, Harry said scowling. I'm sorry. Don't be. I wish I could see my parents again. Well, maybe you will. Fat chance. Good night, Hermione said when they reached the common room, which was pitch black. Night, Harry mumbled, rubbing his forehead. Hermione knew Harry was up to something. The whole week he was acting strange, different, and confused. Friday night, Professor McGonagall called Hermione to her office. Hermione went quickly and opened the door, only to find Lupin and Dumbledore standing beside McGonagall. Professor Lupin, I haven't seen you in. Not now, Hermione. My office was just broken into, McGonagall snapped. I don't know anything, honestly. Hermione muttered. Surely you must some idea of who did this? McGonagall asked. No, not at all, Hermione insisted. It was Harry, Dumbledore said quietly. His twinkling blue eyes had magnificently changed to being cold and gray. Harry. How? Hermione cried. We have a good idea of what he's trying to do, Lupin added. Which is? Hermione asked, looking hard at the three adults. Harry took the time turner when he broke into Professor McGonagall's office. We think that he's trying to go back in time and stop his parents from dying. Or at least see what happened, Dumbledore explained. Well, if you know all this, then why did you call me? Hermione asked. We want you to go back to the scene of Harry's parents' death. We want you to stop him from changing the whole world, if he saves his parents. Our life will be much different and dangerous things could happen, Lupin said. How am I supposed to go back? Harry took the time turner, Hermione replied. I've got one. I borrowed it from a friend. You'll just have to take good care of it, Dumbledore said, pulling a time turner out of his robes. He laid it on Professor McGonagall's hard desk. It dropped with a thud. Now, will you do it? McGonagall asked. Hermione stared at the three adults. They were all looking back, silently. No one said a word. No one moved a muscle. Hermione didn't know how to break the silence. Hermione didn't know what to do. Hermione, I don't want you feeling guilty when the entire course of the world has changed, Dumbledore said, managing a bit of twinkle with his eyes. It wouldn't be okay. Hermione said. She hung her head. Fine. McGonagall jumped up. She ran over to Hermione and gave her a large hug. Instantly she began speaking. Now Hermione, we're transporting you to a town where someone I know very well lives. She'll be able to help you get directions to James and Lily Potter's house, McGonagall said. Okay, I guess I'll go now. Hermione trailed off. She began to turn the time turner over and over again. She was spinning through a warp zone, going faster and faster, then she stopped. Hermione landed in a dark village. She walked around for a few seconds and then she felt as if she was being pulled towards a house. Hermione pushed her hair behind her ears and took a deep breath. The sun was setting and the sky was shining beautiful colors on one side. Hermione quickly turned around to see gray clouds and dimness. She walked to the house and knocked on the door. A slim young adult opened the door. She was wearing glasses and had long black hair falling all over her shoulders. Her eyes were raven black and she was wearing a skirt and shirt matching outfit. Her cloak was swung around her neck and she had simple powder on her face. In a second, Hermione knew that it was a younger version of Minerva McGonagall. Hello, do I know you? Minerva asked. No, I'm afraid you don't. My name is Amanda Moore, but I think you might be able to help me. Hermione said carefully. She used the first name that came to mind. Your friend wouldn't be the Dark Lord, would he? Minerva asked sharply. Oh, no. I think my friend is trying to stop the Dark Lord. I'm just afraid he will get killed, Hermione replied quickly. Well, you may come in. We can go find your friend if you want, Minerva said cautiously. Hermione entered the three-room house. The first room was Minerva's bedroom. She had a dresser with different bottles of potions lining it. Hermione wondered if Minerva was the Transfiguration teacher at the moment, or just helping Dumbledore around. Suddenly there was another loud knocking on the door. Coming, Minerva called. She opened the door and Hermione saw a much younger version of Remus Lupin. Remus, what are you doing here? Minerva asked sharply. Remus walked in and completely ignored Hermione. Minnie, don't call me that, Minerva snapped. Remus tried putting his arms around Minerva, but she pushed away. Minnie, we're all nervous. We're all scared. We need to find Sirius. He's gone mad, I think. He was running around his house with his wand at the tips of his fingers. I told him to calm down. If Voldemort, Remus, don't speak his name aloud. Minerva exclaimed. Why? So we can bring more fear to him. That's exactly what we don't need. Remus exclaimed. Then he saw Hermione. It was the first time he really noticed her. Don't I know you from somewhere? He asked. No, I don't think you do. My name's Amanda Moore. I'm looking for my friend, Hermione said. Your friend wouldn't be Voldemort, would he? Remus asked. Man, everyone sure is nervous about Voldemort. They think everyone's an enemy. Hermione thought. No, he's trying to find you know who, and I think he's going to get himself killed. He's going to the old Potter house, and I know he's going to do something stupid. He's trying to kill Voldemort, but I need to stop him. I need someone to help me find him. Hermione exclaimed. Well, come with me. We'll borrow Sirius' motorcycle. Wanna come, Minnie? Remus asked. No, you go. I'll stay, Minerva said. Let's go, Amanda. Stay safe, Minnie, Remus said. Then he grabbed Hermione's arm and brought her out into the darkened town. They walked for a while and then reached a young Sirius shining his motorcycle. He had a beautiful young girl behind him that Hermione didn't recognize. Hurry up, Rosie, Sirius said as the girl searched through her purse for something. Rosie. That sounded so familiar. Rosmerta, isn't she a bit young for you? Lupin asked, clucking his tongue. Isn't she a bit young for you? Sirius asked, gesturing to Hermione. She's not mine. I'm taking her to James and Lily's house. She figures her friend might be there, Remus explained. Don't I know you from somewhere? Sirius asked sharply. No, Hermione lied again. Whatever, Sirius said. We need to borrow your motorcycle, Remus said impatiently. Then Rosie and I will just have to stay at home today, Sirius drawled. Rosmerta, as in Madame Rosmerta from the Three Broomsticks. Hermione suddenly remembered. Thanks, Remus said. Remus and Hermione waved and rode off towards the Potter's house quickly. When they reached a cozy-looking house, Remus let Hermione get off. I hope you find your friend, Remus said. Me too, Hermione replied. Bye now. Watch out, Remus said. Thanks. Bye, Hermione said. Remus rode off to return Sirius' bike to him. Hermione walked around the house, hoping to see Harry. Why'd you come? A voice asked behind Hermione. Hermione turned around and bumped noses with Harry. They made me, Hermione replied hoarsely. They are such idiots. Harry exclaimed, agitated. No, they aren't. Don't say that. Hermione shrieked. Yes, they are. They'll never let me out of their sight. Harry muttered. You broke into McGonagall's office. You stole something. That's just wrong, you wouldn't expect them to be worried. Hermione asked. Oh yeah, why not? I bet the second it was stolen. They knew who to put the blame on, Harry mumbled. Not like that. It was because, never mind. You're too big-headed to understand, Hermione snapped. She turned around, but instantly faced Harry again. I didn't mean that. Sorry, I'm stuck in the middle of you guys. I don't mind helping out, heaven knows that is what I want to do. I want to go fight Voldemort, yes. But I don't want to be in the middle of you guys. I like you all, okay? Hermione asked. Okay. It was a dumb idea to come anyway. I can't even see them. Stupid charm, Harry exclaimed. Hermione remembered instantly that even putting her nose to the window wouldn't allow her to see Harry as a baby, for James and Lily Potter. Then, come on, let's go back, Hermione urged. It took even more persuasion to convince Harry that the best thing to do was go back. She put her cloak over his shivering body and turned the time turner a few times up ahead, once again finding herself in McGonagall's office. Except this time she was with Harry. You made it, Remus said. He wasn't exactly happy, but he was relieved. McGonagall's lip became instantly thin and she looked sharply at Harry. What were you thinking, Potter? Breaking into my office is a crime. You do know that, don't you? She asked pointedly. Killing my parents is a crime, but that didn't stop Voldemort. Harry yelled. IWILL not have you talked to me that way, young man. McGonagall insisted. What does it matter? You'll let me die to save the world, but you won't let me talk to you the way I want to. What are my rights, huh? Harry shouted. Hermione shifted to a side. She fell into a chair and closed her eyes. Hermione didn't feel like arguing. She didn't think it would help. Your rights are to obey your teachers, McGonagall said. My teachers. That's a laugh. My teachers, huh? My teachers that would rather have me die than live. Do you call yourself a teacher? Harry shouted. Mr. Potter. How dare you? McGonagall shouted. How dare you what? Do you think it's my fault Voldemort's curse backfired? I don't even know how it happened. I don't even care really. I haven't told Hermione everything, but I do think she has a right to know. You're going to let me go find Voldemort. You want me to withdraw from Hogwarts. You want me. That's not true. We never said a word about withdrawing from Hogwarts. McGonagall shouted. But you don't object to making me find Voldemort, right? Harry demanded. Harry, do you realize that you're the only hope? We have faith that you won't be hurt too horribly. The conversation was strictly between McGonagall and Harry now. Dumbledore, Lupin, and Hermione had silently fallen to a side. Faith didn't cut it for my parents, and it's not gonna cut it for me either. We're going to help you, Harry. You just have to let us. We're not as self-centered as you might think we are. How are you going to help me? Tell me it's all going to be okay. I've 17, that isn't about to work. Oh come on, Harry. Don't be stupid. Voldemort's looking for you. If you don't try fighting him now, he's probably going to kill you in the end. The way I look at it, you're having a favor done for you. I don't even care anymore. I'm leaving, Harry exclaimed. He ran out the room, slamming the door shut. Hermione stood up quickly. Hermione, we need you to do something, McGonagall said. No, not now. I'm going to Harry. He needs me, Hermione exclaimed. Then she ran out the door after him. Hermione looked down at the bracelet Harry gave her. She was toying with it. Since Harry had given it to her. Since the moment Hermione had to ask Harry to that dance, she never took it off. She thought it looked different, just then. She thought it looked shinier, something. Her attention was being drawn to the bracelet as she kept toying with it. She started shivering. Suddenly Hermione took the bracelet off and put it near her heart for a second or two. The shivering stopped. She put it back on and found Harry shaking up in his room. He was sitting on his bed with the canopy cover down. Only his shadow could be seen, but Hermione knew it was no other person sitting there, slouching as badly as Harry was. What's wrong, Harry? She whispered as she sat down beside him. He lied down on his bed. He sat back up instantly. Don't you know what they're doing? He asked. There was a tear dropping down his face. Surprising Hermione. No. Hermione trailed off. They're taking you away from me, Harry exclaimed, putting his head on Hermione's shoulder. Hermione was at a loss for words. She ran her fingers down Harry's back, soothing him. Harry grabbed Hermione's bracelet. What are you doing, Harry? Hermione whispered. Keeping you with me. Don't talk crazy. I'm not about to abandon you. Neither is Cassandra or Ron. Yes you will, you'll go away. They'll take you away. Suddenly Ron burst into the room looking bewildered. Lupin just came. He said it's serious. He wants you to come, Hermione. Lupin says it's something about Professor McGonagall. I figure it's something important. You better go, Hermione, he said. Then Ron left. Hermione stood up. Harry pulled her down. I told you. They're taking you from me, Harry screeched. Then Hermione became certain that Harry was going mental. She shook her head and tried to think of something to say to him. I'll be back, Hermione whispered. Then she ran out of the room, ran until she reached Professor McGonagall's office. She flung the door open. Hermione saw Lupin standing over McGonagall, apparently trying to comfort her. McGonagall's head was down. She was muttering things rapidly in a foreign language, it seemed. She kept putting her head to her forehead and Lupin was trying to stop her. Again and again, McGonagall kept pushing away. I'm here, Hermione whispered coldly. McGonagall's head came up quickly. Hermione, do you know where Harry got that bracelet? McGonagall asked hoarsely. No. How did you know that he gave it to me? Did he steal it or something? We know he's got a problem with that. Hermione said sharply. No. Dumbledore had given it to him inside the invisibility cloak. It used to be Harry's mom's. It was a powerful bracelet. James had given it to her in secrecy at the time, but then Tom Riddle had put a powerful spell on it, Professor McGonagall admitted. Lily had a secret, McGonagall continued. Everyone knows that she was from Muggle parentage. Isn't she? Hermione asked timidly. No, not quite. Many years ago, her pure Muggle family had a run-in with descendants from both Godric Gryffindor and Salazar Slytherin. So, as you see, she wasn't quite all Muggle. Yet, that was a long time ago, therefore most people weren't aware of it. Tom put the curse on the bracelet when he found out about Lily. Now he's the only Salazar Slytherin descendant left. Well, going on. I need you to go back into time and get that bracelet from Lily. You'll go back as me, of course. You'll take the place of me as a 7th-year student. She paused and took a breath. I couldn't bear to go back. The memories would simply be too much for me to handle. McGonagall trailed off. This had better help Harry. Hermione said sternly. It will, in time that is, McGonagall promised. Then tell me what I have to do, Hermione said. Well, I brew a potion up for us. Once we both take it, you will be me in my 7th year. If I'm you, Professor, then, are you me? Hermione asked. I'm afraid so. McGonagall poured a potion into 2 goblets. She handed one to Hermione. On the count of 3. We'll drink the potion, McGonagall commanded. Okay, I'll count. But how is this supposed to help Harry? Hermione asked. We need to see the curse Voldemort put on the bracelet. That way we find a counter curse to give Harry more strength when he battles Voldemort. It will work against Voldemort, and it must be very powerful, if Voldemort put it on Lily, McGonagall explained. Good luck, Hermione, Lupin said. Thanks, Hermione whispered. Then in a loud voice she started calling out the numbers. 1. Thank you so much, Hermione. I know you understand it would just be so hard for me. 2. Quote. To go back and see all those faces, I just couldn't stand. 3. Hermione was asleep in the Hogwarts dormitory. She heard a loud voice next to her. Oh, Cassandra, she thought, turning to a side. Then she got up and stretched. Oi, Minnie, you'll be late. Didn't you get any sleep? You've got them bags under your eyes. The loud voice exclaimed. Hermione opened her eyes. Then she saw a much thinner and younger version of Mrs. Weasley. I wasn't dreaming, she thought. What was her name? I don't ever remember Ron saying anything about her first name. Molly Bates knows that you haven't been sleeping. What's wrong, Minnie? Molly. That seemed right. Bates must have been her maiden name. I don't know, Hermione said, shifting around, vision completely blurry. Well, get dressed, darling. You don't want to be late, Molly said, finding a good robe to wear. Where do I keep my glasses? Hermione asked, trying to sound natural. Where you always do, of course. On your dresser. Thanks, Molly. Hermione grabbed the glasses and slipped them on. Ah, now I can actually see. Hermione took a shower and slipped on a black skirt and a dark red polo tee with a white tie hanging down. Then she slipped on a robe and looked in the mirror for the first time. Her hair is so bushy. She should do something about it. These clothes are okay, but they remind me of private school. Yikes. Hermione didn't realize that McGonagall was really more like her than she imagined. Hermione walked down to the Great Hall with Casey. They took pieces of toast and sat down at the Gryffindor table. Not many people were there yet, but Hermione spotted James at once. Hermione sadly imagined McGonagall not talking to him for those long years. James was exactly like Harry, picture perfect. He had that same messy hair, same build, and same grin. The only things different were the scar and the eyes. James's eyes were a deep raven black and Harry's were sparkling green. A tear was tempted to come to Hermione's eyes, but she held it back. Suddenly a very handsome guy came running forward. Young Sirius Black. He was so tempting under his dark features. Hermione melted, simply seeing him. I saw Snape hanging around our Quidditch supplies. He better not be trying to jinx anything. Sirius exclaimed to James. Tom probably put him up to it, like he always does. Snape's always doing the dirty work for them. I doubt any of them like him. He's one of the weirdest people I've ever known. James exclaimed. Casey took a bite of her toast and joined the conversation. Who's one of the weirdest people you've ever known? She asked. Severus Snape. He's trying to jinx our stuff again. James exclaimed angrily. Again, Remus said, coming in from an entrance. Peter was following him, looking upset. Hermione looked up, seeing Remus. She grinned. He looked good too, and there was something about him that made him look very intellectual. She was surprised that Minerva never liked him. Minerva, can I borrow your charms homework? I only need a few more answers, Peter said, stumbling around. Absolutely not. Hermione snapped, instantly remembering her 3rd year at Hogwarts. Hermione started looking for Lily. She still hadn't shown up at the table. Finally, impatience got the better of her. Where's Lily? She asked Casey. James turned bright red, and Casey looked queerly at Hermione. Where she always is, of course. At the Slytherin table. Look at her over there, laughing with Tom. Head boy and head girl, dating since the 4th year, Casey went on. She paused. I think there's something different about Lily though. Something that doesn't make her quite a Slytherin. She seems so nice, and sweet, and innocent. Well, that shows you how much Casey Bates knows. I'm going to go see what Arthur's up to, Casey said, removing herself from her seat and walking over to Arthur Weasley. Lily, a Slytherin. Hermione was shocked. It was the last thing she had ever expected. Furthermore, she was dating Tom Riddle, also known as Voldemort himself. Hermione went through Charms class quickly and found herself in doubles potions with a teacher looking as foul as Snape. But his name was Professor Algernon. He had greasy hair, oily skin, beady eyes, and a hook-shaped nose. At once he began to take roll. Lily Andrews, Molly Bates, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, Lucius Malfoy, Minerva McGonagall. Minerva, excuse me, is Miss McGonagall too busy in her own dream world to say here? Professor Algernon yelled. No, not at all. I'm sorry. Here, Hermione said nervously. She had forgotten that her name was Minerva. Hermione heard the lot of Slytherin snickering at her. Oh, thank you so much. I greatly appreciate that you decided to join us for class today, Miss McGonagall. Algernon said sarcastically. He continued with the roll. Peter Pettigrew, James Potter, Tom Riddle, Severus Snape, and Arthur Weasley. He took the parchment in his hands and rolled it up. He set it aside and took out a large gold cauldron. Today we will be working on the invisibility solution, Professor Algernon said. I'll be pairing you up into groups of 2, he continued. Lily, you may partner with her, he said, shooting a revolting look at Hermione. Hermione left her seat and moved her stuff to where Lily was seated. This class is so boring, Lily groaned. Hermione's eyes went instantly to the bracelet on Lily's thin wrist. In the heads of the boy and girl jewels, there were sparkling crystals, just like the one Hermione had. The only difference was that these crystals were glowing rapidly. That's pretty. Where'd you get it? Hermione asked hesitantly. It was from a friend. Was it James? Why, yes. How did you know? Well, because he talks about you so much, and he talked about buying the bracelet. He really likes you. Yeah, I like him too. But we could never go together. Tom would get too angry. Was it glowing when James gave it to you? I don't think so. Must be a thing that takes time or something. It had to be the curse, Hermione thought. Right, must be, Hermione said. I think I can talk to you. You know, as a friend. About things like this. Finally someone, no one in Slytherin would really understand me. They'd all tell Tom anything I'd say. They're all spies for Tom. Then he'd get mad at me all over again. Does Tom ever hurt, or hit you? No, never. He says he's protecting me. We're different from anyone else. Is it because of Slytherin? How do you know so much? I just do. Well, yeah, but you can't tell a soul. Please, I won't. Tom gets mad easily. Yeah, I don't like him. Well, of course you don't, Minerva. No one from Gryffindor can stand Tom. Well, yeah, but, and you never talked to me. That much, until today. Well, it might have had something to do with you being Tom's girlfriend. Yeah, most likely, huh? Know what? Tom's having a party down in the old shrieking shack. I wish you'd come. Bring a friend too, okay. Class is over, Tom wants me. I gotta run, bye. Hermione watched Tom put his arm around Lily and led her out the door. He seemed awfully protective of her. Hermione knew exactly who she was going to invite. He just had to say yes now. All he had to do was say yes. Hermione packed her stuff up and ran off to find him. Part 2. Oh please. Hermione asked sweetly. I don't know. Oh come on, please. Hermione asked. It's a Slytherin party. I know I wouldn't be welcome there. Sure you would, Remus. Besides, Lily invited us. She invited you. Well, she told me to invite another person. Then why'd you pick me? Oh Remus. I know I don't act too kind all the time, but I really don't mean it. Honest. Okay, fine. I'll go. What time is the party? In half an hour. Okay. Let's go see what the group's doing in the meantime. Okay. Hermione sat down in the common room with Molly. Remus went to go sit next to James, Sirius, Arthur, and Peter. What are you up to this evening? I've never seen ye so friendly with Remus, Molly said. Lily Andrews invited me and Remus to a party, Hermione said. It wasn't completely a lie. She was invited. Remus was sort of invited. Potter had almost slipped her tongue. Lily invited ye to a party. I'd have thought Tom would have killed her. Before letting a Gryffindor join one of those quote-unquote parties. He doesn't know about it, I don't think. Ye better watch out. Remus will be there. I'll be fine. Why so close with Remus, Is it wrong? No, that's not it. You've never close with, I am. That's why. Well, I guess I've just now realized that he's not all bad. We're going to be late unless we leave now, Hermione said standing up. She walked over to Remus. Ready? She asked. Yeah, he replied. Remus waved to his friends and then they disappeared to the Shrieking Shack. Hermione wore a long skirt with a slit that she thought was much too revealing. McGonagall's clothes are weird, she insisted to herself. She was wearing a full-sleeved green shirt with a scarlet cloak and dragon-hide boots. Hermione looked at Lupin. He was looking weary but handsome all the same. He was wearing his boots. Finally, they caught sight of the Shrieking Shack. They could already tell that a wild party was going on. Remus and Hermione hadn't entered. But it was so loud that Hermione thought drinking or something was going on. Couple after couple was disappearing to bushes, away from the shack. Old hags surrounded the place. A evil witch started looking deviously at Remus and Hermione. Remus put his arm around Hermione, who pushed away. She thought McGonagall would have done just as much if she was in that position. Loud music was bellowing out of the shack. The windows were all open. There seemed to be a band playing inside. Some people were in there that Hermione thought were too old to be going to Hogwarts. Her insides were shaking. Finally they reached the door. Hermione saw a window and tried to get Lily's attention through it. Finally Lily spotted her. She went to open the door. Hey Minerva. Glad you could make it. Tom still doesn't know about this, so try to stay out of his way, Lily advised. Okay, Hermione said. She grabbed Remus' hand and followed Lily. The three of them sat down in a corner. Lily was pulling nervously at her long pink skirt that was flaring out. She had a white top to match and her hair was in braids. She really did look innocent compared to the other Slytherin students. They were all in dark green and black. Lily faced Lupin and Hermione, looking terrified. If Tom sees me here he'll kill me, Remus muttered. Don't worry Remus. Just stay with me, there isn't too much he can do, I hope. Lily trailed off. Suddenly Tom swooped down with Snape and Lucius at his side. Well, if it isn't the resident werewolf. Tom muttered. Lupin suddenly turned very red. Hermione's heart went out to him. She wished the McGonagall would have been nicer to him, in the past and future. Lupin stuttered. I don't remember inviting Gryffindor dirt to my party. Tom went on. Lily trembled. I invited them, she said quickly. When did I ever say you could befriend anyone from Gryffindor? Tom asked scowling. Lily fell silent. Tom turned to Lupin. How did I know you were a werewolf? Very simple. You don't think Snape would keep his mouth shut, would you? Tom asked snickering. After you almost killed him. He went on. Remus didn't try to kill Snape. It wasn't his fault. Hermione exclaimed angrily. Oh yes, that was Black's idea, wasn't it? But then Hero Potter decided to save Snape. Oh yes. He got his cold feet at the last moment. He thought he'd save Severus so that he wouldn't get his own behind expelled from Hogwarts. Severus, if you were in Potter's position, you would have let him die, wouldn't you? Tom asked. Yes, Snape muttered. Stupid. Lucius exclaimed laughing. He chucked an empty bottle of butterbeer at Snape. Snape quickly ducked and Lily got hit on the knee instead. Hey, don't touch her. Tom exclaimed angrily, pushing Lucius down. It was for Snape, honest, Lucius said trembling. Then Tom's attention turned to Lily. Well, when did I say you could be friends with a werewolf and a stupid girl? He shouted. You don't own me, Tom. I can be friends with whoever I want to be friends with, Lily replied. We'll see. Tom trailed off. Well fine. If they aren't welcome here, then I'm leaving with them. Lily exclaimed. I don't think so. Tom said. He grabbed Hermione by McGonagall's long black hair and threw her to the ground. Ouch. Hermione muttered. Then he tried to grab Lupin by his robe, but that moment James and Sirius flung the door open. James. Lily cried. Leave them alone. James yelled. What do you want me to do with him? Lucius asked coldly. I'll kill him, he added in a voice just as cold. He only showed more hatred this time. No. When he dies, I'll be the one that kills him. Tom roared. Hermione shivered, thinking how true it was. Shut up, Tom. James barked. Come on Lily, James, Remus, Minerva. Let's go. Sirius muttered. Hermione rushed towards Sirius. They all followed quickly. Remus went last, slamming the door hard and leaving. They rushed down the stairs and walked out to the lake. They sat down on the sandy ground. Hermione tensed. She had to get the bracelet away from Lily, so that maybe Harry could use the counter curse and kill Voldemort. If only, and then she got an idea. Lily, you see, the reason I was talking to you in potions was because I was afraid of you. I overheard Tom telling Lucius and Severus that he would put a curse on that bracelet last week. I was trying to get it away from you, but I couldn't. I didn't have a good enough reason, and I didn't want to sound foolish. So now I'm telling you. It's better to just be straightforward about it. Hermione finished. Lily's beautiful eyes widened. I'll admit that I wouldn't have believed you then, but after everything that has happened tonight, I do. I do believe you. It hurts to think that he'd do something as awful as that. It really hurts, Lily admitted. James finally spoke. Minnie, you should have told me. I would have taken it away from Lily instantly. I can buy you millions more. He added, blushing. Well, we weren't exactly on speaking terms, right? So, how could I tell you? You'd probably think that I was hallucinating or something, Hermione replied. She was proud of herself for coming up with such a good lie. But lies are bad. Never do it again, she scolded herself. If it's something rotten that Tom did. Never. I'd believe everything, James said strongly. I'm glad, Hermione said. Why haven't you been talking to me all these years? James asked, holding Lily tight. Well, I've got to keep some of my secrets, right? Hermione said, smiling. Okay, James replied. Here, take it, Lily said, giving the soft bracelet to Hermione. It always reminded me of James though, she added sadly. Lily looked up at James, as if he was some type of hero. Her eyes shined under the moonlight. I'll buy you 1,000,000 more if you want. 1,000,000 more, I promise, James said. Lily took the bracelet off, handing it to Hermione. I know just the spell, I'll give it a proper burial. Promise, she whispered with a quick smile. Let's go, Sirius urged. Sirius, Remus, and Hermione stood up. They let James and Lily stay out by the lake for a while. Hermione walked up in Lupin's arms, happily, but in a way still yearning for Harry, but she kept thinking of James and Lily. They looked so sweet, so peaceful, and so meant for each other. It was too sad that they didn't know they'd die because Peter would betray them. Hermione wished she could tell James not to switch to Peter, and tell him what would happen, but she knew better than that. Shish, he didn't want to change the whole future. She knew better than to mess with time, too much. Hermione knew her time was up. She knew there was nothing else she could do. All she was thinking about was home. Back at Hogwarts in the future. And suddenly there she was. She was in McGonagall's cold office, in her own body. She looked up and saw McGonagall and Lupin sitting down with wrinkles under the eyes and their arms crossed. McGonagall jumped up instantly. Where is it? Where's the bracelet? She demanded. I got it. Right here, Hermione said, taking the bracelet from the inside of her cloak. Oh, good. Thank you. Now, we just need to figure out the counter curse. We'll see if Dumbledore can help us, although, I really don't know. He's on his deathbed, really, McGonagall muttered. Headmaster Dumbledore is dying, Hermione asked anxiously. He's getting really old. You'd be surprised to hear how old he really is. Thank you, Hermione, thank you so much. Now we'll save Harry, and the rest of us, McGonagall said. Yeah, thank you, Hermione, Lupin added. Hermione looked at him and remembered his face from the past. Professor Lupin, you were really good looking, she said, blushing. Lupin was caught off guard. But he gave a grin. Why, thank you, Hermione. Pity someone else didn't feel that way, he said, grinning and blushing at the same time, looking at McGonagall. Well, I don't know. McGonagall trailed off. I'll leave you two alone, Hermione said, laughing. Thank you, Hermione, McGonagall said, yet again. Hermione took a huge breath and left the room, letting McGonagall and Lupin settle their differences. Hermione entered the common room and caught Harry's eye from the distance. Hermione, you're back, Harry exclaimed. He ran to her. I told you I'd be, Hermione said. Well, I know. You did come back, but you were acting so weird. Avoiding me, I guess you could say. You're back, Hermione, oh, thank you. He kissed Hermione 3 times. Once on the forehead, cheek, and lips. Hermione's insides went to jelly. She blushed as heavy as Ron's hair, but she was really as light as a feather. When Hermione re-entered her world, it was Saturday. It was amazing how everything happened on Friday. Hermione woke up feeling relaxed. She woke up before Cassandra and opened all the windows to let the light in. She pushed the silky drapes behind heavy chests and let the sun reflect in. Then she walked into the Gryffindor Tower girls' bathrooms. She turned the hot water knob on and let the bathtub fill up. She walked to her bath and shower set from Bath and Body Works and picked the perfect scent to fill the tub with. Soon the entire bathroom filled with the sweet aroma of country apple. Hermione slipped into the water and all her troubles were instantly washed away. She inhaled and exhaled, feeling so serene. Hermione stayed in the tub for about half an hour. Then she instantly got out. The first task is today. She thought to herself, oh my gosh, I can't believe it. What's Harry going to have to do? Hermione asked out loud. She slipped on her bathrobe and dried her hair. Then she put on something she never thought she would wear, but she did it anyway. She grabbed one of Cassandra's halter tops. This one was flamingo pink. She grabbed a black leather mini skirt to match. Then she put on her dragon hide boots and took her hair and put it in 2 braids. She grabbed her makeup purse and put light powder on. Then she grabbed her blush brush and dabbed on a soft color to her cheeks. She put clear mascara on and pink eyeshadow. Then she painted her nails flamingo pink. Her entire face was glowing. Hermione slipped on earrings with little pink diamonds hanging off of them. Then she put on tons of pink bracelets and a gold chain around her neck. She opened the bathroom door and saw Cassandra with a towel and her hair pulled up with a jaw clip. She was in her bathrobe, bright yellow, and she was looking very tired. Then she took a look at Hermione. I never thought I'd see the day. Borrowing stuff from me. Proves you've got class. Cassandra exclaimed happily. You look like you just woke up, Hermione said sitting on her bed. I did. The sun was in my eyes. What did you open those windows for? Cassandra asked, rubbing an eye. The world looked so pretty, Hermione said, sighing. I feel like we switched places. Then again, yesterday you were acting like Minnie McGonagall, Cassandra said. I was. Hermione asked, hiding a grin. Oh yeah, you know what? I need a shower, so I can wake up some more. Give me a few minutes, okay? Cassandra asked. A few minutes turned into an hour. About time, Hermione scolded. And I still don't look as cute as you. Oh well, Cassandra said, sighing, making Hermione smile. She was wearing a strapless mini dress in black. Her hair was done with a black jaw clip. It was flying all over the place, but it looked really cute. What are you talking about? You're the only one that looks good in these clothes. I just felt like going wild for once, Hermione said. She thought to herself, besides, you only get one chance to live. You know what you need. Cassandra said, chewing her thumbnail. What? Hermione asked. My black leather jacket. It would look so cute with that skirt and halter top. Trust me. Cassandra knows all, Cassandra said, laughing. I don't know. Hermione trailed off. Hey, if you feel like going wild, better go the whole way. Cassandra exclaimed, putting the jacket on Hermione. Okay. The first task is today, remember. I want to go see Harry, Hermione said, unzipping the jacket that Cassandra tightened around her body. Oh yes, we have to go see Harry. Or Hermione will die of boredom. Cassandra exclaimed, putting a hand to her forehead and pretending to faint. Don't be silly, Hermione said, pulling her up from the ground. They tiptoed across Gryffindor Tower, it was still really early, and snuck into the 7th-year boys' dorms. Hermione went over to Harry's side and started whispering in his ear. Hey, Harry, wake up. It's Hermione, she said. What? Harry asked, half asleep. It's me, Hermione, she whispered again. Don't take her away. Have me instead. No, Hermione, Harry said loudly. What are you talking about? She whispered. Shish, you'll wake everyone up. No, you'll pay for this, Wormtail. Dumbledore, don't just stand there. Serious. Great wizards. I'm so glad you're here. Thank you. We're in so much trouble. Wormtail just took Hermione. I hope they don't kill her. Quick, get rid of that Dementor. I need to get out of here. No, look behind you. It's too late, Harry exclaimed. Shish, Harry. Wake up, Hermione whispered. What? What? Harry asked bewildered. You were having a dream, Hermione said. Oh no Hermione. I didn't get you away from Wormtail in time. It's over. Harry exclaimed. Harry, you were having a dream. Harry wake up, Hermione said gently. What? What? Harry asked waking up. You were having a dream Harry. Hermione said. Harry put his hand to his forehead. Is it hurting again? Hermione asked with fear. Yes. I had a dream. It wasn't real. It felt real. It felt so real. When they tried to tie me up in that cage, and took my wand away. It was so real. Then Sirius was coming, but Voldemort knocked him out, he was back in power. Harry exclaimed. You know what this means, right? We're going to come in contact with Voldemort, real soon, Hermione muttered. We'll be ready. We'll fight him, Harry exclaimed strongly. In the meantime, the first task is today. You had better get dressed. Hermione pointed out. Wait, how early is it? Harry groaned. About 6, Hermione replied. How early did you wake up? He asked. 4 or 4:30, Hermione replied bashfully. Why? Harry exclaimed. I couldn't sleep. Well, I slept good, but I took a long bath. I can tell. You smell good. Thank you. And what are you wearing? Isn't that something Cassandra would wear? It's one of her outfits, but I felt like being wild. Really? You look good too. Thank you, but Harry. First task. Have they given you any hints? Not any. I've got everything in my brain that I could possibly use though. Remember the summoning charm. I'll use that if I can. What else? Gillyweed from the last year, although I'm not sure if I'll need it. They aren't likely to do the same tasks. I doubt they will, so, what do you think I need to learn? I'm not sure. If only they had given us some type of hint, I could have gotten millions of books for you to read. I did some reading. Yesterday night I read up on hexes while you were reading a book. I think I've got everything I could possibly need. I just have to find out what the first task is. Okay, well, go on. Get dressed. I'm going down to the common room. Heaven knows what Cassandra and Ron are doing. I heard them sneaking down there ages ago. Okay, I'll go down there in a bit. Hermione walked down the stairs and saw Cassandra sitting in Ron's lap. I'm going to go change, Ron said hastily as he looked up to see Hermione. Good idea, Ron, Cassandra replied. Hermione laughed. Saws. Sandra straightened her clothes and stood up. I wasn't doing anything, she trailed off. I'm sure. Since when are you so shy? Since never. I think I'm acting like Ron. Sure, if you mean you're blushing as bad as his hair. Oh, his hair that Draco needs. That's what I'm talking about. Want to play chess? What am I? Stupid. I don't think so. The only person that can beat you in chess is Ron. He just got lucky. Fraid not sister. Then Hermione remembered her first year, when Dumbledore started handing out points after Slytherin decorations were all over the walls. It was like it was yesterday. Ahem, said Dumbledore. I have a few last-minute points to dish out. Let me see. Yes. First, to Mr. Ronald Weasley. Ron went purple in the face, he looked like a radish with a bad sunburn. Quote. For the best played game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years, I award the Gryffindor house 50 points. Gryffindor cheers nearly raised the bewitched ceiling, the stars overhead seemed to quiver. Percy could be heard telling the other prefects, my brother, you know. My youngest brother. Got past McGonagall's giant chess set. At last there was silence again. Second, to Miss Hermione Granger. For the use of cool logic in the face of fire, I award Gryffindor house 50 points. Hermione buried her face in her arms. Harry strongly suspected she had burst into tears. Gryffindors up and down the table were beside themselves, they were 100 points up. Third, to Mr. Harry Potter, said Dumbledore. The room went deadly quiet. For pure nerve and outstanding courage, I award Gryffindor house 60 points. The din was deafening. Those who could add up while yelling themselves hoarse knew that Gryffindor now had 472 points, exactly the same as Slytherin. They had tied for the House Cup, if only Dumbledore had given Harry just one more point. Dumbledore raised his hand. The room gradually fell silent. There are all kinds of courage, said Dumbledore, smiling. It takes a great deal of bravery to stand up to our enemies, but just as much to stand up to our friends. I therefore award 10 points to Mr. Neville Longbottom. Someone standing outside the Great Hall might well have thought some sort of explosion had taken place, so loud was the noise that erupted from the Gryffindor table. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood up to yell and cheer as Neville, white with shock, disappeared under a pile of people hugging him. He had never won so much as a point for Gryffindor before. Harry, still cheering, nudged Ron in the ribs and pointed at Malfoy. Who couldn't have looked more stunned and horrified if he'd just had the body bind curse put on him? There they are, Cassandra said, shifting her attention to Harry and Ron who were climbing down the stairs. Ready? Hermione asked Harry. I hope so, he replied nervously. Well, let's go down to the Great Hall. Get a bite to eat so you have time to properly digest your food, Hermione suggested. Excellent idea, Cassandra chirped in. Okay, let me just tie my boots up, Ron said. Finished, he said as they left Gryffindor Tower. They walked quickly to the Great Hall and all grabbed toast covered in marmalade and jelly. Slowly the Great Hall filled up with students. Hermione, Harry, Ron, and Cassandra had all finished their toast, but were still sitting at the Gryffindor table. Draco Malfoy stopped at the table, with Crabbe and Goyle on both sides of him. So, I guess we'll see who the real champion is today, huh Potter? He asked sneering. Yeah, I guess you'll fall flat on your face. Harry replied shortly. You want to say that again? Draco challenged. Yeah, I guess you'll fall flat on your face. Hermione, Cassandra, and Ron were hiding giggles. Oh, too funny, really. The real joke will be when you can't pass the first task, Draco mumbled. Oh yeah, that's really funny. So funny, that I forgot to laugh, Harry muttered. Draco began cursing as he walked off with Crabbe and Goyle at his shoulders. Will the champions come forward? Dumbledore asked pointedly when everyone had come into the Great Hall. Well, almost everyone, Neville. Lo is still trying to find his other boot. Draco, Harry, Marcy Desiree, and Nigel Bastel walked forward. They climbed up to the high table, at which all the teachers were present. Headmaster Timid was wearing a robe, entirely too large on him, and he was shaking. Madame Maxine was wearing a forest green satin dress and an emerald cloak with actual emeralds lining it carefully. Her legs were crossed, and she was wearing the most peculiar look, almost like the one Draco's mum carried. Dumbledore led them into a room where Bagman anxiously followed. It is my great pleasure to introduce to you the Bagman began, but he was cut off. I'm so sorry I'm late. I desperately apologize, but the Cauldron Convention held me over for a few days. What did I miss? Percy Weasley asked. Percy, how nice of you to join us. This is our new magical cooperation head. He will be joining us for the remainder of the Dumbledore began. Headmaster Dumbledore, I see 2 students from Gryffindor. You don't mean to say that we've, again. All right, Percy said looking smug. I was just about to introduce the first task to you, Bagman said. I'll start again, he added with a shake of his head. Each of you will have to cross a bridge for your first task. There will be 4 different bridges, each of you will have a different one. Each path is deadly, watch out. You will draw a model from this bag, and whatever your model is, that's the one you'll be crossing. Be sure to note that at the bottom of the model it tells you which order you are going in, be sure to check it. I wish luck to you all, Mr. Bagman finished. He held out the bag. Ladies first, I'm sure, he said smiling. Marcy Desiree stood up and nervously slipped her hand into the bag. Her shaking hand picked out a thin rope attached to piranhas. There was a number 1 at the bottom of the model. Harry gasped. She would have to cross a thin rope, with only her wand, and a barrel or piranhas swimming around. Nigel Bastel was next. He stuck his hand into the bag and pulled out a bridge in awful shape, looking ready to break at any second, and there was a herd of hippogriffs looking extremely angry behind the bridge. Underneath the model was a number 3. Draco strutted forward. He dipped his hand in the bag and pulled out a fairly easy bridge. There were thick grasses all over the bridge, and that was it. Something was queer about the grasses though, but Draco didn't realize it. Harry picked last. He knew what was coming, possibly the deadliest, as it was the last one. He nervously picked the last one out. It was a jungle. There were piranhas floating around in the water. It was a worn-down bridge, but not in comparison to Nigel Bastel's bridge. There were wild flowers, poisonous herbs, wild hippogriffs behind the start line, and trees surrounding the bridge. The trees were tall, so tall in fact that you couldn't see light. Harry had a plan though, he had a plan and he knew just what he was going to do. Now that you have all picked your bridges and have some time to think about what you will use, we will begin. Bagman exclaimed. He walked out of the room and went out onto the Quidditch field. His voice was magnified as he shouted out the objective and rules. Mr. Bagman forgot to add that at the end of each bridge, should you survive, you shall get a diamond. This diamond, D, will help you with your next task, tell you what will happen and such. Good luck to you all, Dumbledore added before disappearing out the door. Marcy Desiree. Bagman's voice boomed as he continued on with the commentary. Marcy shifted her long golden hair behind her face, batted her purple eyes quickly, put her head up and left the room bravely. There she goes, Bagman began. Harry turned to Nigel Bastel. Nigel, isn't it? Harry asked. Yes, I've heard all about you. That's where he did it, isn't it? Nigel asked, gesturing to his scar. Yeah, but I don't remember it much. What year are you? 7th, I'm 18 now. They turned back to the commentary. Oh, I really wouldn't have done that. She should have been careful on the bridge. Hasn't used any magic yet. Oh no, she's fallen in. What will she do? The piranhas are coming faster and faster, smart move. She's back on the bridge. Only a few more steps, but a piranha just managed to give her a long gash across her leg. She's fallen down. That's the ticket. Keep using that charm and, she's crossed it. A few seconds later Bagman was marveling at the marks. Good mark. A bit high I'd say. A fairly decent mark, you can't expect to get perfects. Excellent. And now for our second contestant, Draco Malfoy. He shouted over an enormous applause. Draco stuck his chest out and entered the stadium. He enters the bridge, things are going good. Well, I guess he didn't expect that, did he? Ouch. That had to hurt. Bagman shouted. Harry couldn't see anything but that he was breathing heavily. Nigel Bastel was slouching on his seat. Harry closed his eyes and tried to concentrate. He better stop that, only a little more left, and he's got the diamond. Bagman yelled. A smaller applause broke out. Harry cool. D swear he heard boos from the Gryffindor crowd. Pretty fair scoring. I'd say that's about right. Bagman trailed off. A few minutes went by and Bagman called for Nigel. Next up is Nigel Bastel from Durmstrang. Nigel got up strongly and tackled the bridge. Mr. Bagman instantly started commentating. Looks like those hippogriffs are mad today. Not a wise move, but we'll see what happens next. Excellent idea. Now he's getting the hang of it. Ouch. Excellent job, Nigel. His scores are fairly good. Oh yes. That's the ticket. Last, Harry Potter. Bagman shouted. Harry trembled. There was cool sweat on his forehead. He bravely stood up and faced the actual bridge. It was 10 times as terrifying, no, 100. The trees were so tall as he stood on the starting platform, that he couldn't see day or light. The hippogriffs looked so fierce, that he was afraid to even look at them. The bridge was run down and any dangerous move would cause him to fall into the water swimming with piranhas. The bridge was so long that Harry didn't know how he'd manage, if he didn't have a plan. But he did. It was now or never. He wanted to try it again. Accio Firebolt, he shouted. Suddenly the firebolt came to him. Harry jumped onto the swift broom just in time. The hippogriffs almost stampeded all over him. Harry flew straight up and finally saw light. He flew over the trees, that were cousins of the Whomping Willow. They were very angry, and stopped until he saw the end of the bridge. He quickly soared through the sky and landed down at the finish, sweeping the diamond from a house elf's hands. Well done, McGonagall exclaimed. She ran forward clutching her hat. Your summoning charm did it again. I'm so glad, she said, brushing the hair away from her face. Harry had a huge grin on his face as he received the compliment. From the corner of his eye, he saw Hermione, Ron, and Cassandra running towards him with even bigger smiles. Harry, you did it, Hermione exclaimed, hugging him tightly. Harry put his arms around her and rested his head on her shoulder. McGonagall narrowed her eyes and Hermione quickly let go, smiling weakly. Then McGonagall's face broke into a smile. You did it without getting a single mark on you. Excellent, Potter. I don't think you need to go Pomfrey now. Although Malfoy did have many horrible burns all over his legs. I don't think Epiter Grow is going to cut it this time. His legs were swollen and burning, she muttered, shaking her head. Bagman ran up the stairs from the judge's table and shook Harry's hand. Excellent job, Harry. You've completed the first task. Come get your marks, he exclaimed. When he finally let go of Harry's hand, he scurried down the stairs and took his seat again. Madame Maxime took her wand and painted a silvery gas into the air. Harry saw a 1. He burned up. This was insane. And then Madame Maxime took another wave of her wand and painted a 0. Perfect 10. Cassandra exclaimed happily. Professor Timid made a small 10 with his wand. Again, Ron shouted. Percy drew his wand and made a very neat 10. I can't believe it, Harry said. Dumbledore took his wand and made an interesting 10. It had sparks flying everywhere and inside the 0 you could see a smiling face with winking eyes. Excellent, Hermione exclaimed. It was Bagman's turn. Everyone knew that he would give Harry, yes, another 10. Hermione hugged Harry again tightly. I can't believe this, she exclaimed. Way to go, Harry, Cassandra shouted. Yes, Ron exclaimed. Harry put his arm around Hermione and they sat down. Harry listened to the three of them telling how the other champions made their way through their bridges. Draco thought all he had to do was walk across the bridge. It was hilarious watching his face as all the grasses and crap got squeezed his ankles and pulled him down. He got a nasty burn on his neck, not to mention many other places. His legs were bleeding horribly. He was pulled halfway across the bridge. Then he did some charm that made the weed, or whatever it was, released him. Ron finished. Harry laughed at the thought of Draco being tied up in weeds, trying to strangle him. Much like the memory of his first year when he had passed Fluffy. Cassandra was about to tell Harry all about what Marcy did, but Bagman suddenly came up to Harry. We need a word. To introduce the second task to you, he trailed off. Harry clutched the diamond. He slipped it into his robe and followed Bagman. They entered a room full of velvety wallpapering and pictures of famous Quidditch players. Harry sat on a cushioned chair next to the other champions. Now, as you know, Harry is in the lead. He has 50 points. Nigel and Draco are tied for second with 40 points. Marcy is third with 37 points. You are all doing very well. Now, some more rules for you. The diamond will give you clues towards the next task. We will not tell you how it does. That will be for you to figure out on your own. We wish you luck. In the meantime, the second task is in 2 weeks. We hope you will be ready. The Yule Ball will be the day after it. Good afternoon to you all now, Bagman finished. Harry looked around. He saw Marcy with a huge bandage over her leg. Nigel had blood soaking through his robes from the back. Harry hopped off his chair and saw a very smug Draco limping off. He had his forehead bandaged and was looking extremely grumpy. Harry hid a grin and walked out of the room. Marcy almost fell in half the time. Then, she actually did. And she did that floating charm. What is it? Wingardium Leviosa or something, I'm not quite sure. But anyway, she had to keep floating up to keep away from the piranhas. Then one of them got her leg. It looked really sick, so her leg got all messed up. I hope it gets fixed. I'm sure Madame Pomfrey will get it back to normal in no time though, Cassandra said. Nigel should have gotten more points. He had the stampeding hippogriffs behind him. He turned around quickly and bowed. Then one of the hippogriffs let him get on him and ride the whole bridge down. Of course he had to go quickly. The bridge broke as quickly as he crossed it. It was funny. He almost fell in the water. But some of the hippogriffs still weren't satisfied and scratched his back up. No one thought of the summoning charm, just like last time. I'm so proud of you, Harry. Hermione squealed. Thanks, Harry said calmly. So, have you begun to figure out how that diamond is going to be a clue? I mean, you've only got 2 weeks. That's much less time than last time. I don't see how you're going to manage to get it done. Hermione went on and on and on. Harry shook his head and enjoyed the sunset. Now it was his turn to feel, as light as a feather. Longbottom, please do not tell me that you still cannot concoct a simple minimizing solution. Snape barked during potions on Monday. Neville whimpered, the way he always did for those 7 long years under Snape's hooked nose. Miss Granger, do not even think of helping him. Snape shouted as Hermione tried to stop Neville from breaking out into tears. The entire Slytherin side of the classroom was laughing. Nothing's funny. Why don't you shut up? Harry asked. Potter, That's 10 points. I don't believe I asked you to say anything. Snape bellowed in the dungeon. He turned to face the class. We will be concocting a maximizing solution today, and we will be testing Neville's on, Potter. Snape shouted. Harry's forehead burned. Do you have a problem with this? Snape challenged. He was trying to make Harry lose his temper. Harry sat there silently. Well, can you not talk today? Should I take some more points from Gryffindor for failure to respond in class? Huh, Potter. Well, Potter. No, I don't think you should, because you're intimidating me. Silence. You asked me, eh? I said silence. Snape exclaimed. At the end of class you will take Neville's maximizing solution. In the unlikely case that he correctly performs it, you will maximize like a balloon and I will give you the antidote to reduce you to your former state. Now, in the event that Neville cannot concoct a proper solution, you will stay a big balloon. Get started, class. Snape boomed. The students pulled out their ingredients and started filling their cauldrons with bubbling broths. We need to do something. Hermione squealed. I know. Nobody wants Harry to be a big balloon. That would be horrible for our Quidditch team. Cassandra exclaimed, sighing. Well, Hermione, switch potions with Neville again, said Ron. Are you sure? Hermione asked. Yes, just do it. I don't care if Snape takes away any more points, so long as my best friend doesn't turn into a balloon, exclaimed Ron. Well, okay. Let's get to work, Cassandra, Hermione said. Right on it, Cassandra replied. They worked diligently and concocted a perfect maximizing solution. Cassandra switched cauldrons with Neville just in time. He didn't notice what they had done, for he was shaking and trembling horribly, and Snape was coming towards him. Well, Potter, come here, he barked. Harry got off his seat and slowly walked over to Snape. I'm here, he boredly said. Snape took a spoonful of the solution and handed it to Harry. He took it and swallowed carefully. He swelled up and became inflated as he reached the sky. He was a huge balloon. The Slytherin students were rolling on the floor laughing. How humiliating. Harry shot a bottle of antidote at Harry. He grabbed it with his swelling arm and drank it in large gulps. Slowly he went back to his original size. The Slytherins were still snickering. I liked you better, fat. Draco shouted. No wonder you like Crabbe and Goyle, Harry shot back unpleasantly. Silence. Snape commanded. Miss Granger, I believe I asked you not to help Longbottom. That's 10 points from Gryffindor, Snape said nastily. Harry shuffled back to his seat. I can't believe it. Snape doesn't get mad at Malfoy for anything. Harry exclaimed angrily. Well, of course he doesn't. You of all people should know that, Harry, said Hermione softly. Well, that doesn't make it fair. I wish I could get back at Snape for something, Harry muttered, packing all his bags up and leaving the classroom. Have you figured out what the diamond means yet? Hermione asked, changing the subject. No, not yet, Harry mumbled. Well, you've got roughly less than 2 weeks. I don't understand why everything is going too quickly this year. They should give the champions as much time as possible, said Hermione thoughtfully. Don't worry about it, Harry. You're in the lead by a lot, Ron exclaimed, making Harry feel a little bit better. I can't believe Draco got all those points. He definitely didn't deserve it, Cassandra said. Well, he wasn't horrible. Hermione trailed off. Whose side are you on? Asked Harry playfully. Yours, of course, Hermione replied quickly. That's what I thought, Harry said in a macho voice. Hermione playfully slapped him. But really, you need to figure out how the diamond can possibly be a clue, Hermione insisted. I've got plenty of time for that later. Right now I want to go get some lunch, Harry replied. I second that, said Ron. I third it, Cassandra piped in. Hermione frowned at all of them. Oh, all right. But when Draco gets ahead of you, don't blame me, Hermione exclaimed as Cassandra pulled her into the Great Hall. They sat down at the Gryffindor table and dish after dish was filled in high quality. Why French and Bulgarian foods to make the guests feel as comfortable as possible. The house elves are really having their work cut out for them, don't you think? Hermione asked. I thought you finally decided to give SPEW up, Ron exclaimed. I'm not so sure. Well, of course they've learned to like being slaves, but they deserve so much better and, oh, who am I kidding? Let's just enjoy the food, Hermione finally said. Now you're talking, Ron exclaimed as he helped himself to treacle tart. This is so good, Cassandra squealed as she sampled the kidney pudding. Harry wrinkled his nose. I'm taking some more, Cassandra decided. This really is good, Harry said as he took a large bite of a roast beef sandwich. You guys are pigs, Hermione exclaimed as she took small bites from her Caesar salad. We're not pigs. You just don't eat enough. I'm going to make you eat more after you finish that salad, Cassandra said. What are you going to make me eat? Hermione asked. Some treacle tart. Ron says it's really good. And of course this great kidney pudding. Honestly Harry, you can get a sandwich any day. Try some of this pudding, Cassandra said as she took another spoonful. All in good time, replied Harry laughing. Hermione finished her salad and took a sip of her pumpkin juice. Don't think you're going to get away from me Hermione, Cassandra said as she plopped a hug. Eat piece of kidney pudding on Hermione's gold plate. That's too much, Hermione exclaimed. Hardly. I took that much 3 times and I'm still hungry, said Cassandra. Well, if you're making me eat some, then give some to Harry, Hermione said. Okay. Here you go Harry, Cassandra exclaimed plopping a larger amount on Harry's plate. Wow, Harry said laughing. Harry finished his food and they all grabbed their bags. We've got a lot of time before we have charms with Filtwick. Do you want to drop our stuff in Gryffindor Tower and then go visit Hagrid? Hermione suggested. They hadn't talked to Hagrid in a long time. Sure, Cassandra said. She wanted to see Hagrid's hut more than anything. They ran back to Gryffindor Tower and put their stuff down at their bedsides. Then they walked all the way to Hagrid's hut. About time came to see me. Oi, Cassandra, you came to see me too. Glad ye did, my hut's a mess, mind ye. Have a seat, have a seat. Would ye like some tea and cakes? Hagrid asked. Oh, it's okay Hagrid. We just had lunch, Hermione said quickly. All right then. Oi Harry, d'ya know what gonna do about the diamond? Hagrid asked. No, not yet. I've only had it for a day now, Harry replied. Well, if ye'd like some tips, I'd give ye some. Hagrid, not now. I think Harry should give it a go on his own first, Hermione said pointedly. Course, Hagrid said. Don't take it the wrong way. We appreciate your help, Hermione said. Course. What class have ye got next? Hagrid asked changing the subject. Charms. I think we'll be reviewing the cheering charms today, Hermione replied. Trust Hermione to keep on top of everything, Ron said laughing. Oh yes. School is so important. I'm in love with school and class. Cassandra trailed off mocking Hermione. Oh, don't be silly. Is it horrible to know that we're studying? Hermione challenged. Yes, Harry said. Since forever of course, Harry replied with a grin on his face. You better not be, Harry said putting his arms around Hermione. How much ye wanna bet? Hermione asked. Hermione, speaking with improper grammar. Am I hearing things? Cassandra asked. You are good Cassie, Ron exclaimed. Thank you, Cassandra replied. Since when is making fun of me a hobby? Hermione asked with her hands on her hips. Since forever of course, Harry replied with a grin on his face. Oh, I'm sure, Hermione said. Thanks for having us Hagrid, Cassandra said sweetly. Anytime. I'm only sad ye don't visit me more often, Hagrid boomed. We're sorry. We've just been really busy. You understand, don't you? Hermione asked. Sure. Come back soon, ye hear? Hagrid asked. We will, assured Ron. They got up and walked towards the door. Hagrid waved as they walked back to Gryffindor Tower to get their stuff for charms. They got to charms quickly and took their seats. Professor Filtwick was perched on his usual amount of spell books. Hello class, squeaked Filtwick. Today we're going to start out by reviewing cheering charms. Then we'll have a discussion on what happened to Gilbert the Goodfellow for pronouncing the charms wrong. Hermione got out her books and began to memorize all the things she knew about Gilbert the Goodfellow. Filtwick summed up cheering charms and everyone was feeling as light as a feather. Then he launched into a great discussion of Gilbert the Goodfellow and how he turned himself into a permanent frog for pronouncing charms wrong. In 1542 Gilbert died as a frog, Hermione finished. Very good, Professor Filtwick said clapping his hands. Encore, Ron whispered to Cassandra under his breath. Cassandra bit back her lip to stop from laughing. Class is dismissed, Professor Filtwick said waving his arm towards the door. Hermione, Harry, Cassandra and Ron packed their bags, picked up their purses. Well, only Hermione and Cassandra did that, and went to Herbology. Professor Sprout was rearranging the Wilwally weeds as they entered the classroom. Hannah Abbott gave a friendly wave as she took her seat. "Good afternoon, class," Professor Sprout said as she managed to get some of the dirt out of her fingers. "Today we are going to be replanting the fairy weeds. They should be ready in 2 to 3 weeks after we plant them. Then we can squeeze them for their juices. The juices will be used by Professor Snape and Filtwick in a potion concocted for good luck charms." I dare say that Professor Snape isn't as eager for it, but Professor Filtwick was positively beaming when I told him the good news. "Now class, get in pairs of 3 to 5, no more, no less," said Sprout as she started pointing her wand to closets and drawers, getting gardening equipment out. "Hey Neville, come work with us," Harry called out. "Me?" Neville asked. "Of course, we know how good you were at Herbology," Ron said. Neville blushed. "Do you really think so?" Neville asked, trembling. "We know so," Cassandra replied. "Yes, Neville. Otherwise why would have the professor said so?" Hermione pointed out. Neville grabbed a stool and started tickling one of the fairy weeds. It instantly popped out and Hermione took a firm hold of it as Cassandra made a hole. Then she stuffed it in the hole and Ron and Harry took mounds of dirt and piled it upon the fairy weed. "Excellent, Neville. I haven't much read up on fairy weeds. Shame on me. I would have never thought to tickling them," Hermione said, making Neville glow brilliantly. The professor came up to their table and applauded Neville. "Was it your idea to tickle them?" "Class, everyone. Neville has figured out the easiest way to remove fairy weeds," she exclaimed. Justin Fletchley looked up. He was awfully discouraged. The fairy weeds were sprinkling dust all over him and he was getting a horrible allergy attack. Neville looked surprisingly enthusiastic and was feeling much more comfortable. He quickly made the job easier for Harry, Ron, Cassandra, and Hermione. Soon, they were the first ones finished. Neville went from table to table, giving them tips on how to plant the fairy weeds and almost everyone took the advice cheerfully. It wasn't often that Neville got the spotlight. Herbology was his only chance to gain it and Harry, Ron, Cassandra, and Hermione were feeling very happy for Neville. All good things must come to an end. Herbology class was over and so was Neville's glory, for that day anyway. I was happy for Neville. He deserved that, especially after Snape was torturing him, as usual, Hermione said. Too true. I think Snape should lay off, Cassandra said. We all do. But do you actually think he will? Ron asked. Good point, replied Cassandra. Still, it's nice to hope and dream. Harry trailed off. Yeah, hoppin'. And dreaming gets you nowhere sometimes. Hermione said pointedly. That doesn't mean it isn't a good thing, Harry replied. What's this discussion for? Cassandra asked. I have no idea, Hermione replied. Good. Then I'm not the only one. Let's go back to Gryffindor Tower. I've got a sack of chocolate frogs that want to be opened, Cassandra said. I don't think they want to be opened. I think you just want to open them. Hermione replied. Same thing, said Cassandra laughing. They entered the common room, full of Gryffindors. Hey you guys, Ginny called from behind Seamus and Dean. Hey Ginny. Hermione and Cassandra sweetly replied back. Harry grinned and waved. Ron waved too, but his face didn't make Ginny go weak at the knees and blush. Well, we've got a while till dinner. I don't think we should spoil it with those frogs though, Hermione said. Won't spoil my dinner, Cassandra insisted. Mine either, said Ron. Hermione rolled her eyes. Harry laughed and took out the shining diamond from his robes. It was sparkling. How is this supposed to give me a clue about the second task? Harry muttered as Hermione went off to Ginny's side. He twirled it around in his hands. Like this is going to tell me all about the second task, right? Well, there's got to be something about it. If only I could figure it out. Man, this is killing me, Harry muttered. Suddenly there was a lot of commotion. There were a bunch of yells and hollers. Harry rolled his eyes and thought the first years were creating havoc again. But the noises got louder and they were coming towards Gryffindor Tower. The portrait hole swung open and Dennis Creevy came running inside. Stop, stop, he yelled as some Slytherin students were throwing filibuster fireworks at his back. He ran inside and tripped over Harry's leg. Suddenly the diamond came crashing to the ground. No, Harry yelled. The diamond was shattered into a million pieces. Harry turned to Dennis and was ready to strangle him. Sorry. Dennis said in a meek voice. Sorry. I don't think that's going to help, Dennis. You're in big trouble, Harry said, reaching for Dennis. Suddenly a brilliant flash of light came from the shattered diamond pieces. There was a ghost-like voice that suddenly came and the light stayed flashing. Congrats to you, for you have found the secret which lay hidden in sound. This next task is very high, go up there in the sky. Quote. The light stopped flashing and the diamond instantly repaired itself. Harry turned to Dennis and swallowed quickly. Oh my God. Dennis, what did you just do? Harry exclaimed with his bright green eyes staring at the small boy crazily. I dunno. Dennis Creevy whispered, staring up at Harry. Harry threw down the diamond and watched it shatter into pieces and recite the words in a ghostly voice again. His eyes almost fell out of his sockets. The diamond instantly repaired itself again. Harry turned to Dennis Creevy and picked him up, dancing around the common room, which had fallen completely silent, happily. Finally Harry put Dennis down. Hermione, Ron, and Cassandra rushed over to Harry and they went to corner of the common room to talk. This means, Harry said, calming down, that the next task has to do with flying. Harry, you're brilliant, Hermione exclaimed, jumping up and down. No, I'm not. Dennis is. He's the most idiotic boy I know, and he didn't even know what he was doing when he did it, but he's still pretty damn brilliant. Harry exclaimed, twirling the diamond around in his hands again. That bloke actually did something worthwhile. I'm surprised, Ron admitted. It was sweet of him to break a valuable thing, Cassandra added with a bright smile. Harry laughed. I'm guessing it's a flying obstacle, Sue. RSE, and you have to make your way through it. Hermione exclaimed with her eyes widening. Exactly. This'll be a piece of cake for you, Harry. Ron said. Well, as this is the Triwizard Championship, I'm guessing it's going to be a bit harder than I'd expect it to be, so I'd better get some practicing done at the Quidditch field if I want to stay in the lead. I can't believe this, my favorite thing is what the next task is all about. This is great, Harry exclaimed, being very overwhelmed. Yeah, it's too cool, and if you need any help, me and the rest of the Quidditch team will work with you. Cassandra offered excitedly. That'll be good. Yeah, I need all the help I can get to win this next task, said Harry. I'll be rooting for you, Ginny said, coming over. She turned a bright red. Harry looked up and grinned. Thanks, Ginny, he said, making Ginny blush uncontrollably. Sure, she trailed off. Want to sit down? Cassandra offered. Okay, thanks, Ginny said, sitting down on the ground beside the 4 7th-year students. So, we've got a few more days until the weekend, Cassandra said. I'll say, Ron said grumpily. Don't worry about it, Hermione replied. We've got tons to do. Like what? Harry asked. Well, good point, Hermione replied, annoyed. So many days till Hogsmeade, I don't think I'll survive, Ginny said. We can have fun on our own, right here at Hogwarts. We can play chess, Cassandra said, her eyes lighting up. No thank you, Hermione retorted with a giggle. They got into a conversation about how nasty Snape really was, and before they knew it, it was almost time for dinner. They'd been having dinner rather late these days, it was mostly because the house elves had to cook for so many extra guests. The sun had almost disappeared behind all the hills, and it seemed as though all the wild animals scurried back into the forbidden forest to go to sleep. The sky was a great purple color and was slowly descending to gray, and then black. Hermione, Harry, Ron, Cassandra, and Ginny scurried over to the great hall and sat down behind shining gold plates. They were all empty, but once everyone else had settled in, magically larger plates filled with bouillabaisse and other interesting foods. Kidney pie again. I think I'm going to be sick, Hermione said, groaning. You stay with your salad. I'll take over here, Cassandra exclaimed eagerly as she piled her plate with kidney pudding. I'm with her, Ron said to Harry as he dug into his salmon fillet. They are pigs, that's all they are, Hermione whispered, rolling her eyes. I know, Harry said under his breath. On the other side of the table, nearly headless Nick was sitting with Seamus Finnegan and Ginny Weasley. It's good that Harry got in the lead from the beginning, nearly headless Nick commented. Yeah, a Hogwarts victory would be no good if Harry didn't win it. Who'd want Malfoy to win? Ginny asked grumpily. All of Slytherin, Seamus pointed out angrily. Good point, Ginny replied. Further down, Dean Thomas was trying to help Neville with his astronomy homework. You see, Neville, it's rather simple. First comes Mercury. But, why is Venus hotter than Mercury if Mercury is closer to the Sun? Neville asked with a hand to his head. Venus has gases inside of it that make it hotter than Mercury, Dean patiently explained. I'm confused. Neville groaned. Next to them, Colin and Dennis Creevy were going on about the giant squid. Guess what, Colin? What, Dennis? The squid almost tried to eat me. Oh, yeah, I know. And know what? I helped Harry figure out what the next task will be, Dennis said triumphantly. I know. I can't believe it. One of us helped Harry. Colin exclaimed, hopping up and down. Creevy brothers to the rescue. Dennis exclaimed as he slapped 5 with Colin. Other students were going on about what the second task was going to be. To Harry it seemed as though no other champion had yet figured it out. So, what's for dessert? Cassandra asked eagerly. The usual, Harry replied. Dish after dish filled with ice cream, plate after plate with pies, cookies, lemon meringue, and large sticky cakes. I think I'm going to go on a diet right after this meal, Hermione said laughing. Take your time, because this ain't stopping until Beauxbatons and Durmstrang leaves. Cassandra exclaimed as she took a large piece of pumpkin pie. I've never noticed this, but pumpkin pie tastes really good with pumpkin juice, Ron said. Gee, I wonder why, Hermione teased. Know what you guys should be? Food critics. Not a half bad idea. Cassandra said to Ron. Well, I think I'm capable of more than that, I mean. Teasing Ron, teasing, Hermione replied laughing. Dumbledore finally dismissed everyone off to bed. They all went back to Gryffindor Tower. Cassandra and Hermione said goodnight to Harry and Ron and slipped on their night robes and stayed up trying on the clothes that Cassandra's mom had sent her last weekend. At last Cassandra turned her bed light off and whispered, "Sweet dreams." Then they both went to sleep. Tuesday flew by and Wednesday came, bringing divination along with it. Harry, Cassandra, and Ron waved bye to Hermione and stepped into the perfumed room. Lavender and Parvati were at Professor Trelawney's desk talking to her about planetary revolutions and counter predictions right before class started. With a wave of her wand, Professor Trelawney silenced the class. Today, my children, we will be studying counter predictions again. Would someone kindly tell the class what a counter prediction is? Trelawney said lazily. Parvati and Lavender's hands shot straight into the air. Yes, Miss Pottle. Professor Trelawney said. A counter prediction is anything you see that shows you what will not happen. Parvati said, sounding very important. Very good, Miss Pottle. And may I ask who knows what a Gardenia Leverecki is? Asked Professor Trelawney asked. Once again Parvati Till and Lavender Brown's hands shot straight up. Miss Brown, if you please, Trelawney mumbled as she fixed a vase of flowers. A Gardenia Leverecki is a species of tea leaves, possibly one that we would further study with today. Lavender said pointedly. Excellent, Miss Brown. You're right on the dot. Today we will be working with the Gardenia Leverecki. This is a very rare type of tea leaf and we are most fortunate to get our hands on it. Trelawney squeaked. Lavender and Parvati exchanged excited glances and scooted forward to get a good look at the leaves. They look like the other tea leaves we've been using if you ask me. Ron muttered, twirling his quill in the air. Professor Trelawney arched an eyebrow and faced Ron. I believe that you are not very familiar with the true art of divination, she muttered. That's a surprise. I think I only figured that out the first day I was here, Ron retorted. Professor Trelawney was very upset by the end of class and made everyone do an extra assignment concerning outer planetary movements. Good going, Ron, Harry said as he got out of the burning room. I don't care. She's such a moron, Ron muttered. Now Ron, Cassandra teased. We don't speak about our teacher like that. You should know better. I don't care. I really don't. I wish I was smart like Hermione and switched, Ron grumbled. Don't worry about it. At least I'm here, right? Cassandra said, kissing him on the cheek quickly. Well, yeah, but. Ron trailed off. He wasn't completely convinced yet, even though Cassandra did make him feel a little bit better. We've got Transfiguration next with Hermione too. Come on. Let's go, Harry urged. Someone's in a hurry. Cassandra teased. Harry found himself turning red. No, I just like Transfiguration a lot. That's right. You keep thinking that, Cassandra said. Ron burst out laughing, and Harry was turning redder yet. Hermione came up to them with a smile on her face. No homework, yet again, she said cheerfully. Then she looked at their annoyed faces. Oh, did Trelawney assign something about planets again? She asked, hiding a smirk. Good guess, Harry mumbled. Well, let's go to Transfiguration. Can't wait, Hermione said eagerly. Yeah, I bet you're so sick of not getting homework, Ron said. Well, if truth be told, I like staying on top of things, and not having homework isn't very good for me. What if I forget all about quadratic equations? Hermione asked, horrified at the thought. I don't think that will happen, Harry said. I'm with him. You're too brilliant, Hermione, Cassandra offered. Wow, that's a bit too much, Cassie, but thanks anyway, Hermione said, smiling. Any time, Cassandra replied lazily. They grabbed seats in Transfiguration and waited for Professor McGonagall to begin the lesson. Good morning, class. Today we'll be working on switching spells. Please try to get it correct this time, Neville, Professor McGonagall said, exasperated. Neville blushed and sunk into his seat, remembering when he accidentally got his ears put on a cactus. Professor McGonagall turned to the rest of the class again. The NEWTs are coming up for you now. This is the most important test of your lives. I hope that you are preparing for it, she said. Hermione looked fairly confident and smiled, while Harry, Ron, and Cassandra all exchanged guilty glances. In any case, you might notice that your homework is increasing. It's all to keep you on your toes, McGonagall continued. Hermione suddenly frowned, probably thinking about Professor Vector and the homework absences from his class. So, for the switching spells, find a partner and start Transfigurate. We'll be taking a box and changing it into a watch. You will be grading each other and pointing out mistakes. At the end of class, you will all each perform the Transfiguration for me once and I will grade you. Cassandra grabbed Hermione, and Harry paired up with Ron. They got 2 boxes and started changing things. Hermione obviously had lots to say about Cassandra's watch, but Cassandra didn't say a thing about Hermione's. Ron and Harry sort of just sat there and didn't critique at all, like most of the class. I'm ready to see each of you individually now. Do I have any volunteers? Ah, Hermione, thank you, McGonagall said. Hermione performed the Transfiguration and McGonagall applauded. I can't think of a thing wrong with it. Congratulations, Miss Granger, McGonagall said cheerfully, giving Hermione another, usual, high compliment. Hermione blushed scarlet and went back to her seat. Miss Taylor? McGonagall asked. Cassandra stood up and performed the Transfiguration quickly. Much better, Cassandra Nicole, but try to make sure the watch isn't such a 3D box, if you please. Mr. Weasley. R.O.N. shuffled up and turned the box into half a watch. McGonagall was very displeased. Mr. Weasley, you're usually much better than this. What's gotten into you today? Half a watch. Try better next time. Potter. Harry did the Transfiguration with ease and only had one mistake. Try to make sure that the watch isn't pink on one end, and brown on the other, Mr. Potter. Thank you. Next. One by one, she called everyone up. And by the time she was done, the bell rang. Class is dismissed. For homework, I'd like you to read about the advanced switching spells. We will concentrate on those tomorrow, that is all. McGonagall flopped down on her chair as the Gryffindor 7th years ran to the Great Hall for lunch. Ginny sunk into her seat at the Great Hall. She absent-mindedly put salt instead of sugar on her bread with butter and it tasted awful. Yuck, she exclaimed, throwing the bread down. Problems, Ginny? Hermione asked, bewildered. Oh, no, nothing at all, Ginny replied. She shrugged her shoulders and got back in her seat. Hermione wasn't completely convinced, but she decided it was better that she left Ginny by herself for a while. Ginny groaned as she saw Colin Creevey entering the Great Hall. Hey Ginny, Colin exclaimed. Oh, hi Colin, Ginny said, trying to look as miserable as possible. Are you okay? He asked. Oh yeah, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Just go on and do things away from me. Okay. Colin trailed off. Suddenly a much happier Ginny started putting sugar on her toast. And Hermione saw the whole thing. He's just being nice, you know, Hermione said. Easy for you to say. You don't have ever class with him. I do, Ginny replied stubbornly. I know guys, and I know that he's just being a good friend. Tell him what you're thinking too. If he ill acts, the way he acts, then just tell him that you want to be friends. I don't think it should be too hard, considering that you're going out with Seamus right now. It should be a piece of cake. I think he'll get the point. And knowing Colin, well, eventually. Ginny lightened a bit. Thanks. I think I'll try talking to him, it's better than avoiding him, which is getting rather hard, believe it or not. I'll believe it, Hermione said, heaving a sigh. She got up and went back to Harry, Ron, and Cassandra. Ginny's in the middle of a love crisis, she informed them. What? With who? Colin Creevey. He likes her. But she doesn't like him, Hermione supplied quickly. Better Colin than Seamus. At least that's someone her age, Ron grumbled. Yikes. Shouldn't have said anything, touchy subject. Hermione whispered to Cassandra. Why? Cassandra asked, bewildered. Ron thinks that Seamus is way too old for Ginny, Hermione replied quickly. Cassandra straightened up and looked at Ron. Ginny doesn't tell you who to date, and you shouldn't tell her either, got that? She said, putting a ponytail in her black tresses. Ron turned scarlet and tried to smooth his hair down. Okay, I guess, he trailed off. Cassandra changed the subject. We've got doubles astronomy with Ravenclaw next, so I'm going to freshen up. Come with me, Hermione, she asked, holding a hand out. Hermione grabbed it. Coming. They left Harry and Ron sitting with pieces of turkey in their mouths. Okay. Harry trailed off, swallowing. That was rather abrupt, don't you think? Ron asked, finishing his sandwich. Yeah, Harry said, getting up. He dusted a few crumbs off his shirt and walked to Dumbledore's office. His scar was hurting, and he remembered what Sirius had told him. If your scar hurts, go to Dumbledore. He started remembering what everyone said. Dumbledore's a good man, best headmaster Hogwarts has had yet, I'd say. Harry shook his head as Hagrid's words floated around in his mind. Ron stared after Harry quizzically and started walking after him. Where you going, Harry? Ron asked. Dumbledore's office, now, Harry replied without hesitation. He started walking faster and faster. His heart was pounding with anticipation, he knew something was wrong, very wrong. He broke into a run and Ron struggled to catch up. Finally Harry reached the gargoyle at the foot of Dumbledore's office. Lemon drop. Cockroach cluster, why isn't this working? Why'd you have to freaking change it all the time? Harry exclaimed angrily. It won't be Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, he hates that, Harry muttered. To his amazement, that was the password. Harry entered the office, with Ron behind him. He heard low murmurs and walked around, trying to find the people whose voices he heard. He was getting closer and closer. He could make out Lupin, Dumbledore, and another man. He finally found the door, opened it, and to his amazement, he saw Sirius Black standing there, not looking a day older. Sirius. My God, Sirius. You're here, you're back. Harry exclaimed. He couldn't help himself, and he instantly found himself running over to Sirius and giving him a hug. Then he shrugged his shoulders and moved away. Finally, when he calmed down, he noticed Lupin looking grave, and Dumbledore, in his bed. Professor Dumbledore, are you okay? He asked. Dumbledore shifted around and managed to sit up. His voice was croaking and it took a heavy breath to speak each word. Oh yes, Harry. I'm quite fine, thank you for asking. And you? I'm okay, but what are you doing, like this? Never mind about me. Ah, Mr. Weasley. How might you be? Dumbledore asked with his twinkling eyes moving to Ron. Ron was in shock. He saw his role model, the person he looked up to the most, right there in front of him. Lying on his deathbed. Don't worry, Ron. I'm sure I'll be back to my old self. Of course, I'm growing old now, it happens to people, do not worry. Dumbledore croaked cheerfully. Ron shook his head. You can't die. Who said anything about death? Dumbledore asked, smiling a generous smile. You have to get better then. Ron shouted. Mr. Weasley, please do not worry on my behalf. Now, what is it you've come here to tell me? You must have had something to say, or you wouldn't have been late to your next class. What is it? Astronomy, I believe. Dumbledore asked. Harry nodded. Yes, Professor. My scar's hurting again, Harry said. He felt so stupid saying it. It is. Sirius suddenly said. Yeah, Harry replied. We know what this means though already. Voldemort is obviously coming back to power. Lupin snapped. What we don't know though, is what his next move is, Lupin added. What do you mean? He wants to kill all muggles. That's about it, Sirius said shortly. And Harry. Lupin shot a nasty look at Sirius, making Harry burst out in anger. You guys were best friends, okay. Don't start fighting now. I don't want it, and I pretty damn well know that my father wouldn't want it. He shouted. Lupin and Black were instantly silenced at the mention of Harry's father. They both muttered what sounded like, sorry. Come, Mr. Potter's right. We don't need to start fighting now. There is a problem though, possibly the reason Harry is feeling pain in his scar. I'm guessing that Voldemort can sense that I am dying, and he's getting ready to attack Harry. He knows that one of the main things standing in his way of killing Harry is me. He knows that I will of course be protecting Harry as long as I am alive. If I weren't here when Harry was only in his first year, quite incapable of facing Voldemort entirely on his own, then Harry could have died, Dumbledore said. I'm not a baby anymore though. I can take care of myself, Don't need to be watched over all the time, Harry insisted. You might think that, but I'm your godfather, and your father wouldn't want me to just leave you all alone, and get killed by yourself, Sirius said. Another tremor of silence passed by with Harry's father's name. Harry put his hand over his face and drew it down to his chin, not knowing what to do. When I die, Dumbledore began. You can't die. Ron exclaimed, dropping all his books in horror. I assure you, Mr. Weasley, I can very well die. But if you are implying that you do not wish for me to die, then neither do I, Mr. Weasley, neither do I, Dumbledore replied gently. Cheer up, Ron. We've given him some medicine, he should be back to his old self in a few minutes, right in time for dinner. And Harry, don't you have the tournament to worry about? Lupin asked, smiling. Yes sir, I do, Harry stammered. He had completely forgotten about the Triwizard tournament. How are you doing? Have you figured out the clue? Sirius growled. Yeah, I have, Harry replied. Good, Sirius said. Yes, Mr. Potter. Very good. Now if you will all excuse me, I have an exceptionally full bladder that I would like to do off of, so, good day, Dumbledore said, getting up. Before he reached the bathroom he paused and said, Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley, as dinner starts in the tiniest amount of time, I suggest that you do not return to Astronomy and go to the Great Hall a few minutes early. There is no point in going to the Astronomy Towers now as the lesson has most likely already finished. Thanks, Professor, Ron whispered. Yeah, well, we've got to go then, Harry mumbled. Dumbledore made way to the bathroom and Sirius and Lupin followed after Harry and Ron. What are you guys doing, both of you? You'll be in serious trouble if any of the students see you. Harry screeched. Not to worry, Sirius said. Goodbye, Harry, Ron, Lupin said. Then Sirius turned back into a shaggy black dog, and Lupin put a cloak over his face, and they exited Hogwarts together. Harry and Ron were heading back to the Great Hall when Harry could have sworn he heard someone say, win the tournament. Make your parents proud, Harry. And then the voice was gone. Where were you guys? Hermione scolded. Yeah, I can't believe you skipped out on astronomy, Cassandra said, grinning. Ron was still shocked about Dumbledore, and Harry could have sworn that he heard that mysterious voice, possibly his imagination. Hello? Anyone home? Cassandra asked, waving a hand in front of their faces. Oh, yeah, we had to go to Dumbledore. Harry trailed off. Why? Hermione asked. My scar was hurting. It was. Oh no. What does this mean? Hermione asked. Well, for one thing, Ron said, swallowing. Dumbledore's dying. What? Cassandra exclaimed. You can't be serious. Hermione whispered. It's true, Harry told them, grabbing a salad. I can't believe it. He was so healthy last night, and so much more, and this is just crazy. Hermione exclaimed. Well, he should be better for tonight, but he's old, Hermione, really old, Harry explained patiently. Well, I know that he's old. It states that in Hogwarts, a history, but he can't die. Hermione exclaimed. Harry narrowed his eyes. Don't be stupid. Everyone dies, Harry muttered. Oh yes, of course, Hermione whispered. Cassandra tried to save the day by quickly changing the subject. Food, anyone? I'm done eating, Harry snapped. But you just had some salad. That's all. Don't you want anything else? Hermione cried. No, Harry said shortly. I want to go to bed, he added. You sure, Harry? Ron said hoarsely. Yes, Harry curtly said, walking out of the Great Hall. Ron, Hermione, and Cassandra exchanged bewildered glances. I reckon he's just upset about something. Ron said. Sure, whatever. Hermione replied, unsatisfied. I'm not that hungry either, she added, leaving the Great Hall almost at once. Hermione didn't know what she was doing, or why exactly she was doing it. But she ran to Gryffindor Tower and threw her bags down by her four-poster and ran into the boys' dormitory. She saw Harry lying on his stomach, on his bed with a pillow over his head. What do you think you were doing, Harry? I don't know what you mean. Don't play stupid. They don't know what's going on. What? How could you? They don't know about McGonagall and Lupin. And planning stuff with Dumbledore about you. They don't know that Voldemort is in serious power and is coming back. I mean, what do you think you are playing at? Hermione shouted, flinging a pillow at Harry. He caught it and jumped up. Everyone expects me to be so strong, how can I? I can't do that, it's a bit hard, you know. He shouted back angrily. Of course I know. Okay, right. Forget I said anything. And I'll forget you said anything. Let's just wait for Saturday now, okay? Fine with me. Fine. Fine with me too, Hermione said, slamming the door shut as she ran into the girls' dormitory. Saturday came soon enough. Draco, Nigel, and Marcy were all standing around nervously when Harry finally showed up on the Quidditch field. Right this way, Mr. Bagman said excitedly. He led them into the Gryffindor Quidditch locker room, where Percy, Professor Dumbledore, Madame Maxine, and Headmaster Timid were already seated. Headmaster Timid was clutching his cloak around himself very tightly. Harry thought it was odd because Timid had come from such a cold place, and he thought that Timid would obviously be used to it by now. Harry had been doing all the tricks he could possibly recall with Cassandra and Ron. As Hermione watched from the stands, working on her extra assignment for Transfiguration. Even Hermione thought that Harry had practiced enough for the second task, so she let RRY take a rest Friday night, and they all ate a hearty meal at the Great Hall. Saturday morning the group hustled down to the Great Hall and ate an even bigger breakfast, preparing Harry for the second task. Harry thought he was ready enough and no more amount of practicing could stop him. Have any of you figured out the clue? Bagman asked excitedly. Draco spat bitterly on the ground, Nigel solemnly shook his head. And Marcy Desiree gave a dramatic sigh and shook her head slightly. And you, Harry? Bagman asked, a bit more excited. A bit, Harry managed to say, biting his lip from laughing at Draco's shocked face. Bagman looked like Christmas came early. Must be holding another bet on me, Harry thought anxiously. A bit? Well, that's something, ain't it? Bagman asked. Yes sir, Harry replied, now biting his tongue. Well, I guess I had better introduce the rules of the second task to you now, Bagman started off saying. You will each have a broom. We have already performed all tests capable to make sure that they are jinx-free. You will fly through obstacles that we have provided for you. How well you go through them is how we will grade you, how brave you are, and what you do. Thank you very much. We will go in order of who is first to last. Since there is a tie between Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Bastel, you will have to flip a coin to determine who goes first, and Mr. Potter, you will go first, while Miss Desiree will go last. Good luck to you all. Bagman exclaimed with his chubby cheeks turning red. Bagman walked out onto the Quidditch field again and magnified his voice so he could speak to the whole of the crowd, who was all worked up and shouting magnificently. We're starting the second task now, yes. The first contestant is Mr. Harry Potter. He boomed. Harry grabbed hold of his shiny firebolt. They let him use it and start flying about midair. Everyone was looking at him, and it was very nerve-wracking. Then he saw the obstacle course floating in the air. It was ferocious. There were little pixies bouncing from side to side, there were barriers from the obstacle, about 5 crazy bludgers swinging around, and occasional bursts of fire from each of the barriers. Harry wrung his hands around his broom and heard Mr. Bagman shouted, "Start." He dashed in through the barriers and missed the first bludger to be shot at him. He's off to an excellent start, Bagman commented. Oh, shut up, Harry muttered as a laugh escaped his tense body. He swerved through the air and dodged a few more bludgers. Then suddenly, a bolt of fire shot at him and his robe caught on fire. Somehow he grabbed his wand and shouted, "Aquaristor." A splash of water shot out of his wand and his robe was damp and a little bit burnt, but the fire had gone out. He was almost home free. But at the very last second he dodged a few pixies and a bludger shot at him, breaking his arm. He pulled himself to the finish line and then dropped on the ground. "Oh my God," Cassandra yelled. "Is he okay?" Hermione screeched. "I reckon so, as he's getting up," Ron said laughing. Harry got up with his arm looking very disgusting indeed. It was turned upside down and a bone was stinking out. He managed a yelp and then a smile. "Are you all right?" Bagman yelled, running towards Harry. "Quite all right, thanks for asking," Harry muttered. "No, my arm's broken, can I go to Madame Pomfrey?" Harry asked. Sure. Excellent job, Harry. Let me take you there. Mr. Bagman said, running behind Harry. They walked into Madame Pomfrey's office and she immediately began tutting about how dangerous bludgers were. She let Harry SWA. "That's it for today, I will stop here. I hope you all enjoyed this video.